Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Tricky Gym, and thank you so much for joining us on this lovely Saturday. I am here with Chris Fulop, and we are going to be casting a
Hello, everybody.
Special retro tournament today. Sun and Moon, 2 Lost Thunder. We're going to be partying like it's, 2018?
18?
Yes. How you doing, Chris? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm doing all right. Caffeinated now, so we're off to a good start.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, Chris, you played during the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder format. I played during the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder format. We've got about 20 players here at Full Grip to revisit this format from now 7 years ago.
It does not feel like it's been 7 years since this format.
So what can players expect to see? What can viewers expect to see from our players today, do you think?
So this is one of the more beloved formats of modern times where you can see a ton of different decks seeing play. So you've got decks like Malamar, Blacephalon, a ton of different variations of Zoroark GX. I know I've got a buddy here playing a Quagsire deck.
Ooh,
probably the only time in Pokemon's history you're going to see Quagsire seeing play. Decidueye sees play Gardevoir, and then beyond the bigger scope of archetypes, you have a bunch of individualized tech cards that can see play. So we could see any number of things being played today.
Yeah, that's one of the things that people really kind of adore about this particular retro format is that there are a lot of deck options to choose from, and I encountered that for sure while trying to build out the overlay for this event, because there are just so many different cards that people can play, lots of viable decks, control archetypes as well.
I'm not looking forward to having to commentate on control decks. So...
And of
I know
course,
we have a couple. We have a couple here today.
And of course, Zoroark GX, which is just kind of a very iconic card from the Sun and Moon era.
And traumatizing. I know a lot of players have had some bad experiences getting routinely beaten by Zoroark GX.
Or riotously beaten.
Right. Love the wordplay.
Thank you. So looks like we're getting set up for round 1 now.
So let me ask you a question while we're getting everything started here.
Yes.
If you played today, what would you have played?
Oh, goodness. So
putting you on the spot.
Yeah. It would have... I mean, my favorite decks from this time were the Buzzrock decks, for sure.
That's my backup for today.
Yeah, Buzzwole Lycanroc, I think, would have been the deck that I decided to play. But... you didn't have Octillery anymore at this time. I don't know.
No, there was not a lot of draw support Pokemon outside of you have Tapu Lele GX, which is pretty format defining, but that's not really continual draw power that augments your supporter draw and everything. So you don't have things like the Octillery that rotated from previous formats.
Yeah.
You have stuff modern stuff like Barbarrel and all sorts of different things that in most formats where you can draw cards every turn. You don't have any of that pretty much. You have Blitzel and Zebstrika that draw you a little bit. You have Magcargo, which can stack your deck.
Yep.
But outside of that, you're really reliant on supporters to see cards every turn.
Yes, and you have Marshadow, right?
Yeah, there's all. So on the topic of Marshadow, not only is it a way to draw additional cards during your turn, but it's one of the few ways to disrupt your opponent's hand in this format. That, and I believe Judge, although Judge didn't see a whole lot of play. I feel like it probably should have seen more than it did. We'll see if anybody caught on to that and brought a couple copies today. But you don't have your standard N or Iono or Marnie or Rockets Admin if we're going to
go all the way back.
Go advertise for one of your future retro tournaments here.
Yes,
plug.
For sure. And this is going to be an ongoing series that we're hosting here at Full Grip. I know Chris and I are both very excited about that. Bringing these retro tournaments and bringing these retro formats to a stage where people can watch and appreciate the strategies that used to be played during these times, and so the players can also revisit them with a modern lens, right? Because a lot of these formats, I mean, we played them during the time that they were legal, and then they're gone and we're on to the next, right? But it can be interesting sometimes if you revisit formats. You can find new strategies, new techs, and then like you're also getting informed on the format from how the format concluded. So like you're kind of in this like post-modern rendition of the format. It's kind of interesting.
Very few of these retro formats end up looking exactly like they did when the format ended originally. Because you had, even if you're just looking at like, okay, well, you've added one additional set at the tail end of it. Like, you still only have 2-3 months worth of events for players to refine everything. If you have players who are playing years after the fact and continue to go back to the same format, you can see a lot more innovation. Things can get a lot more streamlined. And that's every format.
For sure. Especially
now that it's a lot easier for players to grind games than it was at the time even. Like, I guess with like 2018, it was pretty easy with Pokemon Online. But like, if you look back at like, you're doing base through Neo later, and you're doing EX block.
Yep. We've got a lot of events on the way, and right now, Chris, we are getting started with round 1 of our Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder event. Let's get some hype going for round 1. We've got Ashton Waite on the left versus Jonathan Valenzuela on the right, and it looks like we've got a Sneasel in the active for Jonathan and a pair of Rockruff for Ashton. So at the very least, it looks like we've got a Lycanroc GX deck on the left.
So either Buzzrock or Zoroark with Lycanroc. And then Jonathan, I thought that he was supposed to be on Zoroark Lycanroc himself, but it looks like there's more. I see a somewhat thicker line of Weavile than I would expect out of a deck like that. So I think he still probably is on that deck. But we'll have to see if we can get a better view of the cards in his deck here.
And then this supporter, Elm, I'm pretty sure it gets you like 3 Pokemon from the deck.
With 60 or less hit points.
Is that it? Yeah. So 3 Pokemon from the deck with 60 or less HP. So a nice setup card, and something else that's interesting about this format and this era is that you could play supporter turn 1 going first, and look how nice that is to be able to play a setup supporter like this on the first turn of the game going first.
The only restriction is that you cannot attack
on
the first turn. And it does look like Jonathan is on Zoroark. I'm assuming he's only grabbing one Zora because the Zoroark itself is actually quite a liability against a lot of the fighting decks, so I think he's hedging his bets here, seeing 2 Rockruff.
And I just got deck lists from Natalie, and that way we can take a look at exactly what kind of decks Ashton and Jonathan are playing.
All right, what do we have here?
I texted you the list too, so that you can take a look at them.
Oh, I had looked a moment ago, and it had not quite arrived yet.
So I've got Ashton Waite, looks like is playing a Zoroark Lycanroc deck. And there is a 1/1 Weavile line in there, as well as an Alolan Muck. Weavile is just a very strong card in this format, since Weavile has the Weavile. It's not the Rule of Evil Weavile. It's the Weavile with the
50
evil
damage per ability that your opponent has in play.
Evil Admonition does, I think, 50 damage times the amount of abilities you have in play, like Chris said. Evil Admonition attack can be used for just 1 darkness energy. And guess what? When you got a board full of Zoroark GX
and Lycanrocs, it allows you to, it threatens to knock out the other Lycanrocs from your opponents in this mirror match.
Right.
And it also lets you weave in a single prize attacker.
Yeah.
When most of the deck is obviously 2 prizers, so you get to kind of force that 7th prize.
Exactly. And it looks like Jonathan's got a very intimidating looking board opening up. A pair of Zorua on the bench, pair of Rockruff, and a Sneasel active. And I think this is then a mirror match. It looks like Jonathan has got a 2/2 Weavile line.
Which is probably going to give him quite an edge in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. And Ashton is only playing a 1/1 Weavile. But other than that, we're going to see pretty similar strategies from both of these players as they try to attack with Zoroark GX and Lycanroc GX. Lycanroc GX is a very popular partner with Zoroark GX, as it's got the ability to one-hit KO a Zoroark. You can either use Claw Slash or Dangerous Rogue GX to take easy knockouts on Zoroark GX. It also allows you to pick off whatever Pokemon you want. If Zoroark GX is not in the active spot, you can use the Bloodthirsty Eyes ability to target down exactly what you want on your opponent's side of the board. When you play Lycanroc GX from your hand to evolve Rockruff, you get to target down one of your opponent's bench Pokemon and bring it into the active spot. So a very versatile deck, and Lycanroc GX gives this deck the ability to play a draw supporter or disruptive supporter while also targeting down the Pokemon that you want on the bench. And that versatility makes this deck very strong.
Yeah, you not only do you have the ability to have a gusting effect on a Pokemon, which there are really good gusting effects in this format. Guzma is one of the best gust supporters that the game has ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
But you're seeing so many cards as a result of trade from Zoroark GX that you're able to play a bunch of really good, powerful like utility supporters, and you're able to play those alongside being able to gust things with Lycanroc. So not only is it able to apply additional pressure on your opponent, but it also has a really good typing, being fighting for the Zoroark mirror matches, and the other decks generally require a pretty large bench. So the GX attack, which does, I believe, 50 damage for every bench Pokemon your opponent has, is going to be able to take out targets at Zoroark's cap at what is it 130 with a devoured field, 160 if you have a choice band.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
so
going to be figuring
a
lot of this out as we go, Chris.
So like 250 damage from a GX attack takes out things that Zoroark might have to two-hit otherwise.
Jonathan really...
See, what did I say about applying Judge in this format?
Yup. Jonathan's got a really strong-looking turn, too. As we see, Ashton did not have nearly the turn one that Jonathan had, as Ashton is only able to get one Zorua in play, while Jonathan started off with that Elm, able to get a board full of basic Pokemon, and then instantly goes Choice Band, Zoroark GX, and Judge to 4. Jonathan is going to have the advantage coming out of this Judge.
We'll see if he has any way to apply additional pressure. If you can get a knockout on this Lycanroc and take away the energy attachment, this is going to snowball.
Oh, yeah, but that would require a pretty hot draw. It would.
Do we know the retreat cost on the Sneasel?
The Sneasel's got a retreat cost of 1, and Weavile also has a retreat cost of 1. So neither of them have free retreat. There isn't an energy place turn 1. I do see a double colorless there in Jonathan's hand, so he can attach that energy to a Lycanroc or to a Zoroark if he wants to. But yeah, it looks like Jonathan is prepping a Rockruff on his bench, uses trade once, and just has to pass. And that's the thing about this format, is that there's not like a lot of, there's no float stone, right? I mean,
there's a skateboard.
There's a skateboard.
But a lot of people didn't play that.
Right. No, it's a more kind of methodical format where you're kind of like, you play your supporter, you attach your energy, and go, right? It's not, you're not necessarily getting the 2-4-6 format where you're taking 2 prize knockouts on turn 2, 3, and 4, right?
This is a lot grindier. There are going to be some games that are going to be very much just one hit.
Yeah.
Usually involving Blacephalon or Malamar. But a lot of these decks end up getting pretty grindy, and there's a lot of positioning. We can also, both players here are playing the Alolan Muck, which you can now see in Jonathan's discard pile.
Something else worth noting is that this Rockruff is using corner. So
no retreat.
Yep, the Sneasel cannot retreat right now. And Ashton does look as if he's kind of dead drawing. I mean, off the Judge, didn't play a supporter, quick pass back to Jonathan, but is just kind of banking on buying some more time with this Rockruff and its corner attack. Corner makes it so that the defending Pokemon cannot retreat next turn. We did see at least Ashton was able to get another energy down on his bench Rockruff as well, so he's kind of prepping multiple Rockruff. As we see, Jonathan is also valuing powering up his own Rockruff, and this is going to be a battle of the Lycanroc GXs, as you don't necessarily want to go in with the fighting weak Zoroark GX as your primary attacker in this matchup.
One other thing worth noting is that these decks run counter gain. So had Jonathan taken a knockout on the opening Rockruff, even if there was no energy in the bench, then you're still worried about counter gain, energy attachment, GX attack, knockout. So you really don't want to be attacking with Zoroark at all here, even though he probably could have gotten away with it due to the strength of Ashton's hand. But you see that both players are just powering up Rockruffs.
Yes.
Now, something that is also a little interesting here, that you have 2 Zoroark GXs for Jonathan, which gives him access to trade. He's doing something, whereas Ashton's draw has not been very cooperative. But those eventually are 2 knockouts for 4 prizes.
For sure.
I was actually curious to see how many Zoroarks both players are going to try to actually keep in play at any given time, because they are liabilities.
They are. It's like they're a liability, but they're also your draw power
And main attacker.
And yeah, it's interesting to see. And Jonathan looks as if he's got another double colorless, valuing another Rockruff, and it's so that you can access that claw slash attack. I mean, 110 times 2 is going to hit 220 on a Zoroark, so that is great math for knockout.
It's also worth noting that Ashton has limited his bench, maybe not by choice, but he is out of range of Lycanroc's GX attack one shot on a Lycanroc. Whereas Jonathan, with 4 of them in play, is in danger of taking the full 200, which loses a Lycanroc. Now, I don't know if that's on purpose or because of the strength of Ashton's draw. Maybe it's better to just ignore the fact that you just have to put things in play to get set up.
Here's a look at the Weavile that these decks are going to be running. And I'm just kind of thinking, how does Jonathan actually get out of this this Rockruff?
Once he evolves, he can retreat.
He can evolve and retreat, right? So, that's the way to get out of it. And that would require at least another energy on a Rockruff, an energy that can provide a fighting attachment. And then you would then also have to sack an energy on the Weavile, because right now Ashton doesn't have any abilities in play. So Weavile is not actually going to be able to do any damage to Ashton's Pokemon, because Evil Admonition does 50 damage times the amount of abilities your opponent has in play. And there are no abilities in play right now.
Well, the other thing is that eventually Jonathan's going to have a Guzma.
Uh-oh. It looks like we have encountered maybe a question or something that is requiring a judge call on the stream match. So I saw the players there discussing for a moment, and Ashton, I think, went to grab a judge.
Are you talking? Wait, I don't think we can hear you, so if you call me if there's an issue.
I am not aware of an issue. I did not call.
Cool, they heard some weird static and we were worried that this something was up. Okay, thanks.
All right.
They thought that they had a technical difficulty.
Yes. No. Carry on, gamers. Carry on. I was going to say, I didn't see any foul play, but the walkie-talkies, which are what we use to communicate.
It was a Zoroark that had foul play, right?
There we go.
Keeping it topical.
Thank you. The walkie-talkies that we use to communicate with players downstairs, sometimes they pick up other frequencies around, so you could pick up local construction workers and things like that. It just kind of happens. So they must have heard something like that and thought I was trying to call down. And thankfully, we've got the game back. Moving on. Timer Ball. Oh, man. I love this card. And there we go.
Ashton loves it enough.
Yes.
I was testing this format with actually Jonathan and a couple of my other friends during this week, and I don't think I ever flipped a single tails on Timer Ball. I think I went 12 for 12.
Ooh.
It was just honestly filthy.
Yeah.
It just felt like the best card in the format.
Free Search is good. 75% chance of a hit on at least one evolution Pokemon, and then of course 25%. 25% chance you get a double heads or something like that.
Right.
It's
or 100%.
Or 100. Yeah. Or 100% if your name's Christopher Fulop.
Yes.
So a card that just goes a long way towards getting those extra evolutions that you need, especially springing the Zoroark GX into play. And now we see Ashton's finally able to get a Zoroark going and can use trade to start churning through the deck while Rockruff is in the active just using corner. And we see...
This looks like it's going to be the Guzma and then probably a knockout on the Zoroark.
Guzma. I forgot about Guzma as an option for Switch. My goodness. I mean...
Corner can only do so much.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It kept him in the game, though.
It did. It did. I mean, look how many turns he was able to buy. Incredible. But God, Guzma. Oh, what a format defining card.
Is that a Guzma? That's a full art.
Mallow. Full art Mallow is getting played right now.
Okay.
So stacking something.
Which will be grabbed with one of those Zoroark's trades here.
Yes.
The Rocket Ralph has, what, 60 hit points?
Yep.
So he could get a Dark Providing Energy plus the Weavile and knock out the active Rockruff now that Zoroark's in play.
Ooh, because it has 10 on it.
So it doesn't burn a Guzma, pressures the energy, and the Zoroark will be a target for later in the game anyways. All right. Now I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Does he have access to his Weaviles? Has he prized both of them?
There's a Lycanroc in play, not using Gust.
And he already attached for the turn onto the Lycanroc.
It just has to pass. Wow. Now, this is crazy because if Ashton finds a Lycanroc and an energy, Ashton could just go Dangerous Rogue, that fully loaded Lycanroc GX.
Right. I think that there had to have been a misstep there on that.
Yeah, turn. I think so. That, and if you're Ashton, you've got to be looking at this game like, dang, I was so out of it, but if I just find a Lycanroc, he's already got an energy in hand, he just needs Lycanroc, and he can use Dangerous Rogue, and can use the Bloodthirsty Eyes, bring up that Lycanroc and do, 250 damage to it?
Right. And then not at the risk of getting a return KO.
I know. Because doesn't have but just has to go energy. Is that a Lycanroc I see on the end of Ashton's hand? Is he not choosing to make that play?
I don't know if he's just feeling very comfortable with this corner strategy. But
it's worked
in a format with Guzma, like that can only last for so long.
You would think. Now I'm going to take a look at Jonathan's list here, see if there's anything that I'm missing.
The only other switching effect is
there is 2 Guzma and an Acerola. Yes, 2 Guzma, 2 Acerola in Jonathan's list. So there's Guzma in there. I have to feel like Jonathan really.
I saw Guzma in his hand earlier.
So here's Weavile. I have to feel like Jonathan dodged a bullet there on the Lycanroc.
I would agree. And then Ashton dodged a bullet on Jonathan's prior turn.
All right. And finally, some action. Here we go. Guzma, Lycanroc GX coming into the active spot. And Jonathan will take the first 2 prizes of the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder tournament with Claw Slash, dealing 220 damage to Ashton's Zoroark GX, the only Zoroark he had to play, but here's another timer ball.
And let's also point something out here. I don't even mind Ashton's position here. If he gets a return knockout onto this Lycanroc, Jonathan can't knock it out in return. It's killing at least one of the Zoroarks, and the other Zoroark falls to the other Lycanroc.
Yep. And
so all of a sudden, despite this overwhelming board presence, assuming that Ashton can get set up, this is not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. And we saw Ashton just hit double heads on timer ball. Broken card has got double Zoroark GX off of the timer ball. I think he's already got Lycanroc in hand, so that's why he chose not to get the Lycanroc. Is going to get rid of the Oranguru. Oranguru with the resource management attack is kind of a tech for the control matchup. Can help throw your extra energies back into the deck, extra resources back into the deck. And then finally, here is a Lycanroc GX from Ashton, and I expect to see no Bloodthirsty Eyes.
Right. No.
Double colorless energy and Dangerous Rogue GX. Yep, that is the play for sure. And then if you find your other Lycanroc GX off the prizes, which I assume maybe the other Lycanroc is prized, then you could potentially go Bloodthirsty Eyes, bring up a Zoroark and knock it out. And then all of a sudden, you've taken 4 prizes over the course of 2 turns, which is massive.
And then you have this backup Lycanroc, ideally, at some point.
And there's Dangerous Rogue GX from Lycanroc, and Ashton's going to tie this game up at 4-4. And he's got an energy on his bench Rockruff. And this is true. I mean, what you were saying, Chris, with Ashton's limited bench, Dangerous Rogue GX does 50 damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So Dangerous Rogue GX is only doing 100 damage for Jonathan right now, whereas Ashton was able to just pop 250 damage with his Dangerous Rogue GX because Jonathan was setting up better.
All right, we finally got a heads on timer ball there. So let's also look at doing some math here. So one of the things I was at least overlooking is that these decks do run Professor Kukui. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I'm not positive.
Something like that. Close enough.
Yeah. So that's an additional 20, and then you have an additional 30 from Choice Band.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have the ability to hit for an additional 50, but even then, Ashton's bench is tiny.
Yes, but can Ashton function
without trade?
Yeah, without trade.
That's one of the challenging but also fun parts of this format is you don't have the overwhelming draw support that you do in truly modern Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
I do consider this to be well in the concept of like the time frame of what modern Pokemon looks like.
Yes.
Like a lot of the design space that they go for is similar, but it is a little less powered.
There's no Squawkabilly EX. There's no Dedenne GX yet.
Yeah, that's the next set, I believe, right?
It is Unbroken Bond, so two sets.
2 sets away. Okay.
Yeah, 2 sets away. Tag teams are about to get introduced to the Pokemon TCG at this point.
Ruin an absolutely wonderful format.
And ruin an absolutely wonderful format. Yeah, Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX is on the horizon.
I was going for my invite that season. Tag teams came out. I'm like, this is not fun. I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. Absolute craziness with Let Loose Marshadow tag teams and all that. Yeah, it certainly threw a wrench in things. As the format went from having lots of evolving Pokemon, lots of Stage 2 Pokemon seeing play, to quite a bit less once the tag teams came out. Had more Pokemon or more HP than every evolved Pokemon in the format, and were basics.
It was pretty vile. But yeah, we saw Judge plus Bloodthirsty Eyes here out of Jonathan, and he's taking out the only Zoroark in play. So now Ashton is left with not much going on, and if this hand is anything similar to what he drew the previous time, this could be rough.
Could be
rock rough.
It could be pretty rock rough, yes, for Ashton, but
it's only been one round and I've done like 3 of those.
I know, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's worth it, man. I mean, there are a few things that Ashton could do to make this comeback happen.
Promoting the Rockruff doesn't well.
Instill confidence.
It does not instill confidence because Ashton's route to victory here is knocking out 2 Zoroarks.
Yes.
I don't think he can afford to 2-shot this Lycanroc or even attempt to.
No.
Because then you're getting the Lycanroc 2-shotted back.
For sure.
So, he can't break serve here swinging into this. Now, if there's a Professor Kukui, which I don't think I see in hand.
Yeah, this is a totally dead hand from Ashton again. Which is crazy because, I mean, if Ashton had Guzma right now, then we're talking an entirely different game. Ooh, but Ashton promotes the Rockruff and then retreats it. And right now, I mean, Jonathan can afford to 2-hit KO this Lycanroc.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is that under Guzma for Jonathan there?
Yes. So, I mean, he's already got the kind of game-winning route. Can maybe 2-shot this Lycanroc. However, if Ashton top decks like Acerola, then...
And I believe he plays 2 of them.
Yeah. Acerola, I think, is the get-out-of-jail card right here.
There might be a case to be made for just knocking out the Rockruff on the bench, and then the Zoroark is always going to be a liability, and then you don't have to worry about playing into Acerola anythings.
Yo, huge shout out to Azul. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody from Azul GG.
Thank you for the raid, Azul. Also, thank you for doing a video recently covering my World Championships match from 2004.
Oh heck yeah, dude!
Go check that out.
Yes,
Free advertisement.
I am joined in the casting booth for the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder tournaments by Worlds Finalist and U.S. National Champion Chris Fulop. So we're going to be commentating over a Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder tournament today. This is round 1 of 5, and we are going to cut to a top 4 cut. This is the first of many retro events that we are going to be hosting here at Full Grip Games, and we've got 19 players out for today's Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder Throwback Tournament. Feels kind of funny calling it retro. I don't know, retro, throwback.
It does not feel like a retro format to me, but
it is 7 years ago. 7 years.
7, and it feels about 3.
Yeah. There's a whole pandemic squeezed in there.
Yeah, that's like two years that just feel like it didn't happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Which at least it overlapped with ADP, so I didn't have to play that.
Okay, now, what do you think of this play, Chris? Jonathan's going for the Guzma this turn.
I mentioned that before. That take out the Lycanroc now, not play into Acerola, and that other Zoro is going to be stuck there and always a target.
It's true.
Now you don't have, like you said, the Acerola, which I don't believe he had in his hand. I think it was like a double colorless Weavile and a Choice Band, I think. It was the 3 remaining cards at the end of his turn. Like, those are obviously dead, but...
And then...
and exposing the Zoroark now. And Ashton doesn't play Judge to disrupt Jonathan's hand.
Okay.
I don't know if he plays the Marshadow. Let me check the deck list here.
I was going to say, I think
he does play the Marshadow.
Only hand disruptor I think that Ashton has is Marshadow, right? And there's Judge is one of the only hand disruptors in the format. So...
And Jonathan's on 2 Judges. I don't believe he has the Marshadow. And then Ashton is on 1 Marshadow, no Judge.
Yeah. Okay. And there we go. Rescue Stretcher, Lycanroc, and that Bloodthirsty Eyes ability is going to target down a Zorua on Ashton's bench, and Jonathan is going to be your round 1 victor for the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder tournament here at Full Grip Games. And what a round 1 we had. A Lycanroc GX, Zoroark GX mirror, and I think a pretty good showcase.
It ended up being, considering the gap in draws and starts here, it ended up being much more exciting than I was expecting it to be, just based on like the first turn or 2.
Absolutely, yeah. That ended up actually being a pretty good showcase, I think, of the sorts of gameplay that you could expect in the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder format. Zoroark Lycanroc is a deck that has a lot of malleability. You can tech for certain matchups. We saw Ashton had Oranguru in his list to tech for the control matchup, and even though they were both playing the same deck, they seemed to be pretty different.
They looking at the list, they were definitely, you saw Ashton's list definitely felt a lot more reactive and durable, whereas I think Jonathan had his built to be fairly aggressive. And now we have, it looks like...
Oh, what in the world have I stumbled onto here,
Told
Chris?
you needed to program the Shuckle.
Oh, God.
Called shot on that.
What do we got here? Oh, man. Okay, so it looks like...
Pop quiz. What does Shuckle do?
Shuckle has... Okay, well, Chris,
all right.
You may or may not know this, but...
He's not looking it up, I promise.
I worked with JW Krewall to build the Rowlet and Alolan Executor tag team Vileplume deck that he played to the Richmond Expanded Regionals in 2019.
Ooh, expanded.
And we worked together on the list tirelessly, and I finished 10th place with the deck. I bubbled out of top 8. I was the second bubble, and JW went on to win the whole event.
Good showing
And
from Shuckle.
And JW, well, this is the JW special, is that he always takes the group list and he'll change like one card. And
so he ran the Shuckle and you didn't.
Yes. So the one, and he'll claim that he's like, oh, it was my superior foresight and deck building that allowed me to win the event.
So what you're telling me is that JW knows what Shuckle does. You might not.
Okay, but Shuckle has this ability which says that unless the opponent's Pokemon has 3 energy on it, it can't be damaged. Something like that.
Yeah, it's like there was a Mr. Mime in the like 2009 or 2010 format that had the same ability.
And then its GX attack is like something like, I don't know, Shuckler GX massive wrap. I don't know.
Yeah, I know the ability and that's it.
And it's like 4 damage counters, paralyzed, poison. Okay, I'm combining all of its traits.
Shuckle is a very condensed Pokemon, so
yeah. All right, I'm gonna pull up the Shuckle so that we can take a look at it. Shuckle GX.
That is a fairly weak GX attack. It's 40 damage for colorless and it auto paralyzes.
Okay, let's see here. All right. Beware. Here we come. Shuckle. Yes. See, look at this incredible production value we've got here. Shuckle GX, 170 hit points. The protective shell ability prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon that have 2 or fewer energy attached to them. And then triple poisons and places 3 damage counters between turns, and then Wrap GX 40 damage, and your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. I was combining triple poison and Wrap GX in my mind into one attack.
Honestly, I feel like if that was all the GX attack, it would still be very balanced.
Yeah. So Shuckle GX, very funny card. And it looks as if Gwen is playing a stall archetype, and this game just wrapped up. And I think Sanjay was playing a Zoroark deck with a Oranguru, and the Oranguru is there to try and give you the edge against stall decks like Gwen's.
I'm pretty sure it's also fairly annoying in the mirror match if you're going to be able to make it grindier.
Right, the ability to just bring
depending on whether Lycanroc is a factor or not. Against the other Zoroark decks, it can be very annoying. Looks like we got the Gardevoir Swampert deck.
Guardy versus Granbull. Oh, that's a fun one.
Oh, Granbull's super fun. I remember, I think the first time I really paid attention to it was when, shockingly, Tord ran it at an event.
He did. I remember that.
It was just incredibly fun watching him play that deck because there's a lot of micro decisions going on during the span of a game, and he was just blitzing through them.
Yeah.
It was really, like, honestly impressive. Like, when I was playing competitively, I was a fairly fast player. It was a whole different level.
Mm-hmm. Another really cool card to spotlight in this particular format is Ditto Prism Star. Ditto Prism Star is a card that just really allowed for some cool deck building decisions and flexibility. We see that the player on the left, they've got a Magcargo that is evolved from a Ditto Prism Star. We saw in the last game that Jonathan was able to get the game-winning play by evolving his Ditto Prism Star into a Lycanroc GX. Ditto Prism Star is like one of my favorite cards in the modern history of the game. I just think it's a really neat card.
I was just about to say I thought it was a mistake to print because I think it was a little too good.
It's incredible.
And I think it makes it so that you can play a bunch of splash lines without really having to do much deck construction behind it. It wasn't imbalanced as in like it was too good or anything, but it did feel like it took away from deck construction a little bit. Like, I mean, I was just playing it in Malamar as a 5th Inkay.
Inkay, yep.
I wasn't being particularly ambitious with it.
So I think that some of Chris's perspective and bias comes from the fact that he was one of the best players in the world during the EX era, which, you know, required that you just played 1/1 lines and 1/01 lines and things like that. And when the format is in a place where you can do that, it's really fun. And I do see your point to the fact that, like, it kind of makes splashing cards just incredibly easy. And
you saw in the Zoroark decks, they were both playing Alolan Muck, and it's like that feels like the type of card that shouldn't just be splashable in decks.
Right. Alolan Muck's very good.
like I'm fine with like the Weavile and everything, but like you could theoretically run like a toolbox that you could branch off of, and that gets a little dicey. Like I like it being able to be like an additional, like if you want to have it as an additional Zorua or be able to be Zora or Lycanroc, that's fine. Or even like a Sneasel for the Weavile line. But when you start not running any of the basics, like it gets a little abusable. But again, this format ended up being excellent, so like it wasn't a problem.
It is a neat card. It's got the Almighty Evolution ability. Once during your turn before you attack, you may put any Stage 1 card from your hand onto this Pokemon to evolve it. And you can imagine a card like Ditto Prism Star and the impact it would have on our current standard format as well with Pokemon EX that are Stage 1s, right? Imagine playing a Ditto Prism Star in your Goldengo EX deck or something like that. Imagine playing Ditto Prism Star that could evolve into either Goldengo EX or Dracloak or something like that.
It also looks like it would be absolutely like bullied by Dragapult.
It would. At 40 hit points, this card is just Dragapult
Monkey
food.
Dory plus Halucha.
Yeah, this is Dragapult food for sure. But I do think that it's cool to see the game designers, do stuff like what they did there with Ditto Prism Star. It certainly allowed for a lot of deck building creativity during this time. I don't know that we'll ever get back to a format that is as I don't know the word that you would use to describe like the EX era, but as like methodical back and forth.
It was just a lot slower. Not as slow as like Base through Neo, but certainly of, I don't know what you'd want to call the cutoff where Wizards of the Coast lost the license back to Pokemon, but like from like 2003-4 onward, like it was definitely the slowest the game has ever been back in the EX block.
Yes, and I don't know that we'll ever get to a point where the game is that slow again. It seems to me as if they've kind of dialed up the speed of the game to a point where I don't know that you can go back.
You really can't.
I don't think that you can, yeah.
And I personally prefer it to be a little slower. Like I think this Sun and Moon through Lost Thunder was a pretty appropriate pacing. I'm not used to the whole microphone thing.
We'll get there, Chris.
Will we? I appreciate the optimism.
Yes.
It's round one.
Yes. But no, I agree. There's something, the 2017-2018 formats, the GX era, the Sun and Moon era, pre-tag team seemed like a really, really kind of great time in the modern history of the Pokemon TCG. Games weren't ending like super quick. There were a lot of little micro decisions that you could make, and the pace felt good. But it was definitely a step faster than it was in the first EX era. But as far as like modern formats go, 2017, 2018 are some of the most beloved by fans who revisit the games. And it's refreshing to see Pokemon that aren't necessarily taking just like turn 2, turn 3, 1-hit KOs on everything, every single turn.
It felt like, so Sun and Moon through Lost Thunder somewhat is my favorite format from like once, like I liked a lot of the formats from before Black and White came out more, but from like 2011 with like the emergency rotation onward, like this is definitely my favorite of those formats. And one of the things that's nice is not only is it a little on the slower end, but the decks didn't feel monotonous.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything felt pretty distinct. And I guess there's some monotony in the fact that there's a bunch of different Zoroark decks, but even they have like their own identities.
They do.
Like you can play different strategies. The decks don't all feel similar. Like you had a lot of formats where it's like everything was just going to be one shot over and over again. And the decks might be different, but the play patterns felt very similar. And these decks at least felt unique and interesting. And if you don't want to play the same style of deck, you can just switch to something else and it's going to be a very different play experience. So there's kind of something for everyone.
And this is something that I really, that I, especially as I've kind of grown with the Pokemon trading card game in my life, as have you, right? Standard changes. That's just what standard is. It's constantly changing. It's constantly evolving. You can't count on standard to feel the same way this year that it felt 3 years ago. That's just not what standard is.
No.
Standard is constantly changing. And that is the only constant in Standard, is that it's always changing. And as a Pokemon trading card game fan, you can't just expect Standard to be the same Standard that we had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because that's just not how it works. But being able to revisit other formats, being able to go back and play older formats allows you to appreciate the depth of the Pokemon TCG, all the different places that the game design has been over the years. And I think gives you a fuller appreciation of the card game in general, not to mention just giving you good fundamentals and like playing the card game. So I'm a huge fan of revisiting these old formats and giving yourself kind of a different perspective on the game, while still being able to appreciate Standard for what it is, being able to appreciate limited formats for what they are. I know you're a big fan of
absolutely
cube drafting as well.
I will cube indefinitely. Like, I don't think there's a limit to how often I'll cube.
All right, Chris.
Oh, we
round
got
two.
Round 2 already?
Let's go. And these players are ready to go. We've got Thad versus John. Let's get some hype going in the chat as we prepare for rounds 2 of the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder tournaments here at Full Grip Games. We have got Thad on the left. And John,
what archetypes we have here
on the right. John Patterson and Thad, both Full Grip regulars here. Thad has been playing a lot of Standard lately, but has also dabbled in some Gym Leader Challenge. John plays some Standard, but I feel like John primarily plays Gym Leader Challenge, so it is. It's cool to see those kind of different perspectives on the game, and
we've got
them interact together here at the Sun and Moon Lost.
Rayquaza.
Oh, I love this deck.
That's another one I called out before the stream here, and then I can't tell what that shiny Pokemon is.
That's a Lele.
That is a Lele. Okay.
Yes. That is a Lele. All right, both of these players are 1-0. We've got Vikaray versus, I don't know, a Tapu Lele.
That really doesn't narrow it down.
No,
we can rule out Quagsire.
I suppose. Single prize.
It doesn't run it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Grand Bowl doesn't.
No, yeah, it's probably a GX focused deck. All right, Chris, you've got the mic. I've got to download
Rayquaza and Vikavolt.
Yeah, man.
All right. So the Vikavolt, if I remember correctly, attaches a grass and a lightning energy out of your deck every turn
with a strong charge ability.
That was even before you looked it up.
I love this deck.
I played it at regionals and I did disastrously.
I top 32 to regional with it.
I think I went like 2 and 3.
Yeah.
It's probably my worst regionals performance ever. And definitely my worst Rayquaza performance ever. That Pokemon has generally loved me. But yeah, you use the Vikavolt in order to power up Rayquaza, and Rayquaza does standard Rayquaza things of discarding a bunch of energies to do huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, it's really destructive. It is hugely destructive on your own resources, but also has like a near infinite damage ceiling. So it's impossible to tell if it's bad or not.
Oh, it looks like we've got Decidueye.
Ooh, I love Decidueye too.
So probably Decidueye Zoroark's my guess. Yep.
I see why people like this format. I get to play Decidueye. I get to play Rayquaza. Decidueye GX is one of my favorite cards from the Sun and Moon block. I've just had a lot of fun with that card throughout its legality. It's such a cool Pokemon.
Let's pull up the Rayquaza here, actually.
Yeah, and here we go. Rayquaza GX. There he is.
Oh, I was incorrect. It doesn't have to discard energies. It just usually dies and the energy go away.
It discards the top 3 cards of your deck with the Stormy Winds ability. It says when you play this Pokemon from your hand to your bench during your turn, you may discard the top 3 cards of your deck. If you do, attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to this Pokemon. So it mills yourself, it like mills your own deck when you put it into play. I mean, think about that. Every time you put this Pokemon into play, you have to discard the top 3 cards of your deck.
I mean, I remember it being more of a selling point than a liability.
You may. It is a you may.
And it helps power up the
the
attacks.
Yes, it is a you may. You don't have to discard, but often you did because the ability is so good. You discard.
You have
3,
to at least gamble on it.
Yeah, and then you get, and sometimes it's not even a gamble because you discard the top 3 cards of your deck, and then you get to attach an energy from your discard pile to your Rayquaza. So if you've already got an energy in your discard pile, then it's a guarantee. You don't even have to gamble on finding an energy off the top 3.
There were Rayquaza builds that, like, prior to the Vikavolt, I believe.
Oh, yes, there were. So that was the thing.
And I don't remember what else was powering it up besides Stormy Winds. It had something.
It was Max Elixir and Stormy
Yes, Max
Winds.
Elixir. Right.
Yeah, that was it. And like Let Loose. And then there was I think it was a Latias Prism Star that for one energy punched. And
puts energy under, I believe, just Dragon Pokemon, wasn't it?
Yep. So that was the Turbo Rayquaza kind of.
Didn't that
build.
that debuted at Worlds? I think
it did debut at Worlds.
With the Marshadows and everything to slow your opponents down while you're putting the early pressure on.
Yes. So it looks like that is playing the Vikaray deck. Here's a look at the Vikavolts, 150 hit points, strong charge ability. Once you get this thing online, you're just pumping energy onto your Rayquaza.
And you can get multiples in play too.
Oh yeah, you can. And then Rayquaza also has got like a really strong draw ability. The Tempest GX attack for 1 grass energy allows you to discard your hand and draw 10 cards. So finding 10 cards is like really good. It allows you to probably draw into a rare candy at a Vikavolt.
You would hope.
That is the hope.
Right. I think that once you use the GX attack, I'm pretty sure you're setting up.
Yes, and that's
unless you get judged or Marshadowed.
And then, since Rayquaza GX is a card that that really focuses on playing out of the discard pile, especially with the Stormy Winds ability, it's not necessarily bad. We see Thad's got like a handful of lightning energy. It's okay to pitch those to the discard pile because they can come back with Stormy Winds later. So,
what energy recovery was legal? This was Energy Recycler?
The Energy Recycler, I believe, was printed in the Sun and Moon format. Yeah.
So that helps you if you do discard all those energies. You refuel for Vikavolt.
I think it's Vikavolt.
I think it's Vikavolt.
Yeah.
It's Vikavolt Pikachu. All
yes.
Right.
Oh, here's a fun one. Tapu Lele GX getting in there with the Energy Drive attack.
This card is way too good.
This card is ridiculously strong, and these little punches that you dole out with Tapu Lele end up going a long way.
They don't always stay little.
No, they do not. I have definitely stacked 3 double colorless energy out of Tapu Lele before. Tapu Lele might take a knockout with 1 DCE, and then next turn, I don't know, you're getting somewhere with 2, and then next turn
snowballs, especially like if that Rayquaza gets more energy on it, then it gets really dangerous because it needs 3 for the attack?
Yes. And that has a rare candy Vikavolt. So we are rocking with the Vikavolt right now.
This could actually be kind of a rough matchup for John, where I think John's deck really likes to take advantage of the fact that his Pokemon have a lot of hit points.
Yes.
And to Rayquaza, they're not that large once it gets set up.
Right. No, and that is the strength of the Rayquaza deck. A lot of the decks in this format are banking on 2-hit KOs, and that's why a card like Acerola sees play.
Right.
Because there are quite a few 2-hit KOs
Potion
in this format. And Max Potion, right. But Rayquaza Vikavolt is trying to just bypass all of the 2-hit KO wars, and maybe the first KO with the Rayquaza Vikavolt deck is a 2-hit KO, but then every KO, once you're fully established, is a 1-hit KO thereafter because you've just flooded so much energy into play.
Now,
it does look like that is maybe like
struggling with his hand here.
There's something going on. I don't know what it is.
I think the issue is not much going on.
Well, he could use the GX attack. So, like, what is he weighing here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. He does not know where to put this lightning energy for the life of him.
The Vikavolt.
Here's an energy charge. There's your answer. Energy Recycler.
It's a good attacker too. It hits for 150.
Uh-huh.
And it's actually pretty easy to power up once you get multiples in play.
Yeah, Rayquaza GX is nasty. Can 1-hit KO anything. Vikavolt, we see, is actually getting charged up now with the Electro Cannon attack. 150.
Well, you can't really, like I was pointing out before, you can't really put a bunch of energies on the Rayquaza because then the Tapu Lele becomes a real threat. So if you're going to be using the GX attack, you don't want to just give Lele free damage.
Now, if we look at the Rayquaza, Dragon Break does 30 damage times the amount of basic grass and basic lightning energy attached to your Pokemon. So in order to take a knockout on the Lele this turn, you need 6. And so it's tough because Thad could use Strong Charge to accelerate those energy to the active. Then if you draw into a pair of Rayquaza, you could potentially get the knockout this turn.
Well, the GX attack is an attack. So
Oh, that's right. Never mind. It's not an ability.
yeah, and he already
really
used
broke it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he used Tempest GX. All right. I see why he was weighing that decision so carefully now, because he didn't know where to put the energy before the Tempest
using
GX. Okay.
Right.
I was, for some reason, reading Tempest GX as an ability.
Okay, so we both have flubbed on Rayquaza so far.
Yes, we have.
All right,
yes.
we're even.
Yes, we are very even now.
I know. I was just
Man,
so
these
used
cards
to-
are so balanced compared to the. I'm thinking it's like Hisui and Zoroark GX, where you just like discard your hand, draw 7.
I was just so used to everything like trading back and forth with the Rayquaza that I just assumed all the energy died.
I think I've got standard brain rot, man.
You might need some caffeine here as well.
Oh, I am so caffeinated, Chris. But let's take a look at Decidueye GX, the other green Pokemon that we can expect to see.
Huge 240 hit points.
I know, and it's crazy to say that that's a huge 240 hit points, which it was at the time. But then in the very next set, we are going to see Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX, who also has 240 hit points. With
I repressed most of my memories of that format.
With it being a basic, yes. But at the time, 240 was towering. It's about as big as it gets. And it's got the Feather Arrow ability, and that can really help to fix your math. So no damage counters placed in this deck are wasted. Feather Arrow allows you to place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon during your turn. Razor Leaf may only do 90 damage, but when combined with Feather Arrow, you can actually make that 90 damage work for you and take pointed knockouts. And then the very flexible Hollow Hunt GX.
Excellent.
Oh, just an incredible attack.
I always underestimated exactly how punishing that could be.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get to the point where I was pretty close to being able to win, and they just get back a bunch of their best resources, and suddenly the game becomes a lot more difficult.
And this is a format where control strategies are super good. So having an out to put 3 cards from your discard pile into your hand is very strong for a Zoroark deck to have, where your energy is limited. But John, going on the offensive, Zoroark GX, riotous beating.
If John doesn't go on the offensive, then once both decks are set up fully, he's significantly disadvantaged.
Yes.
So you have to put pressure on.
100%.
And it's going to be really difficult for a Rayquaza to come out and one-shot that. I don't think he can physically knock out this Zoroark this turn. I assume he's probably fine. Trade it the Zoroark can only hit for 120. There's no Decidueyes in play yet, so you could trade a 1 prizer for a 2 prizer potentially here, depending on how poorly John draws. More than likely, he's going to get out a Decidueye, be able to put down 2 damage counters, and then clip it the next turn again. Or if he has a devoured field, I believe.
Yeah,
then that's 10, and then 1 Decidueye is the 150.
It's crazy to think. I mean, Zoroark, we think of Zoroark as just this, it's this format defining, powerful card. But in standard, at this time, its riotous beating attack is limited. I mean, it is limited to 120, right? Each of your 20 damage for each of your Pokemon in play. So it's limited to 120 damage. But with Choice Band, that's 150. And then with
Devoured Field and Kukui.
Feather Arrow, Kukui.
And I don't think he's playing Kukuis in this deck because
you got Feather Arrow. Yeah.
I think it's going to be, I'm assuming, it's a 4-1-4 line usually, and then the 4 rare candies.
We got a strong charge from Thad, and I'm looking forward. I think this Vikavolt is swinging.
Yeah, I don't think you really have. Oh, and that discards 3 energies. I do not remember that aspect.
Yes, 3 energies. Big discard. And it's going to set up this Zoroark to get knocked out. John does have the 2 Zoroark in play, so the trade ability is going to allow is going to allow John to continue churning through the deck, hopefully find some Decidueye so that he can get those established. But
oh, never mind.
Guzma, okay.
What is that lightning Pokemon? Is that Coco?
Yes,
Tapu
it's
Koko?
got free retreat. Tapu Koko promo. I've got it right here. One of my
I know that
favorite
one
cards.
real well.
Yes, love this card. Flying Flip. This card was good for a very long time during the Sun and Moon block.
Yes.
Yep. 2 colorless energy. 100. It does 20 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon. 110 hit points on a basic Pokemon. Free retreat. Just free retreat.
An almost relevant metal resistance.
Yes.
I don't think metal was particularly.
Wait, holy crap. Dude. This is with this Guzma.
That looks like that's a
knockout.
Yeah, that's 210
This is
with the
6
choice
energy
band.
and a choice band. This Rayquaza is taking the 1-hit KO this turn.
And it is not going down in response unless something goes disastrously wrong.
No, dude. This
Meaning multiple.
and a let loose. So Thad is going Guzma, your Zoroark. So I mean,
Take
obviously-
away half of his draw power.
Yes, take away half your draw power, and ideally Thad would have preferred to knock out the Zoroark with the energy on it, but had to switch the Vikavolt out of the active spot, and it's got kind of a chunky retreat cost, of 3. So that wasn't happening. So Guzma acting as a switch card, but still allowing Thad to target down a 2-prize Pokemon, Zoroark GX, choice band, increasing that damage output by 30, and with 6 energy in play, Dragon Break is going to swing for 210 damage, and that is going to tie this game right up.
I will be honest, I did not expect that.
That was a lot. It happened real fast.
I guess is what happens with a 10-card hand.
And just strong charge, right? Like, because Thad strong charged to his own Vikavolt the turn previous to kind of power it up, and then all you really needed was to strong charge to a Rayquaza, and that's 6 energy, right? Because you already had 3 on Vikavolt, or like you hit 1. Yeah, it's just, it all ramps up so fast. And now you see just how much pressure this Rayquaza GX is putting on. And
so coming from John here, he needs to get 2 Decidueyes, and then that will be a return knockout because he has a choice band.
But because of the way that the Zoroark
With the
deck,
4-card hand as well from the Marshadow, it's going to be very difficult with just one trade here. It's not impossible. I don't think I see a rare candy, though.
I don't.
And there's no other Zoras in play even.
No, things are going to start snowballing really quick here for Thad.
Because also that Tapu Lele is going to be a huge liability because obviously Thad's already proven that he's playing choice belts, so it's a liability even to the Vikavolt.
Did someone shuffle a Great Ball back into the deck? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Did someone play a Great Ball? Did it accidentally get shuffled back? Great Ball. Where is the Great Ball? Was a Great Ball played? Where is it? I think it accidentally got shuffled back into the deck. So let's go grab it. Yeah. And just take it out, put it in the discard pile. Very good. Thank you. Carry on. All right. Cool. No harm, no foul. Play ball. I love having the walkie-talkies.
See, and it wasn't trucker status.
I know.
Static this time.
Yeah, no, the chat's good at helping us keep things honest. So thank you, chat, for helping us to keep things.
I don't really know what John can do with his hand because it's get a Dartrix, I believe, is the middle stage.
Yes,
it's just too slow.
It's really rough. It is. Now, I will say, you don't need to, and John is choosing to go for Zorua instead. It's got Zoroark.
Which is
you have to. Yeah, you have to. I will say that John doesn't have to get the Decidueye online this turn because Feather Arrow allows you to clean up knockouts that you didn't take previously, right? So, like, you could hit this Rayquaza for short of a knockout and then clean it up with Decidueye next turn if you're able to find them.
I think the bigger problem is you have to take the energy off the field.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not necessarily just that you have to take, like, you can definitely sweep up with Decidueyes after the fact, but it's just a free KO on the Zoroark.
Oh, yeah. Like, this Rayquaza's
you have to
coming
at
back
least
for
ask
more.
something of Thad this turn.
No.
And right now he's not he's just so far behind on board now.
Yes. I mean, this Rayquaza is eating mighty good. We got Nest Ball.
And then we get a second Rayquaza down and play.
Strong charge to it, and things are looking like it's a wrap, right? Another choice band.
Because even still now, it's 150. You need 2 Decidueyes next turn, and right now his hand looks like it's set up to get 0 of them.
Yeah. God, I love Rayquaza, man. This deck is so sick.
Yeah, and I don't remember exactly what John has in hand, but I know he Ultra Balled away a Decidueye. I think he's got 1 left. So like he doesn't even have the second Decidueye, even if he's able to say trade into 2 rare candies.
Yeah, this was my favorite deck, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, this was my favorite deck during this format. It was was this format right after Worlds that year? Or like shortly after Worlds that year?
It was the winter season, I believe.
The winter season, yeah. I played this deck at a regional championship. It was a lot of fun. And
I played it at Memphis, I believe.
Yeah.
And that was a disaster. I don't want to think about it.
Oh, no. And then I remember Jimmy Pendarvis winning a regional with the Gardy Swampert deck.
Yeah, I top 64'd that one.
Oh, cool.
With Malamar, Ultra Necrozma.
Nice.
With a Registeel in it.
With a Registeel. Yes, and I know we'd done some talking about our preferred decks from this format.
I was what would kids call it these days? A Malamar one-trick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think that is exactly what you were, Chris.
Yeah. No, if you give me Pokemon that sit on the bench and add energy from the discard pile into play, I'm playing them.
Yep.
I know I hate to pick on a deck while it's already down here, but I was playing the Decidueye Zoroark a little bit yesterday. Well, Thursday, sorry. And it was not being kind to me either.
Decidueye Zoroark is not my favorite rendition of Decidueye. I mean, Decidueye lived a lot of lives in the Sun and Moon era. There was the Decidueye, like Turbo Decidueye Vileplume deck that John got second at NAIC with, and then there was the Turbo Decidueye Tapu Koko Alola Ninetales deck that I think Igor top 8'd NAIC with in 2017. And then the next year, after Forest of Giant Plants rotated out and all of that, I played Decidueye to a regionals with Rare Candy. You actually just played Decidueye Alola Ninetales with Rare Candy. I played that deck to like top 22 to regional.
About Forest of Giant Plants. What a nonsense card. But yeah, no, it looks like we have lost track of the game here a little bit.
Well, Thad wins. Yeah. It looks like that is what's occurring. The prizes have been flipped over. The cards are being scooped up, and Thad is your round 2 victor here at the Full Grip Games.
And I stand by the fact that
Lost Thunder event.
That's just a difficult matchup for the Decidueye deck.
Yeah.
And also, like, especially when the Rayquaza deck draws well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's honestly kind of the problem with the Rayquaza deck, is sometimes it doesn't.
100% is a problem with the deck. You got to set up a
But also, I feel like
stage 2.
Decidueye sometimes doesn't either.
Yeah.
At least as of Thursday's testing.
You're trying to set up a stage 2 while also discarding like half your deck.
Yeah.
Things can go wrong.
Now, what do we have here? I saw a Lycanroc, and I did not catch the other deck.
Looks like we've got more
got
Zoroark action.
Sanjay's on Zoroark still, and then what's the...
Another Zoroark. Lycanroc.
Yeah.
Zoroark, Lycanroc.
Oh, he's playing Jonathan.
Yeah, that we saw earlier. And now Jack Hooper, I think was...
Let's use the spy cam here and see what we got.
Jack Hoop had Lost March.
That's standard.
Oh, that's a Badoo. Standard.
Oh, but he's also playing one of my favorite decks, though, the Poison Archalodon. So I hope he wins that one.
Standard. No, you're ruining my immersion. The year is 2018, folks. The year is 2018. How dare you ruin my immersion? Yeah, and there's Dave Cook with his wonderful Cat Dad shirt.
And I'm pretty sure he's on Quagsire, so... Actually, I'm 100% sure he's on Quagsire. Who am I kidding?
It's a nice shirt right there.
It is a nice shirt. I'm going to throw myself under the bus. Not the biggest cat person. But if I was to love cats, it would be Cook's Cats.
Yes.
You give me like bunnies, dogs, though.
Bunnies and dogs.
Not together. That's probably bad. combination.
Bunnies and dogs.
But like either or, so bunnies or dogs.
Yeah, it's been honestly, it's been some cool decks that we've seen so far. Nice to get a little bit of variety. I mean, we saw just how different the Zoroark decks can all be, with John's deck being the Zoroark Decidueye deck. Even though he kind of took the early lead with the quick knockouts, Thad's deck cooperated.
I was honestly kind of expected that to go differently based on the starts.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't expecting, like, being able to basically float a turn by having to use the GX attack to draw and not do any damage. Like, I kind of expected that would have been a way for the Zoroark deck to be able to snowball the game a little bit. Like, that's the way you can take advantage. Like, that's how that deck can win that matchup. It has to get ahead.
Right.
And unfortunately, like, the draws from John weren't amazing, and we saw some pretty good stuff out of Thad's Rayquaza deck.
Oh yeah. The Thad's Rayquaza deck set up great, and we saw. I mean, really, that's what the Vikavolt. You don't have Max Elixir anymore, so that was kind of the shift that happened for the Rayquaza archetype coming after rotation. Rotation used to happen right around the World Championships every year.
Personally, I like more, but
yeah. Now we have to, like, we do it in, like, I don't know, the dead of winter. I don't know, like before.
Well, I guess
spring.
There's a case to be made for it where it's like everybody gets kind of excited by rotation.
Yeah.
And everybody's already excited as a result of the new season after Worlds. So, like, you've already got hype there. So you're able to manufacture hype in the spring.
That's true.
And also, especially when you have people who say they haven't played all season, or their attempt to get an invite is not going well, then it gives them a reason to get back into the game playing again.
I like that.
They're basically manufacturing hype midway through the season, so I don't mind that.
They also keep us more aligned with Japan, which is just like, I think that's just a net positive for the global Pokemon TCG community being more closely aligned, rather than being like, I have no idea what Japan is doing over there, with their format, and Japan looking at our format and being like, I have no idea what they're playing. We're so far removed from each other. It's nice to have things be a little bit more linked up. But yes, so the Rayquaza deck at the World Championships had Max Elixir, also had like Puzzle of Time. I mean, there were like some crazy cards.
Puzzle was legal for that, wasn't it?
There were some Puzzle
Speaking
Max
of
Elixir
nonsense
decks.
cards.
Yeah, just talking.
All right, which was more egregious, Puzzle of Time or Forest of Giant Plants?
Puzzle of Time.
I think I'm glad. I was expecting you to answer the other way.
No,
okay,
Forest
I'm
of
glad.
Giant Plants is limited to one type, so like it can only be so egregious.
I just remember. I remember Night March is all I'm gonna say. Just getting with Puzzle.
The DCE stack. Yeah.
I've played this game since it came out in '98, and I don't think I've ever felt like a deck was more broken than Night March was.
Night March was,
and that's including like incorrectly printed Slowking. Like, Night March was just so unbelievably imbalanced.
I know, that was my favorite deck during like the entire time that Night March was a thing. Yeah, I was a Night Marcher for sure.
Oh yeah.
That
I mean,
deck was crazy.
there was a brief period of time, and it wasn't even all that brief, where it's like you basically could play Night March or Trevenant.
It was Night March, Trevenant, Greninja format.
Yeah,
that was 2016.
I'm not a full-on Greninja believer compared to the other two, but it is definitely like those were the only three remotely viable decks, I think. I'm not saying others didn't occasionally do well, but they probably aren't justified being played.
It's that kind of I don't know, change in the dynamic of Standard that always gives me hope for Standard, because 2016 was the most miserable Worlds I ever played in. I played Greninja at that Worlds, and I played
Greninja was a great choice.
And I played 3 Trevenant decks, round 1, 2, and 3, and they got turn 1 Trev against me, and it was just a nightmare. I wasn't on the Talonflame. I should have been on the Talonflame, but I wasn't on the Talonflame for that Worlds. But like, it was just getting item lock turn 1 before you get a turn to play just felt so miserable.
The crazy part is like that didn't even always necessarily beat Night March at all.
No, it didn't.
That matchup was like pretty much a 50-50 coin flip.
For sure.
And that was basically, you play the deck that is the most capable to directly target Night March, and it's a coin flip.
Yeah. I know.
I remember I was writing articles at the time, and I was just combing over all of the like League Challenge, like the Cup
cities,
whatever they were called at the time, all the results from them. And it was just I don't know if I've ever seen a deck as dominant, like in terms of like top 8 placements as Night March was.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was,
And
it made it hard to write articles because it was just about Night March all the time.
Yep. And Night March, showed up and popped off at the 2015 World Championships and then carried on into the 2016 World Championships.
Was 2015 when Audino stopped it though?
No, that's 2016.
2016. Okay.
Yes. 2015 was Jacob Van Wagner.
Was that 15 with
yes,
the Blastoise?
Yes, and I got 9th place that year with Night March.
I knew you bubbled one of those.
That was 15.
Years.
That was 15. Yes.
I would just like to also. This is a little Ohio brag here.
Sure.
We've got quite the placements from players at Worlds. We've got.
I know
9th.
Ohio is sick. I know.
You got 9th. Drew Holton got top 8. I believe Austin Reed got top 8. Jesse Parker just got, I believe, 3rd. I took 2nd. Tom Dozel took 4th once.
I know. We need an Ohio champ though.
I know.
Ohio world champ. I know. But Ohio is for a long time has been a strong region in the Pokemon TCG. It's how I ended up here actually, because I used to live in northwestern Pennsylvania, and that's when I started playing the Pokemon trading card game. And all the major tournaments were happening in like Northeast Ohio with AJ organizing them and all of that. So like
you started what, like 11?
2010, 2011. Well, 2011, I guess, because like Noble Victories was my first.
Yeah, because that was like you. I remember seeing you at events basically right after I stopped playing full time, which was after 2011 Worlds.
Yeah,
because that format was so miserable.
I remember we had like a brief. We had some overlap. We had.
I played in some events occasionally, but I wasn't doing full.
You weren't full time. We played at cities.
We played the Bronzong mirror match.
I remember that. Yeah, top 4 of a cup.
Gotcha.
You did get me. I remember. I had for that cup. Okay.
I think you should have won that cup.
It was 2015. It was the city championship season, leading up to my regional win, which happened in the spring of 2015. So it was like spring, or it was like winter cities. We played, and I was looking for a deck to play. And I was trying to play the Bronzong deck. You love a deck that charges energy from
like
the card.
Like I said earlier, like that's my wheelhouse.
Yes, and I had appendicitis while playing at that cup. So I literally had appendicitis. Had an acute sense of appendicitis. I literally had an acute case of appendicitis at that cup where we played in top 4.
So what I'm hearing,
I remember being like, just like hollowed out eyes, sick as a dog, showing up to this cup to play Pokemon and trying to go on with my life because, and this is a crazy personal story, just because I had like lost 20 pounds. I had a lot of stomach pain. I was having problems. It was like weeks of this. I had gone to the ER. They told me I was fine. I went to a gastroenterologist. He gave me colonoscopy and endoscopy. He told me I was fine.
You were not fine.
I was not fine, guys. I was not fine. So like, so then I moved. I literally moved from Baltimore to Ohio, showed up at this lead, city championship because I was like, I still wanted to play Pokemon even if I was dying. And then
that's how you want to go out, I guess.
I was like, well, what am I going to do? So then I was like, everybody tells me I'm fine, but I definitely know I'm not fine. And then it was like the next day or two after that city championship, I was like, you know what? This is like way too crazy. I'm waking up in pools of my own sweat every night. I gotta go to the doctors again. So I went to another ER. I told them, I just lied. I was like, it's the worst pain I've ever felt in my life in my gut. I can't stand it. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I've lost 20 pounds. I can't eat. And they were like, all right, give this guy a CAT scan. And then they finally gave me a CAT scan. And they were like, you have appendicitis, emergency surgery right now.
The secret is exaggerating the doctors.
Yes. I know. So that was just a whole scary, it was a really scary time. But we did play the top 4 of that cup and I did lose, but I had appendicitis, so that's my excuse.
Do I get to use a similar excuse? Because I had mono that just started on top 32 of Nats 08. I played Jason Klaczynski. I'm literally laying in bed adjacent to Tom Dozel in our hotel room, and I think I got maybe half hour of sleep because I had mono.
Oh my goodness!
And then I have to play. I was playing Leafeon Magmortar against Gardevoir in top 32.
Just gotta make sure you're not kissing any of your opponents, man.
Jason's a very pretty man, but
all right.
Too far? Do we need to edit that?
No. All right, Chris and I are going to take a quick break before we get started with round 3 of 5 here at the Full Grip Games Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder Retro event. Thank you all so much for
I'm going to caffeinate.
tuning in, and we'll be right back. After.
We might even have more deck lists potentially, hopefully.
So true. And I've got a meta breakdown from Natalie, which she sent me. So
that was what I was hoping for the deck
yes,
list for mainly.
So we'll have that when we return. So don't go anywhere. But if you do go somewhere, go to fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed products. Chris and I will be right back. Howdy gamers, and welcome back to the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder Retro event.
We have a treat for you this round.
Yes, we do.
We're about to put the Lost and Lost Thunder here.
Yeah, Lost Thunder
Get
versus
ready for some monkey business?
Passimian. Yes, 2 single prize decks in the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder format. We have got Dylan versus Jack, and Jack Hooper's a local player here who is who's just recently started getting back into the Pokemon trading card game and has been having a lot of fun with Standard and Gym Leader Challenge. And then they were curious about the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder event happening on Saturday, and Natalie said, "Sure, I got a deck for you." Lost March.
I think the deck's good.
Yeah?
I think both these decks are solid. I am going to have to do a lot of reading when it comes to the Passimian deck, because it didn't see a tremendous amount of play. I remember it loosely, whereas the Lost March deck is basically the spiritual successor to the Night March deck that we were complaining about earlier.
Yeah,
but it doesn't have Puzzle of Time.
It doesn't, and its attackers have to evolve.
Not to.
Not to. It's true.
So you can attack with a Natu turn 1, going second.
It's true.
You
but
have all
you
the ways
also
to-
don't have like Research or Sycamore or Juniper.
No, but you have like Lost Blender. You have what is it, Trumbeak or whatever. They can. So if you're just knocking out something with 60 hit points, it's doable.
Yeah, it should be interesting. But let's get down to the table and see what these players have got in store for us.
Okay, so we've got Fling, which probably isn't going to get used all that often.
And team play, 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each of your bench Passimian. Then the Passimian deck is a deck that will usually play like Shrine of Punishment. Sometimes I think you've got like Garbodor in here, which can trash a Lynch. Yeah, it's like a backup
damage
attacker.
for the items.
Yes.
Does this not feel like it's just kind of a straight up race? Like, it seems like both should be able to one shot the other pretty easy.
Oh yeah, the single price decks don't want to play against each other. They want to play against the big GX decks. They want to play against Pokemon that they can one-hit KO. Obviously, Passimian is kind of like an anti-meta card. You've got the team play attack, which could do 100 damage for 1 energy with Choice Band. That's 130
and as a
damage.
fighting type against Zoroark.
Exactly. And that's primarily why this card is good. And with Shrine of Punishment, you can tick additional damage counters. And with Trash Avalanche at the end of the game, you can come sweeping in for a single energy and just one-shot things, right?
And you're putting enough pressure down with the quick Passimians that decks can't afford to play slow and avoid playing into Trash Avalanche.
Exactly. And then a Lost March deck. I mean, there's a... I'm to be honest,
that's not a good start.
I am not familiar with the Lost March game. I never played this deck during this format.
So if I remember, like, what I think the stock list would be, it's got 4 of all the Lost March Pokemon. So like Natu, the Jumpluff line, and I think the Trumbeak, and then it runs like 2 Marshadows and a couple of the Orangaroos that draw up to 3.
Ah, yes.
So that's kind of your engine. So you're playing Disruption with the Marshadow, although it looks like Jack's going to be down a Marshadow here. And opening that's probably really bad here, but I guess the Latios is probably also not the ideal starter for Dylan.
Latios, I mean, breakthrough if you're hitting not to.
Well, it would be hitting a Marshadow here. So it's just you want to be the one taking the first prize, because I imagine once you take the first prize, the second through 6th prize come rapidly. So it's just neither one of them is set up to take a turn 1 kill.
Yeah. Let's I am quickly downloading all of the cards for this deck as they come into play.
See, I will let you off the hook on not having Shuckle, but I think the Lost March stuff should have been in here.
Okay, sure, man. Listen, there's a lot.
That's not the Trumbeak.
I'm looking at the wrong Trumbeak. Okay, fine. There are 3 Trumbeak that have ever been printed in the Pokemon TCG.
Is that really all?
Yes.
That's depressing, because like Toucannon's actually pretty sweet.
And Trumbeak actually did something here. As Jack played it,
go straight into the Lost Zone, and
so the Trumbeak there with the Mountain Pass ability. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in your hand, you may reveal it. If you do, look at the top card of your opponent's deck, and and put this Pokemon into the Lost Zone. And if the card is a supporter, you can put that card in the Lost Zone. So Dylan Cynthia got Lost Zoned there turn 1, which is kind of cool.
That thing never hits. This is the first time in the history of the Pokemon trading card game where Trumbeak wasn't just put a Pokemon in the Lost Zone.
So Trumbeak just sends itself, yeets itself to the Lost Zone, which is kind of cool. And then can be disruptive. And then if Dylan's hand is dead, that would be really funny that Jack just hit the Cynthia. Well, it'd be very funny to me.
Okay.
And then you've got Jump Bluff is another one of your lost marchers, right? Is another big one. Jump Bluff stage 2 Pokemon, but is aided by the Skiploom.
Skiploom's really important to this deck.
So I'm going to grab the Skiploom with the Floral Path to the Sky ability, because this Jump Bluff is not hard to get into play.
No. So that not only lets you cheat out the Jump Bluff quickly, but it puts 2 Pokemon into the Lost Zone.
Yes, because you can send both the Hoppip and the Skiploom to the Lost Zone, right? So that's kind of the idea of this deck. And we see that Jack is playing a lot of fast cards to search out Pokemon. Great balls. I mean, multiple great ball being played.
It probably also has netball, right?
Yes, we saw netball was already played there on the first turn. Netball allows you to search out a grass basic or a basic grass energy. And here is the Let Loose. Here is the Let Loose.
The second one. See, I called it on the Tumar Shadow at least.
Yes, turn 1 Let Loose. You and your opponent both shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 4 cards.
And Dylan is down a
Cynthia. Right.
And really, there's only 2 good supporters to set up with, which is Cynthia and Lily.
But if Dylan does rip the Lily, I mean, that's a huge fill your hand to 8.
To 8 on the first turn, right?
But Dylan does not have a supporter in this 4-card hand.
There's a
Passimian,
monkey,
DCE.
DCE, and 2 other cards that I couldn't quite catch.
All right, so Jack's actually having an insane pop off here.
But that's honestly what the Lost March deck does.
Yes.
Like Dylan is probably required to hit like a turn. If Dylan doesn't get a knockout this turn, I don't know how he comes back in the game.
Because look at this. Like, Jack has got turn 1 Let Loose, has already got multiple Pokemon in the Lost Zone, and then Let Loose into Tapu Lele. Tapu Lele could use the Wonder Tag ability to go search out Lily, and boom. Now Jack could actually play Lily on the first turn of the game, going first since supporters were allowed back then.
I think he might not be taking Lily.
Dang it, I got pump faked. All right.
I don't know what Jack's hand looks like. But honestly, playing down the Lele is a route for Dylan to be able to come back.
For sure.
Because you really don't want to have to put down a 2-prizer. But I guess when you're stuck with a 4-card hand yourself.
I think I would have liked to see Jack actually just play the Lily and fill the hand to 8, which is obviously very good. But instead decided to go for the Elm's Lecture. So Elm's Lecture allows you to search your deck for 3 Pokemon with 60 hit points or less. So that is exactly why Jack decided to play it, because it allowed him to go grab all the Skiploom he wanted so that next turn he could use Skiploom's Floral Path to the Sky.
Does Jack have another grass energy in hand?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Because he has a double colorless, sorry.
You're ruining my immersion.
I want all of these energies to be error appropriate.
Yes.
But no. Otherwise, I would almost put the double turbo on the
double colorless, Chris.
The double colorless.
There's no double turbos.
And that way I would be able to attack with the Jump Bluff the next turn. Now it kind of requires a draw here, I think. Because I think it's just Skiplooms and...
All right, so Dylan going to go for the breakthrough. Double colorless to the Latios.
And let's see what the draw there was.
No supporter for Dylan off of that early Let Loose. And I'm wondering if Dylan is playing a Let Loose Marshadow himself. I mean, it does eat a bench spot.
Let's see. Let's see how this plays out. Because I think, can you fail to find on a Skiploom? Just to put... Because Jack needs to free up a bench space to get a Natu here to be able to attack with. Because I don't see a... yeah, can we pull up the...
Yes. You may search your deck for a jump bluff. Put this card and all cards attached to it into the Lost Zone and put that jump bluff in its place. You could search your deck for a jump bluff. I think that putting the card in the Lost Zone is contingent on finding a jump bluff.
Yeah, I'm not 100%.
They're much more clear about it nowadays when they translate the cards.
They should have... Honestly, I expected by this point that they were also pretty clear about most things. But because of the... Yeah, we only have a double colorless to attack with. And I guess if you can't free up the bench space, then you can
Tapu Lele
the Lele for 80.
Yeah, Lele getting in the paint, dude.
Yeah, but 80's not enough. But I guess it probably doesn't matter with
Dylan's bad. I think Lele is about to get in there. Now, is this Latios weak to Psychic? Oh, yeah, it is.
It doesn't apply weakness or resistance with Tapu Lele.
No, but Natu would.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we are going with one floral path to the sky.
I also feel like I should remember whether you could skip Loom for nothing.
I don't think
there's no way that didn't come up either, like as a potential play at some point. But
I think again,
and if Jack had just picked up the deck, I don't think he's going to do that. Probably.
Right?
Just because it's an unusual. It would be an unusual interaction with that ability.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think that would be...
No, we are seeing here, I think Jack ended up having to play Elm again for turn. I do wish that Jack would have just gone for the hard draw with Lily last turn, fill the hand at 8. You're going to have more options and things you could do. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, and
I don't mind the Elm too much, but the energy attachment was a mistake.
Yeah, because it could have been double colorless to the active to retreat, and then grass
have the grass for that jump bluff, and then the game snowballs.
Start swinging,
does
right? Does
jump bluff resist fighting as well? If Skiploom does, I assume it does.
Yeah. There's no way it loses its fighting resistance.
I'd be very surprised as well.
Yeah, no. It's got it.
Yeah, but with only 70 hit points, it's still pretty easy for a Passemian to knock out.
Nice. We got a counter here for the Lost Zone. Love that. And does Jack just pass? Okay.
And Ultra Wild, does he play a Lele?
Let's see.
A one prizer, so maybe not, but I'm assuming you just have to play it as a bailout. Oh, if he's considering the Blitzel, though, then that probably means there is not a Lele in this deck. Which is...
Right. Because I think it's a Shrine of Punishment deck.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't play Lele.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to be playing a Lele in...
Yeah.
I don't like having to play Lele in Lost March either, but it's probably a necessity.
Oh, yeah, right. Just, you got to go.
I mean, I've played Shrine of Punishment, like Malamar stuff before, and I think I still had to just play the Lele because you just have to be able to set up.
Right. It's the difference between playing the game and not, which is why you would...
Because a lot of these decks can just not play the Shrine down if they have to play the...
For sure.
And Lele also can heal itself, and you're playing, like, with Malamar, you were playing Acerola, so you could kind of rescue it, but...
So it looks like Dylan's going to go for the Tapu Koko, and something interesting about Dylan on stream. Dylan has been, I want to say, kind of on the hunt for a stream win. Is a regular here at League, and is a player who's seen some success at larger tournaments, has day 2'd regionals before, but is like hungry for a big regional top 32 finish or something like that. I think regional day 2 is the strongest performance he's had so far, but is still on the hunt for a stream win here at Full Grip. and has not been able to piece together a win. There's been a bunch of heartbreakers. He's played some fun decks on stream, hasn't had any of those work out, and just a string of bad beats after one after the other. And now I'm curious if this will be Dylan's first time winning on stream for the on the Sun and Moon lost
getting ugly
tournament.
here.
Yeah.
I was saying how I didn't think that the Latios was gonna. Is it a Latios or Latios? That looks like
it's Latios.
Latios, okay.
Yes, is the blue guy.
There's a lot of glare.
Now, I do think that Jack should have attached that double colorless to the Lele and just started going in last turn. At this point, if you're Jack, you can spell blood. I mean, Dylan's not really doing a lot. Hasn't played a supporter card yet. 2-hit KO, that's fine. The Latios is only doing 30 damage at a time.
And then from Dylan's side, I probably would have put the 30 on the other Marshadow, because then you can just take 2 prizes here. Because the 60 on that on the jump off is probably not going to. I guess Flying Flip is going to be potentially like obnoxious, actually. So I did kind of forget how good that card is.
Here's the not to, but Jack only has the double colorless in hand.
Well, but jump off has free retreat, I believe.
Oh, Jump Left does have free retreat. This is true. Okay, so that is actually going to help out quite a bit. Yes, Jump Left can pivot for free.
And there's 4 and this was 80. I mean, he's got more skip looms, so he can definitely get that up to.
Well, he's hitting for weakness too.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that.
So he's got it. Yeah, this is going to be a knockout with not to. But the spread damage from...
How many hit points does a Hop-Up have? Is it 40 or 50?
The Hop-Up? Let's take a look. The 140.
Okay, so this is interesting. And I don't expect any of this to happen because Dylan's hand is rancid. But a gust on a Hop-Up with Flying Flip would knock that and the jump off out.
So weak to lightning.
Also setting up the Marshadow.
Okay, I think there is some question right now about potentially finding
the jump bluff
and the interaction there. So Jack kind of figuring that out.
I also think because of the Flying Flip issue that Jack should definitely be evolving these things into
skip looms.
Yeah,
for sure.
Using them.
Yeah, because you don't have to use it at the moment you evolve it.
And I'm not trying to be too harsh, especially since you said
isn't this a knockout? Dylan, that thing is weak to psychic. Dead. Yes. Modern psychic Pokemon are usually weak to dark.
Right?
Yeah. So that's not.
Which honestly, anything to avoid Mewtwo EX Wars again, I'm fine with it.
It's fine, right?
But dark Pokemon should not be weak to grass.
Yes, but back in the day,
that's all. That's one. That's a hill all down.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, dark Pokemon being weak to grass, that is abhorrent. But Dylan's hand is so dead. I mean, he's got the Guzma. Does he have counter energy in hand? I think he's got Guzma counter in hand, but can't use counter energy because they're tied on prizes right now. So we'll be able to take a double prize knockout with Guzma counter energy and the Tapu Koko.
If the things stay Hop-Ups.
Yes.
I would hope. Well, okay, Natu's weak to psychic. It's a bird. I thought maybe it was weak to lightning.
Yeah, that could get hectic too. But yes, those Hop-Up are just Tapu Koko food.
The irony of Natu's weakness when it has 40 hit points potentially mattering is, I would never have honestly thought about it.
I know. Okay, so now Jack down to 4 prizes remaining, but Dylan has got to play.
Yeah, I think that this is with all the Lele's, the Cocos, this is still a game.
This is really a game because the spread damage is actually going to end up making a... I did not see this play coming. I do disagree with this line. I think that Dylan would be better off pinging the jump bluff for weakness and instead of trying to trap the Lele active... Yes, pinging the Hop-Up for weakness. Yes. Instead of trying to trap the Lele active.
So if my understanding is correct, When you skip loom, the jump bluff doesn't have any of the
damage. None of it. You replace it completely.
And I assume it also means that if it had energy on it, the energy would go away.
Yeah, that's correct as well. Yes.
And does the energy go to the lost zone, or does it just fall off? I don't remember the wording on it.
It falls off, so you can't pre-attach to it.
So you can't No, I'm saying it doesn't go to the lost zone with it.
No.
It goes into the discard.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So these need to become skip looms immediately.
Yeah, well, Jack did just top deck Rescue Stretcher, so he was able to Rescue Stretcher, and he made the correct choice of Rescue Stretchering the jump bluff into the deck. So
does he just have a bunch of them prized?
He must, right? Because he's like not doing it. So I think he had to wait to get that Rescue Stretcher, put the jump bluff back into the deck, then can use Floral Path to the Sky. Oh yeah. Jack, you didn't put a Grass Energy into the deck, did you? You can't do that. For the Rescue Stretcher? Yeah. It's Rescue Stretcher is only Pokemon. Yeah. You're good. Just got to shuffle though. You do have to shuffle the deck. Yep. Okay. So yeah, here we go.
Right,
good catch there, chatters. Good catch.
It's definitely easy to see that mistake happening because we're so used to Night Stretcher, which can get
I know, right?
energies.
You get players who've never played this format before, and it's fun to get to see players
Which I'm
interact
assuming
with
another
cards and
like we're being a little more relaxed in terms of
100%. Yes, for sure.
Because primarily, like obviously this is a competitive event, but it is also for fun.
It is very much for fun. Yes. So we've got the jump bluff on the bench now, and Jack's got like 6 Pokemon in the Lost Zone. Can retreat the Lele. It's another Grass Energy down. And now this Natu doing 120 damage is going to be able to clear.
Right, we got a low impact but not impactful Shrine of Punishment here. It will slowly but surely tick up on this Tapu Lele.
Okay, and then again, Dylan going for...
Well, the Hop-Up's going to get knocked out now because it has 40 hit points.
Counter Catcher? Dude, you're ruining my immersion. That's a new Counter Catcher.
You see, I'm fine with accidentally shuffling in a Grass Energy. Playing that Counter Catcher should be at least a double prize penalty.
Definitely non-agreeable there, yes.
I have my Malamar deck in my book bag.
Okay.
And it is missing about 11 cards, and they're all basic energies because I didn't have error-appropriate ones, and I couldn't bring myself to use others.
Uh-huh. All right, so Dylan is going to Counter Catcher up the Tapu Lele.
And I think Dylan drew a Lily. Lily, not Lele. Lele for Lily is just a weird thing to say, actually.
Yeah, and Lily will fill his hand to 6. Off the Lily finds the Energy Lotto and can use Energy Lotto and rips that double colorless energy right off the top of the deck. So now this Tapu Koko is going to get to Flying Flip again. And this Tapu Koko is taking 2 prizes, 3 prizes. Oh my God.
I think this game is over. If he has another basic. Oh no, I don't think he does.
Right.
So the game is over.
Well,
If the
no, because the Lele is stuck.
and Pokemon with that energy is gone.
And yes,
And I don't
think this Lost March deck plays a switch.
nope. No, well there's
And that's an escape board on the Koko. It's not it's a band, right? So yes,
Is it?
it's not
I can't
it's
tell.
not additional damage. That is an escape board. So now
that hand is putrid.
double color. You have to do this. Yes, just swing, dude. Yes, swing with the Lele. Yes.
Is Dylan's hand a dead end here too? No, he's got at least
No,
a
he's got
Semian
stuff
and
to
a Lily.
do for sure. All right, so Tapu Lele can swing for 80 damage, but Jack's got 3 prizes left to take. Dylan just with a lone
And there's
prize
a
remaining.
ticking clock on this Tapu Lele with the Shrine of Punishment in play.
Yeah, and on the jump bluff. It is worth because every time that you use, 2 more flying flips, the jump bluff is gone, I think, right?
No.
No, 70 hit points. Never mind. Yes.
I mean, there's a chance that if Dylan can just pop off here and get Passimian in play, he can just end it that way.
Here's Passimian.
I mean, it's going to require enough bench Pokemon.
Yeah, a couple of Passimian, a band. Worth noting that...
Oh, yeah, there should be a Shrine tick on the Tapu Lele.
Let's put a Shrine of Punishment tick on the Tapu Lele. Yep. It's worth noting that counter energy does not work anymore for Dylan either, being at 1 prize
After
remaining.
a 3 prize turn, counter energy is no longer in the game plan.
Yes. And then Cynthia for 6. Okay, with multiple Passimian in play now, we'll see. Team play.
There's probably not, I mean, at most there's 3 double colorless left because counter energy is no longer an option. So even just hitting the energy to be able to attack with it is not super likely.
Cynthia for 6. Double colorless would be an insane. There's the choice. Double colorless. And I think that's game.
Yeah, there's 2 nest balls too. So.
Yep. So here's nest ball for Passimian. And this is going to be game because the Shrine Tick's going to take 10 more damage. All 4 Passimian are in play. Dylan found the double colorless energy for team play and choice band. So he's going to be able to do 130 damage with the Shrine Tick. That's a 140 damage total swing. And team play will take the knockout on Tapu Lele. And Dylan will emerge as victorious here in round number 3, capturing his first stream win here at Full Grip Games in the process as well.
And it was looking pretty bad for a long time there.
It was. Things were looking real hectic there for a minute. Had a really rough start. Jack had a strong start with the Let Loose and being able to find a Tapu Lele off of the Let Loose. But that Tapu Lele was the card that ended up being the final prize that Dylan was able to take to win the game. So it ended up being GG's, but it looked as if Jack's hand got kind of clogged, as I think we're showing there. His hand was, I think, entirely Pokemon at the end.
Yeah, I think that game probably came down to both the Lily versus Elm decision early on, as well as the grass attachment.
Yes.
And even just not attaching to the Lele and swinging early on, I think changed a lot. I think that Dylan's start was so bad that you really kind of have to chase the blood in the water and just try to close that game out, especially realizing now like how bad the Tapu Kokos are for you.
Oh, the Tapu Koko is actually insane against the Lost March
You
deck.
also probably have to stagger your bench a little differently than that to be able to try to play around the Tapu Kokos.
Yeah, so that is Jack's 3rd game ever with that deck and 3rd game ever with the format.
No,
so
we're not.
Yeah.
With a lot of these players are probably not played much of this format.
Holy moly, that's a Solgaleo GX and Nagquag.
That's a cook then, obviously.
Oh, baby. All right. Nagquag, what a treat. And then what is Solgaleo getting?
Nagsire.
Oh, this is the Guardy deck.
Yeah.
Guardy Swampert plays Solgaleo. Doesn't Solgaleo have like a pivoting kind of ability?
No, this was the one that reduces takes away weakness.
Okay,
So-
okay.
And it also just does 120 for double.
Got it. Shoo. Dang, this is crazy. All right.
Looks like we can tell that the Volcanion has done its job. I don't know how many prizes Cook has left. It looks like
Because of the damage on the bench Pokemon.
Well, the problem is there's not a dumbbells on this.
It's looking like it is a 4 prize to 3 prize game. This is actually really tight. Because the Guardy player is about to tie things up.
Would you say it looks like it's 3-3?
No, the Guardy player has 4 prizes and Cook has 3.
Okay, Cook having 3 is what I needed to know.
Yes.
Because I don't know, like, I know that Cook is running 2 B-strings, which is not stock for Naganadel.
Yeah.
So As long, he's going to lose a lot of energy here, but
Was Ross Cawthon a Nagquag player
I
during
don't
this
know.
time? I feel like Ross Cawthon played Nagquag.
Ross's range is wider than any other player I've ever seen, so I cannot rule anything out.
I also feel like Nagquag is a Ross kind of deck.
Okay. We have somebody in the chat saying that Team X-Files, which is Ross's team, was on Nagquag.
Yes.
So you were correct then.
Yes, I'm saying, yeah, dude. Ross definitely was like the only person I knew who was playing Nagquag during this time.
Yeah, I didn't see a ton of play. I was testing with Cook the past couple of weeks, and he was running really, really hot with the deck to begin with, and then we had a bit of a disastrous Thursday where the deck decided to betray him a little bit.
No.
But we'll see if he can come back here. I don't think this is a fantastic matchup because there's a lot of hit points. 250 hit points, I believe, on the Solgaleo.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right here.
And they run at least one max potion.
Yeah, that's rough. And this Solgaleo
One shot's a...
pumps energy into play. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, to give you guys an idea.
It's also
what we're
the
looking at
antithesis
here.
of my my Registeel. Taking away Gardevoir's metal weakness on me. It came up at regionals quite a bit, actually.
Ew.
I had to hunt down the Solgaleo before I could go into the Registeel.
All right, so the concept of the Nagquag deck is that you use Naganadel to charge energy into play, and then Quagsire can use the washout ability to move it all to the active Pokemon. And Quagsire is also a good attacker. It's got an attack, Hydro Pump, does 60 damage plus 20 more for each water attached to it. So,
Base 120 is not bad for 3 energy. And it's got 120 hit points.
Yeah, but you ain't hitting 250, like pretty much.
He runs 11 energies.
11, so you could. Technically, I guess you could.
I mean, the Naganadels, and it's probably going to be a 2-hit, and it probably just is lights out if there's a max potion involved here.
Holy smokes. We've got...
There's a lot of Naganadels in play.
Someone in the chat is saying that this combo is actually possible next formats with Armarouge and Rocket's Spidops.
Wasn't there also there's that Ho-Oh that's coming out too, right? Ethan's Ho-Oh or whatever? That gets played with Armarouge.
It's true. Armarouge doesn't have an attack worth using, though. It only does 90. Uh-oh. Things look to be...
That looked like a max potion.
Dire. I was gonna say, didn't Cook just swing into the Solgaleo? Like I thought. Yeah. Oh, there's an Armarouge EX. Oh, 40 more damage for each fire energy attached to this Pokemon. Okay, all right, chatters. I see what you're talking about now. You could play Armarouge EX, but then you have to play Armarouge EX and Armarouge and Spidops.
I played that Armarouge a little bit in a. It was Arceus Armarouge with and Rayquaza VMAX. It wasn't good.
Yeah.
But it was really fun because you got to play Rayquaza.
Yeah, this Solgaleo I think is going to be a real issue for Dave's deck. I don't know if he's got the firepower to be able to muscle through this thing.
Problem is that even the Gardevoir is a similar issue. They just have so many hit points.
They're really big.
That the high hit points plus max potion is the problem.
Right.
You can 2-shot them fine. But that's, again, why like the Volcanian's nice, because it at least puts 20 damage on them.
Mm-hmm. Right, it does soften them up a little bit.
And I don't think Cook is playing Choice Band or anything either. I think it's just dumbbells.
And it looks like Cook is going to concede. Does not have the sauce to be able to close that one out. Tony taking the dub with the Gardevoir, Solgaleo, Swampert deck. 3 different stage 2 Pokemon in play all at the same time. Pretty cool to see, honestly.
It is also interesting that the best draw support Pokemon we have, like sustainable draw, is Swampert.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of resources to get out.
It is.
So it's really telling of the format. And I don't mind that. I don't.
No, yeah.
It took a while for that card to catch on. As well.
It did. I mean, really, Jimmy's regional win with the Guardy Swampert deck.
Wasn't there a Meganium deck that just played a bunch of stage 2s at one point?
Meganium, the quick ripening herb, is that what we're talking about?
The one that likes rare
I
candies.
think it's from
stuff?
Lost Thunder.
Yeah,
Yes.
there was that. I think that was the first time Swampert really saw play, actually. But I could be wrong on that because I don't think that deck was very good. It didn't have Nidoqueen or something in it.
There's a Nidoqueen that searches out a Pokemon every time. I think
it was Nidoqueen.
Good, but
I think it was Nidoqueen, Meganium, Swampert.
That does sound pretty cool. Yeah, because Nidoqueen's got an ability. It searches out a Pokemon every turn, and then it attacks for 3 energy. Though is a steep attack cost for this format because you don't have triple acceleration energy, do you? That card, I don't know.
think that was in the format.
Where was triple acceleration a thing?
Because wasn't that being used with what was the Dugong being played with?
Unbroken Bonds.
So it was
we
later.
were close. Yeah, Unbroken Bonds is when triple acceleration came out. Yes.
Someone's saying that the Nidoqueen was in Team Up, so I might have.
Oh, the Nidoqueen's Team Up. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're close. We're close. Yeah. This was kind of becoming a thing. I do think that Jimmy, with his Guardy Swampert deck, was the first time I remember Swampert really popping up in a winning deck list. So that was cool to see for sure.
Do my research.
You did have the the Prism energy, what was it, the Super Boost? Yep. So you had that, and that is an energy that you could only activate if you had 3 stage 2 Pokemon in play, which might seem crazy, but during that time you could do it.
And no, I'm looking at LAIC, which was the week before Virginia, which is the one where Jimmy won.
Yeah.
And I know at minimum Robin Schultz played the Gardevoir Swampert Ninetales deck because he got 12th place with it.
Nice.
And then who else? Did anyone else play that deck? Tobias Thessing? Don't know if I pronounced that one right. And Fabian Pujol played Decidueye Swampert Ninetales.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, at LIC it was already seeing a little bit of play, but not nearly as much as it did after that.
For sure. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Round 4 is getting ready to get started here momentarily. We'll be right back after this quick break. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder Tournament here at Full Grip Games. We're getting started right away with round 4 of 5 for our Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder events.
We saw Anthony last round playing the Gardevoir deck, and I do not know what Ben is on yet.
Ben is playing Passimian.
Oh, do we know for a fact that he's on... did we get back-to-back Passimian decks?
We did get back-to-back
All right.
Passimian decks. What a treat. There's actually a decent amount of Passimian in the house.
There were 2.
2, yep.
Which out of 19 is not bad. It is a pretty good representation.
That is pretty good representation, but I think what's exciting is that we've got our first look at a Gardevoir deck, and this is a real big treat because, fairy Pokemon just don't exist in the Pokemon trading card game anymore, Chris.
I'm gonna get on some people's bad sides here, I think.
Okay.
I don't mind them kind of pruning that back to streamline things.
Oh no, and I think anybody who's got a little bit of like a knowledge of game design and game balance understands why fairy Pokemon had to go. It's just too many types,
right,
to be working out consistently in the card game. Too many weaknesses and resistances to deal with, and as far as keeping types balanced, it just didn't make sense for fairies to exist in the trading card game. But it was cool. I think it's cool to look back and see where the game has been, and that fairies did get their own color there for a little while. But
I might also be biased because I'm an Ultra Necrozma guy, and I just want them out.
you loved Ultra Necrozma, huh? And getting hit
more than
weakness was not
more
something
than
you enjoyed.
No, don't worry, Necrozma hit him back just as hard.
Is Anthony double supporting? Hold on. Anthony, you're not double supporting, are you? Oh, playing Layla. Oh, all right, cool.
Searching,
Never mind.
Doing a deck check.
Play ball. You're
grabbing
good. Okay.
Probably just putting down a second Pokemon so that the Mudkip doesn't get knocked out. Yep, my guess.
Yep. All right, got it. Yeah, sorry. I just took a quick glance down and saw 2 supporters like on the board, and
we got so hyped up over the fairy types that.
Yes. No. So that's all good. Anthony doing the heads up play of putting the Lele down so that he does not get benched out by the Passimian, which is certainly a possibility from Ben's deck.
So Gardevoir is a deck that, once set up, is one of the most powerful in the format. It and probably the Decidueye deck. They both really have the highest upside. I know I was talking about how like the Vikavolt deck is also up there, but Vikavolt it didn't have a huge metagame share by the end of this format.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a little bit of an outlier. I think the deck's good, but like the 2 most prominent high-end decks are Gardevoir and Decidueye Zoroark. And if he can get set up here, he's probably going to be pretty favored into this matchup, despite being like, I understand that the Passimian deck is intended to be able to bully around 2 prize decks.
Yes.
But the Gardevoir deck also plays max potions, so it can really leverage the high hit points. And also with Gardevoir's GX attack, you can get more max potions back. So there's a lot of walls that Passimian's going to have to chew through. That being said, you look at Anthony's start here, it's just a Mudkip, and already had to play it on the Tapu Lele. This is a very bad start, and the type of start that Passimian can completely bully around.
100%.
Gardevoir's big issue is the fact that you're trying to do a lot, and it doesn't always set up. No, on time, at least.
You're trying to set up multiple stage 2 Pokemon. Anytime you're trying to set up multiple stage 2 Pokemon, your primary draw engine is also a stage 2 Pokemon.
Well, no, you have the Alolan Ninetales.
You do have Alolan Ninetales to put it all
sets
together.
Everything together.
It does. And you've got Beacon, which is an incredible attack that you could use for free on Alolan Vulpix. But it is trying to do a lot still. And
even once you get your Pokemon out, it takes a little bit of time sometimes for Swampert to get your hand going. So like you get your stage 2s out, and that doesn't necessarily mean you start taking over the game.
Right.
A lot of times it takes at least another turn before you can really get your full presence felt.
Exactly. Well, on the other hand, you look at Ben, and Ben is kind of churning through the deck, has played multiple Nest Ball already, and is setting up for evolving Macargo into play next turn, and it's just it's got a lot going on already. And I don't think that Ben's going to be able to take a turn 1 knockout. He's actually got the wrong Passimian in the active spot. There is the Passimian that has team play, and then there's a Passimian that I think increases damage that you do. Let's see, as long as this Pokemon is on your bench, your Passimian's attacks do 30 more damage to your opponent's active evolution Pokemon. So the Power Huddle Passimian, right, is the one that we're talking about from Ultra Prism. That is the one that Ben has in the active right now, and that's not actually going to, do anything for him now.
I don't even know if it can. I mean, I guess Counter Energy can provide the fighting if it ever needed to attack, but I don't see that happening.
I think I kind of like the Counter Energy going to the active. That's fine in case he needs to retreat it for next turn.
I mean, it's probably almost assured he's going to have to retreat.
Right.
What is the? Let's actually do the math. What is the upper limit on how much damage a Passimian can do? It's 100 damage if you have 3 on the bench plus 2 of the Power Huddles.
So that's plus 60.
So that's 160. A Choice Band, if he's running it, would be 190. Shrine Tick is 200, and then he just used a Kukui, so that's 220.
Yep.
Okay, this can hit a little harder than I was expecting it to.
It can hit very hard if you have all of the pieces,
and you can get some Cocoa damage to chip around.
Yep, it can hit very hard.
Okay, this might be closer even with both decks setting up than I initially thought it was.
Yeah, if Passimian has all of the pieces going, it can be a real tough deck to play against. And I mean, let's take a look at Gardevoir. I mean, what is Anthony setting up? What does Gardevoir do? Let's talk about that, because the Passimian, it is a low to the ground. If you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, it is a red deck. Like, you are trying to just attack quick and fast, and that's really what you got going on.
My favorite kind of Magic deck.
Yes.
As someone who's also very much a competitive Magic player,
nice.
I am 100% an aggressive red player.
Yes. So the Passimian is your red deck, but the Gardevoir deck is more of like a setup deck. It reminds me of blue, and especially with the draw and the manipulation you could do and stuff like that. So Gardevoir has the Secret Spring ability. It says once during your turn, you may attach a fairy energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon, so it accelerates extra fairy energy into play, which is great in combination with the Infinite Force attack, which does 30 damage times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon, and that can ramp up really fast since you're accelerating your own energy into play. Gardevoir, its ability combos with itself. So if you have 2 Gardevoir GX set up, that means that you can accelerate multiple fairy energy from your hand into play. And do we have a Rare Candy Swampert turn 2? Wow.
And also worth noting on the Gardevoir, because I believe that the stock list for this Gardevoir runs anywhere from 2 to 3 double colorless energies. It does not specify basic energies or energy card.
That's right.
So you get 60 damage from those, and with it also being a deck chock full of stage 2 Pokemon, you get the Super Boost energy, which adds 120 damage.
And we see that Anthony was able to play that Professor Elm's Lecture, search out 3 Pokemon with 60 hit points or less, and has used Rare Candy to evolve into Swampert, taking advantage of the Power Draw ability to discard a card from his hand, draw 3. Something else I want to touch on real quick while we got Gardevoir GX up, though, is that GX attack. Very powerful.
Super important to the deck.
Yeah, the Twilight GX. Absolutely ridiculous attack. Shuffle 10 cards from your discard pile into your deck. I mean, Chris, at a certain point, that just allows you to recover any valuable card you would want to.
And I know I've been harping on the Max Potion because I feel like it's very important in this matchup. But, like, I'm going to assume that the deck runs 2 copies. Like, being able to play 4 of those in a game.
It's ridiculous.
And also, like, you're really putting pressure on your rare candies because of how many stage 2s you have. You're discarding cards with Swampert. So, like, sometimes, especially early on, when you don't have a huge hand size, like, you're discarding cards you might not necessarily want to discard. So, like, it just, not only does it let you completely take over a game once you're set up, but it undoes some of the awkwardness of your openings as well.
Now, Swampert does have a fat retreat cost of 3, so this thing is not going to be moving out of the active spot easily, which I think is why we saw Anthony kind of really weighing the decision.
Yeah, I think there was a very real case to not doing it.
Yes, and you could tell he was a little conflicted with whether or not to do it. Because now how do you move it?
Guzmo.
Guzma, right? You have to find a Guzma to move it. Or,
They
and hear
probably
me
run
out.
at least a switch card because they have the. They probably run at least one switch because they have the Alolan Ninetales. It would probably be. I'll even go as far as saying irresponsible not to play the one copy.
Or you find the Super Boost energy. All right, you get
Attack.
3 Stage 2 Pokemon into play.
I mean, it's completely doable from here.
Heck yeah, it is. Look at this.
Let's pull up the Alolan Ninetales. I don't think we've done that yet.
No,
And that's
we
a really
should.
important card in this format as
We
well.
should pull up Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales is kind of the glue that makes this whole deck work.
Yeah. And I don't know if anybody played Buzzrock today.
No, I don't think
But
so.
that's another one of the decks that I really love. And it's another card that really like glues that together to be as aggressive as it can be. So this one its ability is the main sell to it. It searches your deck for 2 items. So
Yep.
you get a rare candy and an Ultra Ball. Or you get to run a bunch of like one-of cards and be able to consistently find it. Also has a pretty reasonable attack, 70, 30 damage to the bench, sets things up, attacks for 2 energy, you're already playing fairies. And then the GX attack just knocks out an Ultra Beast.
Yeah.
So there are definitely like matchups where that's really important, like swinging that in early against like a Buzzwole GX.
All right, here goes Ben taking the first prize. Has Guzma to move his bench Passimian, which is nice. So he gets to keep that energy there. And is going to use team play to take a knockout on
the only Ralts.
Yep, Anthony's only Ralts hitting the discard. And now, I mean, on one hand, Anthony did get his Swampert moved, so that's kind of nice.
And this is another situation where if Anthony, I think he had the Elm off of the Swampert. If he just puts 2 Ralts into play, he's going to give up some prizes regardless in this matchup, and then hopefully be able to wall off with Max Potions. So in most matchups, this would be really bad.
Yeah.
Gardor is one of the decks that can kind of shrug this off, especially because like even the Solgaleo is going to be really good once it comes up.
Yeah, Solgaleo is definitely a crazy card. It just got a lot of HP, and it hits just good numbers, accelerates energy into play. It's good for recovering energy from the discard pile. And let's take a look at it. The Turbo Strike attack, attach 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. Turbo Strike does take a 1-hit knockout on all the Passimian, and it's got 250 hit points. Prominence GX, heal all damage from all of your Pokemon. I mean, it could be a thing.
Do you think it might actually be pronounced like Solgaleo?
I don't know how it's
Leo
pronounced.
as in like lion.
It could be, yeah, Solgaleo. I don't know. If there's any...
If anybody's listening to this, please forgive our pronunciations on some of these.
I know many of the Pokemon correctly because working for the Pokemon company, they want you to say things right. But Solgaleo is not one that I've encountered in my official working with the Pokemon company. So I'm
also refusing to call it Pidgeot. It is Pidgeot.
It is Pidgeot, isn't it?
Yeah. I will take that one to the grave.
Oh, yeah. No, this is one of my favorite Pokemon. Just
Both
like one of my
those-
favorite.
That and Lunala.
I'm not the Solgaleo.
Oh.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about Alolan Vulpix, dude.
Oh, it's pretty adorable.
Yeah.
You have the Build-A-Bear?
No, Alolan Vulpix.
Slacker.
I did have. Not this one. Oh, goodness
No,
gracious!
what have you done?
No, the wrong Alolan Vulpix. No. There it is. All right. Wonderful.
That's not the normal art either.
No, it's not. This will do though. Okay, this will do. I had it's at least not a V-Star.
Oh, the resource kind of cool too.
Sorry to ruin your immersion, guys. This Alolan Vulpix is it's just a wonderful card in the format. It's Beacon attack you can use for free. Allows you to search your deck for up to 2 Pokemon and put them into your hand. This card saw a ton of play throughout the entire time it was legal, really. I mean, just being able to retreat into this Pokemon and then go search your...
It turns all of those Elms lectures into guaranteed setups.
Yep. And the setup formats are fun. I mean, having strategies that are not quick out the gates, but then powerful later on as you set up a board.
Pokemon like this isn't viable, then there's probably the format's too fast. Like if you can't use attacks that help you set up, then I'm not the biggest fan of the pacing of the format.
Yeah.
Not that there haven't been good fast formats.
Yeah.
I think the last couple of years have been excellent, honestly. Like
with Dusknoir? God,
Oh, Dusknoir is like my favorite card.
Oh, I hate Dusknoir. Anyways, Dusknoir doesn't get released for another 7 years, Chris, because we're existing in 2018.
I was talking about the Dusknoir from 2009 with Dusknoir Level X.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't remember everything that card does. It's got a lot of text on it.
It doesn't have an attack. It's just got one ability. It becomes a stadium that just puts damage counters in play. Mm-hmm. It's like a shrine of punishment for everything, I believe.
Oh, my goodness.
So like you knock it out and then it comes into play and just starts nuking the board. Stadiums weren't super popular back then, so it stuck a lot.
I do think that, I think Alolan Vulpix, I'm trying to think of this in the concept of current modern standard. I think Alolan Vulpix would actually be pretty good, I think, especially with how popular Badoo is. It would give you some counterplay to Badoo, as you could use Beacon to continue setting up.
I think it would be excellent.
Yeah.
Is the Hisuian Basculin rotated?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that was from the Sword and Shield block. All right, so I think that Anthony's turn ended with a Beacon. I was able to search his deck for 2 Pokemon, and it's funny because the Alolan Vulpix kind of provides a similar effect in this Gardevoir deck that it fulfills in Gym Leader Challenge. In Gym Leader Challenge, you use Alolan Vulpix to go find Drizzile. Drizzile can use Shady Dealings and go set your whole deck up because it searches out trainer cards. Alolan Vulpix here can search out your Alolan Ninetales.
I think it's about to search out a home in the discard pile.
It definitely is, but Anthony can go find Alolan Ninetales.
And he had the Ditto on the bench to be able to...
Yes, exactly. And we'll then be able to use Alolan Ninetales' Mysterious Guidance ability to go find items from the deck and then pop off and set up from there. Ben is dictating the pace of this game so far, though. Is up 2 prizes now with that active Passimian taking a knockout on the Alolan Vulpix. Ben will go to just 4 prizes remaining with a team play attack.
And I'm going to assume that this Ditto becomes a Ninetales, which gets the Gardevoir out for sure. And being down only 2 prizes in this matchup is probably actually not bad.
Doesn't seem terrible. I mean, it seems
considering how bad
the course.
It is going to depend what happens with this Tapu Lele. I guess having to play the Lele and the Alolan Ninetales down is 2 easy targets on the bench for knockouts later. So it's a way to work around having to go through the 230 plus hit point 2 prizers. I think that the Lele is unfortunate.
Yes, it is.
But you're kind of required to use the Ninetales to set up probably. And even then that requires a lot of stuff to be able to deal with.
We do see a max potion there that Anthony just drew into, so there is at least 1 max potion in this list. And then, is there a Gardevoir in the hand? Can Ninetales just find rare candy?
I know. I'm pretty sure I saw an Ultra Ball at minimum.
Let's see.
I think they run 1 Timer Ball to search for as well, if you don't have the discards available.
Here's our first Mysterious Guidance.
Yeah, I think I saw the Timer Ball in there as well.
Alolan Ninetales grabbing rare candy. And then there's another max potion in the deck. So that is 2 max potion I'm counting. Yep, rare candy Timer Ball. All right, folks. Let's go. Needs to not be double tails.
Those bench liabilities are just rough.
Yes.
And the Swampert deck, the Swampert Gardevoir deck does not play any hand disruption, no Judge, no Marshadow. Obviously, it doesn't have the bench space for Marshadow. I wouldn't hate 1 Judge. I wouldn't hate every deck playing 1 Judge.
Yeah.
Just to be able to break serve in games. But really, I feel like
we're Ultra Balling away the Timer Ball. Okay.
Just the guarantee. You can't risk it. But I feel like if Ben is just he's got the Magcargo in play and the Oranguru. It's like the 2 liabilities on the bench are going to lose him. Is going to lose Anthony this game, I think.
Unless he can, I guess there's no
it's
Acerola. Just the deck play Acerola, probably just max potion.
This is max potions over the Acerola, I believe.
Yeah,
and it's just like how you're not breaking up what Ben is doing. Mm-hmm. And I also think that the Gardevoir deck only runs 2 Guzmas. It's on the low end because it just has inevitability in most matchups, so it doesn't have to be terribly aggressive.
And here we go: rare candy Gardevoir, rare candy Solgaleo. The board is established thanks to Mysterious Guidance. And We go Secret Spring, Gardevoir, 3/6, 9/12, 120 damage with infinite force.
The one thing worth also noting, though, look how bad Ben's bench is.
It's really bad. I was saying there's not enough room. I was thinking of saying there's not enough room for 4 Passimian.
No.
Right, and it's really because that Latios is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's eating up a spot. So that is reducing the damage that Ben can do.
And he didn't open with that Latias either, did he?
No, I think he benched it. Because he opened the Passimian that's in the active right now.
I wonder if there's merit to having promoted the Latias and start swinging with that to set some stuff up just to get it off the bench.
Yes, right. Like, and just hope that Anthony knocks it out.
I mean, again, I don't think they have a... I think Anthony's probably running the 2 Guzmas, which is pretty standard for that deck. So it's not the easiest thing to like put on the bench.
Yeah, having that Latios on the bench this entire game could be bad for Ben, as he's going to have to just deal with doing less damage with his team play attack, as team play does 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each of your bench Passimian. And if you don't have room for 3 Passimian on the bench, then you're not going to be able to max out. Now, the Shrine of Punishment is putting in work. I mean, it is ticking away, and Anthony has been unable to boot that from play yet. So the Shrine...
I don't think that they were running any stadiums.
Yeah, any stadiums, right? Because, like, what stadium would you run? I don't know that there is one. So,
like, I mean, something as simple as like a Brooklet Hill wouldn't be awful just to be able to get your Alolan Vulpix.
Right.
But, and the Mudkip.
Oh, I do see, I'm looking at a stock list right now. It's got 2 Brooklet Hill in it.
Oh, so I got lucky on that guess.
Yes.
Because I guess you can't sit there and just let Shrine tick
infinitely.
But Shrine was not terribly popular.
It was...
Well, look at what the overall meta share mainly is. It's Zoroark decks that aren't running it. It's Decidueye Zoroark. It's
every
Gardevoir
rogue
deck.
Single prize deck played.
Yeah, but that's, what percentage of the field do you think that actually was?
Yeah, I know.
5?
Yeah.
Blacephalon didn't run it. Malamar. Some Malamars did, but most didn't.
Yeah. It's true.
Like Buzzrock didn't. So
true.
It's like, it's one of those ones where you could just accept that loss.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think I was playing stadiums in Malamar.
It certainly was a decision that you could make.
Like, I know some played like Altar of the Moon or whatever, but I didn't like that card very much.
Mm-hmm.
I just run switches.
All right, and now we got Tapu Koko. Dude, Chris, there's no room for Passimian on this bench.
I expect that Ben has just given up on the Passimian plan.
What?
No, but you can do spread damage and hope that the Shrine takes.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're putting a lot of pressure down. It's like, I don't mind putting the Tapu Koko down because I feel like you can do the Koko and the Latias as attacks, and they're going to die. And then you're going to be able to clean up, like you transition into the Passimian afterwards.
Mm. Yes, at a certain point, if you are going for the spread strategy, then it's you're kind of piling too much damage on the board that can't easily be max potioned away, because like everything's going to have damage.
Yeah, you
on
have to put a bunch of chip down.
Right.
And with Ben being up 2 prizes, which is weird because now he doesn't have counter energy. Counter energy. So he probably, I feel like he might be feeling the pinch from that. There's a double colorless though. And I think, do you put it on, you got to put it on, I'm surprised by that.
This is strange. Yeah. Like, are you just going, I was expecting like Tapu Koko and Flying Flip, but we're still going in with Passimian. Like, why are we benching did Ben prize 2 Passimian? And
that'd be really unfortunate with 4 prizes left.
That would be quite unfortunate, yes.
But yeah, no, I think I would be trying to go with either the Latias or the Tapu Koko here.
For sure. That's what I'm thinking. Tapu Koko, just kind of like let all the damage spread. Ben might not be hip to the fact that the Gardevoir deck plays 2 max potion and could be in for kind of a rude
I don't
awakening.
I don't know how much of this format that Ben has played. To be fair, I don't know how much many of these players have played.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. Swampert's got Power Draw. Discard Choice Band, draw 3. And I see some Ultra Balls in the hand. There's at least one Max Potion in there. 1 Fairy Energy. But Anthony would need 2 Fairy Energy in order to Max Potion and then take the knockout on the Passimian. I think there is the single prize Alolan Ninetales. Is that the other fairy card I'm seeing there? Might be a Curlia.
Is it? Yeah, it's probably a Curlia because I don't think it runs.
No, yeah.
I don't even know if there. I mean, I'm sure there was one.
There's definitely was a water one.
Oh, there was a water one. Yeah,
the water one
that
is
had the ability that blocked. Was it GXs?
Something like that. Yeah.
It's a safeguard of some sort.
Okay, looks like Anthony is gonna Max Potion the Lele on the bench.
Probably because he doesn't think that he can. If he only has a 1 fairy.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like I don't even think this Gardevoir goes down.
No, I really don't.
I feel like this Latias was just a huge mistake.
Yeah.
And I guess I understand, like, it's probably pretty good early on, like the 30-30s, but I think you said except in the late game that you're going to have the bench space for the Passimians. Like, I don't think you can lay down Latias and both Theorangaroo and Magcargo.
No, it's a lot. There's a lot of non-Passimian cards on Ben's board right now. But again, could have 2 Passimian prized. But even so, I don't know that going in with Passimian, I would have liked to see a flying flip, I think.
Oh yeah, the flying flip there felt like genuinely kind of good.
Yeah. But also Ben's in a weird spot where if he wants to activate all of his counter energies,
he's got
to start losing.
Well, I mean, that's what the Cocos are for, though.
Right. Exactly. So
I mean, Anthony has not found a counter stadium yet. And that's really Ben's like out here, I think. Is just that's got to tick up a lot.
So Ben's got Ultra Ball, tie game, as Anthony's able to take another knockout. And let's take a look. Can I see? There is another Passimian in Ben's deck. I don't know what he's doing, man.
I know what he should be doing.
Flying flip.
Flipping.
Yes, I want to see a flying flip do 20 damage to all of Anthony's Pokemon. And then guess what? I want to see him do it again.
And again.
And then, after a couple of flying flips, then you got to go in with a board full of monkeys and try to go
I think one of those flying flips needs to be replaced by Latias's attack.
Yes, because you got to clear the Latias.
Yeah, that's got to go.
So we've got another non-Passimian.
Okay.
Stalling
that's
the Swampert.
Actually not bad.
No, it could work. And then
one potion
for 3.
One max
for
okay,
1.
there. That's big. That's.
Well, he stacked it.
Okay.
With the big cargo. Yes, and here we go. Flying flip. Double colorless energy. Thanks to Meg Cargo's Smooth Over ability. Smooth Over allows you to one string your turn, search your deck for a card, put it on top of your deck. Ben was able to use that in combination with Oranguru that has the Instruct ability to draw into the double colorless energy, and now Tapu Koko is flying, flipping, and spreading 20 damage to all of Anthony's Pokemon, while Shrine of Punishment is also ticking 10 damage to all GX Pokemon.
Yeah, and we're down 1 max potion already. Oh, that was a Guzma, I think.
That's a good find there for Anthony, yes. Because now, with the Guzma find, not only does Anthony find a way to move this Swampert out of the active.
You take out Magcargo, right?
Yes, you do. You just go for the Magcargo. Obviously, so much of Ben's strategy is contingent on searching out the exact card he wants and stacking it on top of his deck. So I do fully expect that Magcargo to get targeted down this turn with Guzma play.
I mean, we're now at a point where there are 3 stage 2s in play, so the super boost energy is also a viable retreating option.
It's true.
So
or
if we're trying
if you
to
get super boost, you just go in with the Swampert, dude. You just start pumping.
Yeah, I guess it pretty much is a chainsaw in this matchup.
Yeah, you put the super boost on Swampert.
Even then, though, there's an okay chance that you might need to use Gardevoir's GX attack in order to get max potions back.
That's true.
In which case, having the Swampert active doesn't quite work.
No, right. Gosh, yeah, with super boost energy, Hydro Pump could do 160 damage, which does just one hit KO everything in Ben's deck. Oh, this is time. Oh, these guys are some snails.
First of all, I did not expect it to be time. Second of all, this is a tie. Third of all, I don't even think their pace of play was bad.
It wasn't great, but it also,
it was difficult. I thought the situations were not like easy.
No, yeah. Both players were kind of thinking through their plays methodically, and not playing super fast, but like, when you're playing a brand new format,
that is probably not. Yeah.
It just happens.
I have no
right?
problem with that.
No, it happens. You're playing a format that you're not used to playing. This kind of thing happens all the time. So Anthony, at this point, can definitely not take 4 prizes in 2 turns. His deck does not have the technology to do that. However,
Ben hypothetically can.
Ben hypothetically could, but also I suspect will not. Right. And we see Anthony is going to gust up the Fat Meg Cargo and pass. And then I think
so
Ben
Ben's
is also
1.
going to pass.
I mean, I assume he can stack a Guzma, or no, maybe not even. That Meg Cargo might be stuck there forever. By forever, I mean a turn. Because I think it's counter energy, a Lily, and something else in hand.
Yeah, so can't pair his hand down to below 3, can't draw with a Rangaroo.
Catcher as well. I cannot see very well.
Ben is close. Would have had to move a little quicker, I think, to just maybe going Tapu Koko just from the get-go, I think, would have been maybe Ben's optimal line in this matchup. You just want to go. You start using Flying Flip as early as possible to spread damage very wide, and then go team play team play game.
Right. And like, again, Ben can attach the counter energy to be able to smooth over plus a Rangaroo, but then that's your attachment of the turn. Prizes are tied, so like that doesn't help.
No, right.
Yeah, I guess like it's going to be the Tapu Koko gets to Flying Flip if you get a Guzma here or whatever, but that doesn't take a prize. And then what do you do next turn?
So Ben has to Lily. Is that a rope?
Escape rope? It looks like a rope.
Yeah. Which makes sense. You play Macargo as a 3 retreater. You have to play a switch.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Big, beefy.
So Ben's got a rope. And at this point, Anthony is in a I need to not lose.
Yeah, so you just promote the 1 prize.
He's got another max potion in the deck. So I doubt that Anthony is going to lose.
I mean, I don't think... What's this? 160... Because the problem is you're also not getting the Shrine Tick after turn 3.
Right, because
so you're getting even less damage. I don't think this is I mean, I'm pretty confident this is just not even... I think Ben could stack the deck and not win.
Yeah.
From here.
No, I don't think that there's actually a route.
Not that I encourage stacking of decks.
Unless it's
by the spirit of the game.
Smooth over. Yes.
Yes. If you're stacking, do it smoothly.
Ben's been stacking this whole game, actually.
Yes.
Legally. So Flying Flip, 20 damage to all of Anthony's Pokemon. Shrine of Punishment ticks again. And really, Anthony's turn 2 of time. Ben has 1 more turn. Looks like Tapu Lele may come down, and we'll see another Wonder Tag.
I don't know what are we just bringing back up the Meg Cargo?
Yep.
I don't mind it.
No, Anthony knows his routes.
Like, it doesn't matter, but did he Swampert this turn yet?
Nope.
I feel like I would have done that before the Lele, but...
Yeah, I mean, Ben has one turn to play.
I think Ben knows.
And he knows.
And just use... Oh, that's the discarded Cynthia. I was like, if you Lele for the Guzma and then use Cynthia... I do appreciate... What? Oh, did we... What did we...
The heal all damage from all your Pokemon. The GX attack on Solgaleo.
Oh, I only knew Tapu Cure.
Tapu Cure GX. No. Yeah, we covered this as we were showing off the card earlier. Yep. So it looks like...
Yeah, I didn't even... I'm sure... I mean, it has a GX attack. I didn't know what it did.
Prominence GX going to ensure the tie. Make it so that Ben cannot take the remaining prize cards. Prominence GX on the Solgaleo heals all damage from all your Pokemon. That's going to be tough for a spread deck. Yeah.
Yeah. And that should... I mean, I feel like if that game continued on, that Anthony had that.
I think so. Like, there's so many
But,
options.
I mean, it's weird because Ben benched things in a way to try to play to the current game state.
Yeah.
And the time and everything. And in the process, pretty much prevented him from winning a normal long game because you just couldn't put any Pizemians down.
Right.
So if he had unlimited time, I don't know if he plays that differently. So like, it's really kind of unfair to judge the long-term winner when players are playing with time in mind.
I'm getting a question from Natalie. She's asking if we should do 75-minute top cuts.
Yes.
I think so. Yeah, 75-minute best of three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
it's only top four, so
yeah,
let's let the players play, you know? Yeah. Actually get to see the games play out, even the grindy ones.
I was going to say, what were the odds that Anthony's prior tie was one of the stall decks? And I'm like, no, maybe that deck just can tie a lot.
I think Gardevoir, I mean, any deck that has the ability to shuffle 10 cards from your discard pile back into the deck.
I do feel some of these decks are not the best for 30-minute games either.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's why I'd have been on Malamar or Buzzrock.
Getting in there quick, huh?
I'm disappointed that there are no Buzzrock decks, though.
No, Buzzrock. I didn't even know that Buzzrock was playable during this format.
Oh, yeah. With Alolan Ninetales, too.
Because I was a huge Buzzrock fan, but only with Octillery. But I guess, yeah, it definitely... The core of Buzzrock. But did you lose strong energy too? Man, no wonder I wasn't into Buzzrock at this time.
No
strong energy, no Octillery. What the heck? You got wet noodle Buzzrock in this format. Yeah, dude. I guess you got Beast Ring.
You got Beast. You got Beast Ring. You've got Beast Energy.
You've got Choice.
Diancie.
You've got Choice Band. Yeah, Diancie still.
They run 2 to 3 Kukuis.
Alola Ninetales for Beast Ring. That's a pretty cool play, I guess.
It is. And you run the whatever the triple color energy is, so you can attack with Alola Ninetales. This Dark Fairy.
The unit or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't remember which one was, because there
the unit.
There were 2 different cycles of them over the years. Like one was back in like the Dragon, like when Rails was legal, I think, or around that time there was a
Rail. Well, there's blends and there's units.
Blend was the one I couldn't remember. I didn't remember which was which.
Yes, I also don't really remember which is which, but I think I have it correct.
I think unit is the second one.
But
yeah, you get to run. You can run a Weavile off the Ditto. You can attack with the Ninetales. They were running. The list I was testing with was actually. I guess, is being attributed to Alex Szymanski.
Oh, cool.
And it was really interesting because usually when I steal decks from people or whatever, and I got the list from Jonathan Valenzuela, and usually I'm like, okay, well, I want to make a couple of changes here or whatever based on either my preference or because I think that they made some mistakes. And I'm like, no, there's not a single card I'd change in this list. And that almost never happens. So shout out to allegedly Alex Shemansky for a very, very excellent Buzzrock list.
Dang, I can't believe I passed on Buzzrock in this format. That's crazy because I was like obsessed with Buzzrock.
No, it did pretty well at like regionals and special events and stuff too. So it's not like it's just.
Gosh, yeah, I did not play it even a little bit in this format. I
played exclusively Malamar, but this was also at the time when I started playing Magic a little bit, or I was playing more Magic than I was Pokemon during these years, and I was becoming an aggro player. So I was like, there's in the back of my mind, I'm like, I really want to play Buzzrock. I really want to play Buzzrock, but I didn't. So I almost think if I was playing today, I would have maybe set Malamar on the shelf just so I could try Buzzrock.
I don't know. It was so hard for me to. God, Strong Energy and Octillery were so good.
I played Strong Energy. I miss. I played
Energy and Octillery were so good.
Landy Bats at which was the nationals that Jason won?
2015.
Yeah, I played that. I played Jason. We drew.
Oh, okay.
Not on purpose. But then I got my last round because of that draw. I couldn't draw. I had to win. I got paired against Waylord.
Oh no!
Which is unwinnable for Landy Bats.
You don't do enough. Not 250.
Nope. So it was last round. My opponent set up. I couldn't donk them, and I just 5 minutes in, I scooped and got dinner.
Ah, yeah.
Because I can't. I could tie it.
Right.
It's not a hard deck to tie. If I know. But no, a win was not doable.
Gosh, yeah. Man, Buzzrock, what a deck. I played that.
Buzzwole is my first of all, it's my favorite Ultra Beast, my favorite Pokemon from Gen 7, and just one of my favorite fighting types ever.
Natalie got second at a regional championship with Buzzwole Carbink Break.
I remember that.
I got top 4 at a regional championship with Buzzrock, with Octillery, and this was pre Diancie Prism Star. So this was Reggie Rock EX you played to boost your damage output, and then I did play Buzzrock to 2018 Worlds, and Riley in our testing group grinded through day 1 into day 2 with our Buzzrock list. So yeah, we loved our testing group loved Buzzrock.
It is high on my list of decks that I wish I'd played over.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're getting ready for round number 5. Let's get some hype for Thad and Sanjay.
I believe Sanjay was on Zoroark.
Yes, it looks like Zoro Weavile. Sanjay is playing Zoroark Weavile.
Okay, so that's probably why he didn't do so well against Jonathan.
Yes.
In round 2.
And then Thad has got that Vikaray deck. Thad is 4-0.
Oh.
With...
I was not...
Oh, yeah.
That was not a deck I had. It was on my radar, but I didn't expect to see it today even.
Yes. So this is real hype. And then Weavile's really good. A lot of the Pokemon in Thad's deck have got abilities. So certainly possible that we could see Weavile take advantage of those abilities with its evil admonition attack.
We don't have his deck list, so I don't know if he's running any of the other Weavile as well.
Oh, I'm not sure. Rule of Evil, something like that. Not sure. Okay, I'm gonna grab Vikavolt and Rayquaza as we're talking about those dudes again. Looks like that is going first. Opens Tapu Koko, just one of the best openers in the format. I mean, free retreat allows you to just kind of pivot to whatever strategy you want early on. Also, just a hefty 110 hit points, so not easily getting knocked out
like no
either.
Liability to it.
Yeah, it's just a perfect bench sitter, perfect pivot, perfect opener.
Now, I do feel like a lot of how this matchup's going to play out depends on Thad reading into what Sanjay is playing in terms of the Weaviles were never easy to play around.
No, they're just not.
It involves a lot of staggering your setup. And I don't know if he has what level of experience in this format he has. And even if you do have a lot, Weavile is played, but it wasn't ubiquitous. It wasn't everywhere.
No, not at all. We got a turn 1 Elms Lecture from Sanjay.
Great start.
It is. It's exactly what you like to see. Allows you to search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon with 60 hit points or less and put them into your hand. So, fantastic opener. We're seeing Sanjay go straight for the Ditto Prism Star. Got Lele in hand as well. But not having to use the Lele, I mean, that's like ideal. You could save it for later. Just opening the Elms Lecture is your ideal opening supporter. So, love to see that. And it looks like Sanjay just going for
I'm trying to see if there's any spicy things in this list.
I thought I saw Magcargo.
I wouldn't be surprised. That's pretty common with
Zoroark.
To branch off the Ditto. Like, I don't even know if he's going to be playing a Slugma or not.
Right. I thought I had saw a Magcargo earlier when we were looking at his...
yeah, he had a Magcargo in play against
earlier.
Jonathan when we caught a snippet of the game.
That's right. That's right. And it's going to just grab those Zorua and the Ditto Prism Star. And the Ditto Prism Star, I mean, could turn into anything, right? So that's kind of the... and the 4th Zorua getting benched.
Okay, so that's probably going to become a
Weavile.
A Weavile.
Well,
I guess it doesn't really matter. It could become in anything. So
that's right. I mean, Zoroark GX does have a GX attack.
So I'm going to guess he's...
Trickster GX, dude. It's funny that we laugh about Trickster GX, but literally nobody ever uses Trickster GX.
I actually don't know what it is. Let me read this.
Yeah. It's exactly what you would think it does.
Okay, so it copies an opponent's attack.
Yep. But it costs 2 darkness energy, which is why nobody ever uses it.
Everybody's just running either
Fightings
or just the double turbos. Colorless.
There was even like a Zoroark Guardy deck. There was a... Yeah. Played Fairy Energy.
You could pair it with almost anything. I mean, Decidueye ran grass with it. So you could use the GX attack on... the Decidueye, or technically attack for 90, but that didn't really actually come up all that often. I think they also ran 1 super boost or whatever once they were fully set up.
Here comes Rayquaza. Stormy Winds. Is that a swing and a miss on Stormy Winds? You hate to see it. And no energy in the discard pile from...
Oh, that is not a ideal setup here.
No, and the Rayquaza deck is... it's 4-0 right now.
I mean, this is an irrelevant matchup for that.
It is. Sad can afford to lose. But Sanjay needs to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you need to be 4-1. Maybe Anthony was what? 202? Maybe a 302 can get in?
302s will get in. 311. Because it's it's only a top 4 cut. So
that's what I'm saying. Like even 302, I don't know what the numbers look like because we don't have pairings.
Be close. Yeah. I'll see if Natalie can send me standings.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Just like she's been sending us all these deck lists after round 1.
Well, she's very busy, Chris.
Sorry, Natalie.
Yes.
You're still the best.
She's working there, okay, working the front of the store and running the tournament and being the judge. So she's probably got her hands full. And picking out the stream matches. So
they've been pretty good choices so far.
They have been. We've actually
despite the lack of Malamar. There's only one. We didn't actually go over the metagame breakdown, did we? We'll do it after this round.
Yes, we have not gone over that. We could do it right before Top Cut. Yes. And we've got a Mallow coming down from Sanjay. Sanjay is going to use Mallow, which is basically the spiritual successor to the Cypher Maniacs code breaking without the future tag.
Or as I like to call it, Oracle.
Or, yes, Oracle 2.0.
Does Full Grip Games have any of the coolest Oracle ever printed in stock?
What's the coolest Oracle ever printed?
It would be the 2004 Chris Fulop World Championships deck Oracle. Complete with Chris Fulop's signature. I feel like Full Grip Games does have that.
We probably do have some of those, yes. All right, so Sanjay was able to use Zoroark's trade to draw into the cards.
I'm assuming another Zoroark, and I didn't see the other one.
It was Zoroark and DCE.
Okay, I was too busy self-promoting.
Yep. And Sanjay making the correct choice to discard the Enhanced Hammer, not a card that he'll be using in this matchup. And Sanjay is going to take the first prize of the match with Riotous Beating for 120 damage, taking the KO on Thad's Tapu Koko.
What is Thad's hand, actually?
All right, so we have our standings right here. And Natalie said that most are still playing. John and Dylan just ID'd. We'll see if Thad is able to respond. The Zoroark, it's got 190 hit points remaining. Needs to find Rare Candy. Looks like is going to have one, though. Rescue Stretcher. Get back Vikavolt from the discard pile. Rare Candy Vikavolt. Vikavolt online. And now we can start to see some strong charge going on. Strong charge allows you to search the deck for a lightning and a grass energy. Attach it to one of your Pokemon in play. So fantastic. Pairs perfectly with Rayquaza, whose attack does 30 damage times the amount of grass and lightning energy you have attached to all your Pokemon. All right, Chris, were you able to surmise anything from the standings so far?
There's too much going on there.
Uh-huh.
So it looks like,
because there could be a 302.
I think there's going to be a lot of bubbling around the 311 mark.
Okay.
Is my guess.
Yeah. Because John and Dylan just ID'd. Dylan ID'd to, so he is 311. Yeah. Okay. And John 311. Okay. Yep. Yeah. There's a lot going on there. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't want to make any assumptions.
We'll see.
But speaking of a lot going on, we have Sanjay's turn full of trades. Okay, we got Thad got some stuff going. That is actually not a bad field.
Did Thad actually play the Volkner? Because Did he Tapu Lele for Volkner and not actually get the Volkner? Real quick, guys. Thad, when you used Lele for Volkner, right? Did you actually get a Volkner out of your deck? All right, go search your deck for a Volkner and put it in your discard pile, please. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Play on.
Okay, so let's get a grasp on this board state here. I at first kind of liked what Thad has going on here, but he is well in range of Weavile just going nuclear.
Nuts. Oh yeah, for sure. I think Sanjay's in a very strong position.
It's because if this was like Zoroark or whatever, it would be a totally different story.
Right.
But
no,
I mean, honestly though, he's only got one spot for a Weavile.
He does. But he is got just like everything set up. So you have to imagine he could play. He's got Acerola in his hand. He's going to pick up this damaged Zoroark. He's got the Weavile. Weavile's one-tapping this. Oh, Rayquaza. It's nuts. It's happening. It's all happening right here.
I guess this also frees up a space for a second Sneasel.
It does.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Nope.
Never mind. Okay, that's interesting. But I guess you can knock out this one prizer, but...
And now Sanjay going to 3 prizes remaining. I mean, this is just, it's huge. It's awesome. He's got it going on. Thad, has to take this single prize, which is not what he wants to do, because...
he doesn't have to. I guess a choice belt's just a disaster.
Yeah, he kind of has to, or else the Weavile's coming back.
Because on one hand, it's like, okay, if you just don't put anything on the bench, then you can hopefully gust around it and win in 3 turns and potentially... But no, I don't know. I think he's just too far behind.
I think so. I think Sanjay is just putting so much pressure on early. Thad is having a little bit of a slower time setting up than he did in the previous game where we saw him on stream. This Weavile is just such a strong card into Thad's deck. All the Rayquaza have abilities. Vikvolt's got an ability. Tapu Lele's got an ability.
Having to bench the Tapu Lele is a problem.
Oh, for sure. I mean, ideally, your board would be a Vikavolt and a Rayquaza and maybe a second Rayquaza, and that's it.
Well, the Tapu Koko is the pivot piece.
Yeah.
Or like you can
Tapu
play
Koko's
down
yeah.
You can play down Grubbins all you want.
Right. But you don't want to have 3 abilities in play.
No.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want 4.
No.
3 still puts you in range of choice band.
Right. So that takes the knockout. It's going to take him to 5 prizes remaining with Rayquaza GX. Rayquaza GX able to do 30 damage times the amount of grass and lightning energy in play. So Dragon Break for 120 damage there. And Sanjay is off to the races. I mean, look at this. 4 Zoroark GX in play. That is the dream. And you can use trade 4 times, draw.
I don't know what's in Sanjay's list exactly, but hypothetically, a choice band plus Devoured Field plus Kukui is 180.
That's true. And there's Kukui. Yeah. And that's exactly why these lists are playing Kukui.
We still need another bench space filled.
And there's the Slug.
Or do you just want to go for...
and the choice is in hand and the DCE's in hand. Oh, Chris. It's happening.
We still need the Devoured Field.
Oh, you need Devoured too? Because 120 plus...
Oh, trading first to see if it's even worth going after.
Sneasel down. Here's the DCE, the choice, the Devoured Field. And with all of these buffs, Zoroark GX is going to reach 180 damage with the Riotous Beating Attack, clearing that Rayquaza GX in just 1 hit. Wow.
I don't know about you, but if I'm already locked for top 4 and that happens, I'm calling it. It's what I call the dignity scoop.
Oh, yeah.
You just walk away with a little bit of pride left.
There's nothing left to see here.
No.
I also am, I'm kind of a scoop happy player.
I value my time.
Me too. And my mental health.
Yeah. Especially if you go into like our regionals or whatever now where it's exhausting.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, my mental stamina is more important than chasing the 0.001%er that they mess up and get a game lost.
Yeah, or they make some sort of game-breaking error or something like that. So Sanjay there, able to piece it all together. Riotous Beating does base 120 damage with a full bench. Choice Band increasing that by 30, 150. Professor Kukui increasing that damage by 20 more, up to 170. And then the Devoured Field, the icing on the cake, the final piece, giving your Darkness Pokemon 10 more damage with their attacks. Takes it all the way up to 180. That's why all of these pieces are in here, the Kukui and the Devoured Field, to allow you to hit 180 damage if you're fully set up.
Yeah, there's such a difference between 180 and 190. So like Buzzwall GX, Ultra Necrozma, like that extra 10 hit points is significant.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. Every 10 hit points really matters in this format. And you could tell, how much math fixing is going on. The amount of math fixing required to get a Zoroark GX from base 120 all the way up to 180. There's a lot of buffs there. It's a lot of ground to cover, but it's possible, especially when you can draw 8 extra cards per turn with trade. You can absolutely hit everything that you need in order to get those big.
This is also exactly why I felt like Rayquaza discarded all of its energies, because they're always getting knocked out.
Yes, for sure. All right, apparently Dylan and John ID'd, but they might be just playing for fun. And then we've got Jonathan and Anthony over here.
And we've got Ben and Cook, it looks like. Cook is 2-2. He told me that he got his first non-buy win last round.
Okay.
He actually had a turn 1 supporter. I guess the Quagsires have not been treating him the best today.
Unfortunate.
It felt like a pretty good deck when testing, though. I do support his choice.
I do have, while we are waiting for matches to finish up, and while we're taking a look at Anthony versus Jonathan, I do have a very large picture of a clipboard. But if we resize the very large picture of the clipboard
into a very small clipboard, or a moderate-sized one,
a moderately sized clipboard, yes, you will be able to see our Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder meta breakdown. See, I actually prefer, this is fun. Instead of me making my own graphics, we should just do this next time. Just have the handwritten graphics. There's some charm to them.
No, there's some authenticity.
That's what I'm saying. This is our meta breakdown for the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder tournament today. We had 19 players show up for our first ever retro event. Not first ever, Chris, because actually...
yes. Plug me.
Yes, because Chris and I met in the finals of Full Grip's first ever retro event. It was a base Neo event where we played Kingdra in the finals.
We both played Kingdra. It was supposed to be 2 out of 3. That sounded miserable. We both agreed to best of 1.
Yeah,
and I ended up getting that.
Yes, you did. Took home some Japanese Neo packs.
So let's talk about something real quick. You bought those, if I remember correctly, on eBay for $15.
It was like, $15 a piece. Yes, I did. Yes.
So I just recently sold them.
Did you?
Yeah. What do you think I got a piece on them?
$100.
Like 200 a piece.
Oh!
Yeah. They're pretty hot at the moment.
Dude. See, the pricing for that event
was to a store. That was to a store.
The pricing for that event was sick.
Yeah. It just took a couple of years.
Yeah. Do you know what? A lot of years. Yeah.
And the best part is I remember somebody opened their pack and they already got the Lugia out of it. So the packs were like, technically should have been worth less.
I opened mine.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You psychopath.
I know. I opened my because they were $15 a piece. Yeah. I was like, well, let's.
What, did you get anything?
No.
Oh, not even like a Clefo or Typhlosion?
I don't think so. No, nothing. Yeah, I opened mine just for the love of the game. There's, in life, there's only so many retro packs that you're going to have the opportunity to open,
I sat on 4 packs of Jungle for like 20 some years.
Yeah.
I found them like in 2002 at like an electronics boutique or whatever. Like, oh, these are actually kind of like not in circulation anymore. So I think it was like a 3 for $5 back then because they were so like,
yeah.
And I just like, they were in a drawer and those also were like $200 a piece.
Yeah.
I think they were less than that now, but at their peak, they were probably 200.
Thinking of all the crazy stuff throughout the years of the game. I mean, like I remember when because I started playing in 2011, but even, I didn't see nearly as much crazy stuff as you saw. You've seen just like the most insane stuff. I mean, at Worlds, you were given a palette of like Skyridge booster boxes.
No, that wasn't Worlds. That was, I guess I'll tell that story since you got time to kill. There was the team multiplayer championships at Gen Con 2003.
There you go.
And this was right when Wizards of the Coast lost the license. So they were just liquidating product. And me and my teammate and then 2 of the guys that I was rooming with, we all made top 8. I built a broken Snorlax like gimmick deck that was like literally exploited the terrible team rules at the time. So we just crushed it through there. And top 8 was Team Rochester draft. They did a lot of drafting back in the Wizards of the Coast era stuff. And we all agreed that we were going to do a prize split.
Sure.
The 4 of us.
Yeah.
And my team made top 4 and then my other friends ended up winning. And we split the boxes that we got that they were liquidating. And it ended up being like 100 boxes each. So like sealed anything from base set up to Skyridge, which was the most recent set at the time. It was primarily the expedition sets, but there's one of at least every set sealed.
I'm like dizzy thinking about this.
Yeah, and we all assumed the game was going to die.
He said 100
each.
He said 100 booster boxes, bro. You would be so rich.
No, we had. You don't understand. 3 of us.
You did think the game was dying.
Yeah.
I mean, Wizards was losing the license.
We literally sold
Pokemon
them.
hype was down.
Oh yeah, the game was dying at the time.
Uh-huh.
And we sold the boxes to a distributor for $20 a piece. I did the math right after COVID, with a rough estimation of the correlation of what packs they were, and it was about $1.5 million.
Yeah, I bet it was.
That being said, this was before I went to college. If those boxes ever got back up to like $60 or $80, they were gone.
Yeah, yes. They
There's
wouldn't have
0% chance that they ever made it to 2025.
They weren't making it to 2025. And that's the thing. Like throughout our history with the game, there's a lot of losses, okay? There's a lot of losses such as that. But there are also some dubs, okay?
More losses than dubs.
Way more losses than dubs.
Lopsidedly
Way
losses.
more, yes. However,
the L's are plentiful.
I like to remind myself of all the dubs. So like one of my dubs was that I, in my years playing, I don't know, you could still find like crazy stuff in like 2013, 2014, 2015. You just would go into a card store and you're just like, that shouldn't be there for $10. Like, no. Yeah. So there were first edition gym challenge packs. There was 2 of them in a card store for $7 a piece in like 2013. And I was like, yeah, give me those. I'm feeling a little spendy, sure, whatever. And
did you flip them yet? Or do you still have them?
No, well, I opened mine.
Oh, no. All right.
And I got the first edition Rocket Zapdos out of it.
Oh, very nice.
And I kept it nice, and then I graded it, and it's a 10. So, like, it's like over $1,000 card.
Very
and I still have it. So that was a dub, And I have the cool story, this cool connection with that Zapdos now because I'm like, I ripped that like out of a pack. Like I opened that, just at a random card shop one day.
I know. I guess the best stuff I got recently, because I sold most of my cards over the years, but I started rebuying all the retro decks and stuff in like 2015, 16 or whatever. So I got some of the Star stuff and everything for like, I think I bought a Near Mint, the Mew Delta, the water one, for like 150, and that's over 1,000 now.
Sorry about that, Twitch chatters. Sorry, they're the Twitch chatter. Yeah, I don't know. You kind of just take a little time out there for a little while and maybe cool your jets.
But yeah, no. Where did the start of this tangent go? It was the Neo packs from.
Yes, the Neo packs.
This sounds like a perfect time to plug the upcoming retro events.
Yes, it does. Let's take a look at the schedule here. Head over to fullgripgames.com. And then after that, I will go over our meta breakdown here for the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder event that we've got right in front of us. So let's take a look. Here we are. FullGripGames.com. We've got our retro series, and you can see our event schedule. April 26th, that's today. We're playing 2018 format Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder. We're about to get started with top 4 in a moment. And then on July 26th, we have got the 2002 base Neo format. And
play Kingdra.
That tangent, no, Kingdra is actually terrible because I've solved base Neo, Chris.
Is it Metal Mewtwo?
No, it is Zapdos Crobat. Yes, Zapdos eats those little horsey alive. Crobat kills the babies.
But they don't eat the Kingdras alive.
Perfect. No, but they never get a Kingdra.
Oh, I don't know. You got to get those Zapdoses are walled off by Clef's all game.
You can deal because
early
of
on
bats. The bats. You go boom, boom, boom.
What about Kingdra Muck?
Scoop up, scoop up, scoop up. Oh, that'd be crazy.
Because that's a very viable build for that deck.
Ooh, counterplay with Muck.
I played Kingdra Muck at the Janitorial Invitational at Worlds 2002. Do you know about that one?
Of course I do, yes.
He's the one that Alex Brousseau won.
Of course.
And I think I top 16'd with Kingdra Muck for that.
Yes. But yes, we've got base Neo happening, and as I had said before, Chris and I met in the finals of Full Grip's very first retro tournament. It was a base Neo tournament. We were both playing Kingdra. We've got another base Neo tournament coming up in July. If you're in the area, highly recommend you come out and give it a try. It's a lot of fun. Gives you an opportunity to really dive into those Neo Genesis formats, which are kind of crazy. I mean, they're a lot different than how Pokemon operates today.
And if you're not in the area, what's stopping you from being?
Nothing, Chris.
Travel.
Nothing, Chris. There's
exactly
the Akron Canton Airport.
Just miles.
Just miles.
Mileage.
There's the highway. And the Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, plenty of travel options, plenty of accommodations. Never been a better time to visit Akron, Ohio. And then we have also got the
This is my personal favorite.
the RSPK event. I didn't know you played RSPK, Chris. I didn't know that.
I am an EX Mega Battle champion, which is Jason Klasinski runs a bunch of RSPK tournaments online.
Ooh.
Especially we were playing them a bunch during the pandemic.
Okay.
So yeah, no, it's an excellent format. I honestly personally like 2006 a little bit better.
So do I, which is why
But it's close.
just kind of play 2006.
But no,
Chris, the streets are saying that I am the modern 2006 GOAT. Did you know I've won 2 side events?
I did not know that.
I've won 2 side events.
What did you play?
Dragtrode. It's the best deck.
Did you play Lunatone Soul Rock?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, Dragtrode with Lunatone and Soul Rock. I got the cast form in there, which I think is insane. That was the one thing that Chuck wasn't playing in his list that I think ought to be in the list.
For what it's worth, I also thought that Chuck should have won that Worlds.
He should have won that Worlds. Yes, for sure.
That being said, I've also adjusted LBS to be able to have a pretty good matchup even with the Lunatones.
The Reggie Rock is kind of tough to deal with sometimes if LBS is playing Reggie Rock EX.
It's weird because like LBS is in a very nice position where it's super flexible. It can, if it has to beat a deck, it'll beat a deck. It's just how do you beat every deck?
I think LBS is the most overrated 2006 deck.
Oh, my win rate suggests otherwise.
It is, bro. Look at the World's results.
Yeah, but everybody was, to be fair, it got a Worlds deck because it won a division.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, so anyways, RSPK is kind of like 2006 with like a few more sets.
If you like
added in.
2006, you'll like RSPK.
Except
you might
it's
not
just-
like it as much.
It's just Stantler. Isn't it just Stantler, dude?
No.
Isn't it just Stantler?
You forgot, there's also Bomb-Tar.
There is Bomb-Tar, and I am a big fan of Bomb-Tar. So this is the guy. Push away. Isn't this just what RSPK is all about, Chris?
That's an oversimplification for sure.
I know. I make this oversimplification all the time because all the RSPK fans always get mad about
To
it.
be fair, I think that it's not even Stantler being the problem as much as it is you have a format with Pow Hand Extension, Rockets Admin, and Cessation Crystal legal.
Uh-huh.
You can't have all of them.
No.
Like you really. I think that the gameplay in 06 is a little more enjoyable. I think RSPK, like for me though, it's like best format of all time is 2006. Second best format of all time is RSPK, which again we didn't have in
the
tournaments.
US. No,
But-
it was Japan had that though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after that, I really liked like 2010.
Oh, yeah. Actually,
Maybe
speaking of-
2005 might be up there for me as well.
Speaking of 2010, well, we've got kind of a loaded back half of the year because RSPK coming to you here at Full Grip Games in October, and then the 2010 World Championship format happening in December this year. We are going to continue with the retro series here at Full Grip. It's kind of like a fun tournament thing that we produce, and Chris has said he's interested in commentating those with me. So it should be a lot of fun.
Interestingly enough, this is the format I have the least knowledge. The current one today is the one that I have the least knowledge about because I was only playing kind of like part time at the time when it was happening.
And one of
These other ones I was playing very much competitively.
And I mean that is something that's just insane about having you as like one of our local players, and having your knowledge is that you just are one of like the Pokemon TCG legends who has played throughout the game's entirety. There are very few people who are like still active in the community who have the experience with the original formats.
I'm trying to think who else still plays. It's like
Jason's still around.
Yeah, but he doesn't know anything modern. He doesn't know anything from like after 2015.
I heard that Jason was on TCG Live playing Dialga V-Star with Matang.
I don't believe that.
I heard he was playing a lot of Dialga at one point.
I'm gonna say that's highly unlikely. I know, I don't remember when Ross started. I don't know if he played much during the Wizards era.
I don't know. Yeah, Ross is certainly a player who's been in the game for a very long time, but he's qualified. He's qualified for every single Worlds.
Wizards era.
Oh yes, so he's played during the whole EX era.
Yeah, he's played. I mean, he's qualified for every Worlds, right? So he's played
Pram.
From the beginning.
Pram is.
But I don't know how much he was in the.
Pram
Wizards
played
era.
during the Wizards era for sure.
I don't know.
He?
I don't know if he played in like 2000, 2001.
Yeah,
like I know he was active in the tail end of it. But like I know, like Jason started in '98. He did the whole Tropical Mega Battle.
Did everything. Yeah, Jason did everything.
And I started in '98 because I've played Magic
did.
since '95.
Yeah, you did everything. Yep. Crazy.
So I'm trying to like no, I don't think there's probably almost nobody who played all of them. I probably have more experience with because it was really the only format I didn't play was like the ADP stuff because it was during COVID.
You know,
and
don't
also
blame you.
awful.
You didn't miss much.
Yeah, but I think most players at least took significant breaks.
Oh, for sure.
Or just didn't keep up with things.
Let's talk about the meta breakdown, Chris. We've got to hear.
I'm disappointed in some of these numbers.
We've got to hear for you. 19 players for Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder.
111 Zoroark Decidueyes.
That is 3. All right, it's a tally system here. Those are 3. We've got 1 Nagquag. That is our
David
good friend David Cook.
And his cats.
He is about even ish. Somewhere in the ballpark.
Well, he was 2-2 going into this round. One of those wins might have been a bye. But it was a hard-fought win against the bye, I'm sure.
Yes. We've got 3 Zoro Decidueye, and I think that makes sense. It's just a fun deck to play. Zoroark draws a lot of cards. Decidueye allows you to manipulate damage counters.
Of the decks that I was testing, which is most of these, it was probably my least favorite to play. I didn't enjoy it. That's not to say it's not good.
Yep.
It is good. It's just not my play style.
And then we've also got 3 Zoroark Lycanroc, which I think is not surprising at all.
I'm going to say I predict that. I mean, I don't know who's making it in, but I think outside of the Malamar player, who I don't think we've seen anything from today, I like Zoroark a lot. The Zoroark Lycanroc deck a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it just has got a lot of options. Lycanroc is just a perfect card for countering Zoroark, for knocking out Zoroark.
This is your aggressive version of Zoroark, which I like. I guess I just want to be an aggressive player in this format if I can be.
All right, Chris, we've got our top 4.
All right, let me
locked in. We've got Thad Wayand is your top seed.
Oh, it looks like Jonathan and Dylan had to play.
Yep, Jonathan ended up making top 4 at second place, and we saw Jonathan was playing the Zoroark Lycanroc. Sanjay in at third seed with a record of 4-1, and John Patterson ended up squeezing in with the Zoro Decidueye deck at 3-1-1, and Dylan Ryan bubbled out at 3-1-1. So that was the bubble. 3-1-1. David Cook finished with a record of 3-2. Okay.
Let's get there, Quagsire.
Above 500. Let's go. All right. And I am going to run downstairs and get our deck lists real quick. So
I guess we're going to take a quick break.
We are going to take a quick break before we start with top 4. Top 4 is going to be a 75-minute best of 3 top cut. So make sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back with top 4 in just a moment. All right, folks, we are hopping right back into things. My co-host Chris is hustling on over, and these players are ready to get started in top 4 of our events. Chris, let's get this party started. We're heading right in. We have got Sanjay versus Jonathan.
The undefeated 4-0 Jonathan Valenzuela.
Yes, 4-1. Sorry. Yes, these players will have 75 minutes, so an hour and 15 minutes to play their best of 3 sets. So getting that going right now. And
so I do know that these two players played each other in round 2.
Yes.
And Jonathan was victorious in that game.
Okay.
Now we have Zoroark Weavile against Zoroark Lycanroc. We saw Jonathan round 1, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense where that would be kind of a favorable matchup as long as Jonathan's able to regulate the bench.
Right. So right, Jonathan should be favored here. Having access to that Lycanroc GX is huge. We do have the deck lists here. We actually have every deck list from the event here. So we will have access to those as we're commentating over your top 4 match. And Sanjay's real key to success, I think, is going to be to try to run Jonathan down quickly and efficiently. Sanjay's only way to reach that 210 number is, or 200 number if you're Lycanroc, is to swing with Weavile. So I think that Sanjay is really going to need to lean heavily on the Weavile that he has and hope that Jonathan is not able to piece together some quick Lycanroc GXs, because Lycanroc GX could definitely take control of this game if Sanjay is unable to respond to a runaway Lycanroc. That claw slash attack can just one-hit KO everything in Sanjay's deck.
So I'm looking over Sanjay's list here, and we've been calling it Weavile, but it really is only a 1-1 line.
It's a 1-1 line. Is it a 1-1 line with Ditto?
It's a 1-1 line plus a Ditto, yes.
Yes.
So you can get it back with Rescue Stretcher.
Mm-hmm.
Which that also explains why the last time he only put down 1 Sneasel.
Right. Because there is only the one.
Right.
So
now,
what other stuff does... so if Sanjay is just playing a very thin Weavile line, what other cards does he have in his list that differentiate it from other Zoroark builds?
So an interesting one, and it probably comes up in a lot of the Zoroark matchups, but he is running the Pseudo-Wudo, the bench limiting one.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, unfortunately, in this case, it doesn't really stop Lycanroc. But he is... It looks just like it's pretty consistent.
He's got the Kukui, he's got the choice bands, he's got the devoured fields, all the technology.
Yeah,
to get
it is
Zoroarks
very much a Zoroark-centric deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's got the Oranguru.
The text for the control matchups, the Oranguru.
Yeah, it's got the 4 Elms, 4 Ultra Balls.
Timer balls.
4 Timer Balls.
4 Timer balls, yep. So it's going to be a very consistent build.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like the space freed up from a secondary attacker isn't going towards, like, anything revolutionary.
Yeah.
He's got Enhanced Hammers is another one. That's
okay, and that could make a difference.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
And I know Jonathan does not run any Enhanced Hammers.
Okay. So here we go. Ditto Prism Star going to evolve into Zoroark GX. And our first trade of top 4 has been initiated. We got a second Zoroark GX right there. And double colorless energy in hand means... And this is exactly what you want. I mean, Sanjay here is in a good spot. This is ideal. No energy were put down on Jonathan's board, right? So
that means, I mean,
no Lycanroc. That's what that means.
No, he runs counter gain.
Counter gain?
Yes.
Whew, how many counter gain?
Just 1.
Okay.
So you run the issue of fighting energy, counter gain, and GX attack.
Sure.
But no, I mean, that's not even like that difficult.
No, there's no teammates in the format though. Deck's still pretty big. Find the one-off counter gain. I'm saying there's
You
probably
have
an unfavorable matchup, but I think this is about as good as it gets for Sanjay. Oh, Sanjay does also have the Meg Cargo in his deck. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I mean, just
Like
really
it's just
ultra
consistency.
Yeah, ultra consistent.
But you do have the Tapu Lele for Mallow when it comes to getting the
that's true.
counter gain.
You could make that play. It's for sure.
And he's running the 1 Mallow and 2 Tapu Leles. So I don't think it's
not unreasonable. No, I forgot about the Mallow play. Yeah. I could certainly do it. Sanjay's got the double colorless energy, and we'll go in with a Riotous Beating, because that's just what this deck does. This is a Riotous Beating deck.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot else.
Nope, just Weavile.
And I know I was wondering if he was running the other Weavile as well, because again, it was written down on the metagame breakdown as Weavile Zoroark, but no, it's just the 1/1 line. Otherwise, that Ditto could have been in danger.
All right, so Sanjay taking the first prize of top 4, and
Trying to get a look at Jonathan's hand here. There's a Zoroark and an Ultra Ball.
Jonathan going to promote his own Ditto Prism Star.
I'm assuming this becomes a... Oh, this could become his own Weavile.
Does he play one?
Yeah.
Okay. So both players have a Weavile in their deck.
Jonathan actually is more of a Weavile deck than Sanjay, as he's running a 2/2 line.
Oh.
This seems so bad for Sanjay, actually. This matchup can't be good.
Might not be. Yeah, I mean, Jonathan's got all the tech to be able to wipe Sanjay out, and the Lycanroc's hitting for weakness. Multiple Weavile. I mean, right now,
multiple Weavile, and he's running the 4 unit energies. We can confirm they're units and not blends.
Okay.
So plenty of energy to be able to attack with them. Again, you've got some strength from the enhanced hammers are going to be good here, but I don't think that's enough.
Yeah. And how many enhanced hammers is Sanjay running? 2. Okay, that's
and then he has the Oranguru.
All right, dude, you kind of checkmated me here. Here's the Tapu Lele for the Mallow. Yep. And with that Mallow, trade away a DCE. Holy
a lunatic.
And it's Weavile.
And he had the choice band in hand already.
Ed choice. Yep. And that's a 0-card hand. But
it's good.
Weavile going to take a huge knockout on a Zoroark on turn 2.
No, this isn't even that bad for Sanjay, because this odd prize KO here is still putting him on track.
Right. And, I mean, Jonathan is operating from a 2-card hand now. So
with a trade, so like it's
with a trade, right? Well, it's still, it's not a 10-card hand. So
the worst part is that,
and now we see Sanjay trade away a double colorless energy. Who needs that card anyway?
Discarding a double colorless is probably significantly worse for Sanjay than it is.
Oh, for sure it is. Yes.
Right now, I mean, he doesn't even if he doesn't have basics. I mean, he's got to have access to basics with a hand that size.
Here's another double colorless energy. And Riotous Beating is going to take this knockouts. Right? Wait, 2, 4, 6, 8, 80. We need one more Pokemon down. 80 will not get there.
There's a Lele in hand.
There is.
But you don't want to have to do that. Because then it's walking into future Weaviles.
Yep. And also, well, yeah, because the Dangerous Rogue GX, it doesn't even matter because all your dudes are so weak to fighting. So,
well, the interesting thing also noting here is that Sanjay would be tying this. So counter gain is not an option.
It's true.
So you'd have to go with a Riotous Beating, which doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. Like you're probably just walking into an Acerola.
Right. So things do get kind of interesting because the game, started off very explosive. But now things are about to really kind of simmer down at the 4 prize mark.
Yeah, and the other thing is that even if you put it now the enhanced hammers are going to start to matter.
Oh yeah. So we see Sanjay is using Mallow to stack his deck this turn. So he gets to search his deck for 2 cards and put whatever 2 cards he wants on top of his deck. But he's already traded out, so he's not going to have access to those cards this turn. He's just kind of prepping for next turn.
This is obviously a bit of a pipe dream based on the board state here, or less the board state, more Jonathan's hand size. But if you can Lycanroc up a Tapu Lele, play Choice Band and Kukui, you can knock one of those out, and at some point you're probably going to have to walk into the GX attack from the Lycanroc.
Mm-hmm.
So that way you don't have to, and you're not going to get locked out on hammers, which is the problem now. It's like if you lead with the, let's say you give up a prize. Let's say Sanjay goes down to 3, and you do the counter gain play. You're going to get enhanced hammered, and then have no energy in play, and you can't one shot for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Now Jonathan is running a multi-switch.
That's cool.
So if an energy does ever stay in play,
it can move.
Yes. The other problem is that eventually Jonathan's going to get out these Weaviles.
Yes.
So you don't, and those are just obviously 1 energy attachment kills. So like if he's able to just put down 2 Sneasels, I don't know what you do from there.
Yeah, if Jonathan can string those Weavile, it is going to be a disaster, right? Because I mean, there's 4 abilities in play right now.
Oh, there's a Weavile down, but he chose to get rid of that instead of, I believe, the Pal Pad. But his hand doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
I think that Weavile was the one that just got knocked out.
Nope. Yeah, he discarded.
Oh, he traded another one away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And there goes the Pal Pad.
There's a Guzma. I don't think that really does a whole lot.
No, you got to figure. I mean, Jonathan. It's possible that Jonathan does not have a. Yeah,
He doesn't have double colors.
Yeah, doesn't have like a very active play this turn, and now we're looking like, okay, Sanjay just stacked his deck. The game is tied. He's got 2 enhanced hammers in his list. Jonathan was not able to get a Sneasel down, and now Sanjay is kind of in command of this match, right? I mean, He's got the Weavile up.
I think that another problem here, though, is it's going to take Sanjay a decent amount of time to win the game still.
Oh, yeah.
And that's still 2 trades going on.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually the Sneasel, like, it is much more winnable for Sanjay right now than it was earlier.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Things are looking good for Sanjay. Another Zorua hitting the bench. No Meg Cargo. Not doing that. Guzma's in hand. So
I think is he running only the, I believe he's only running the 1 Mallow, yeah. So now it's not easy to guarantee a enhanced hammers.
And Sanjay is going to take that knockout on the Rockruff. Guzma, Riotous Beating. So
now it just
play.
comes down to whether or not Jonathan can get. Now Jonathan's also, actually I overlooked the Weavile from Sanjay now. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Because Sanjay can just use Guzma and chase down another single prizer and then close with Weavile. That's like a very valid route right now. And the fact that...
because again, the Kukui plus Choice Band plus Devoured Field is going to be 210.
And Jonathan just lost an energy and his only Lycanroc, right? So, or his only Rockruff. So, that was bad. Sanjay hasn't used an enhanced hammer yet, so still is packing 2 of those. And
theoretically, again, he's got the Oranguru to bring them back if necessary. So,
yep, Sanjay is just super ahead on energy attachments. He's got the 2 double colorless in play.
If we were able to see something like 2 Sneasels
here off of Cynthia,
then this is anybody's game again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Sanjay's got another Guzma in hand. How many does he run?
Probably 3, I'm guessing.
Because he doesn't have Lycanroc.
So he's only got the 2.
The 2?
That's...
And a Pal Pad.
And he has a counter catcher, but that's
and a counter catcher, okay. But the Pal Pad got discarded earlier, I think.
From both of them?
I thought the Sanjay discarded his. All right, there's a double colorless for the Zork, and I think we're just going to see an 80 damage Riotous Beating swing.
I do think that it would have been interesting if Jonathan would have put that blend on a the unit on a Zoroark.
You could copy Evil Admonition.
Well, not only that, but he plays the multi-switch, so that way you're not giving up both the Lycanroc and the energy.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
You're hedging, you're threatening copying his Weavile.
Yes.
While also...
I think that would have been the better play. I agree with that because... I mean, you're making it so that your opponent has like a very clear, obvious choice of like what to take out, right?
You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket.
You really don't.
Like, maybe you play more aggressively if like you have a complete long shot, but you're not. Jonathan's behind.
Yeah,
but he was not that far behind.
No, right.
So you kind of want to hedge there.
I agree.
But that being said, I don't know if the multi switch is prized. He already used the Mallow, so it's a little harder to do that. He only has 2 Zoroarks in play. His draw power is a little constricted.
Sanjay taking a quick stock of Jonathan's resources, and this game is moving along. Acerola going to preserve that damaged Zoroark, and this is a game that Sanjay is playing to his deck's strength right now. This is something that his deck is going to do very well. Is loop these Zoroarks, get the ball out very consistently. He's got less going on than Jonathan's version of the deck. Everything is very concentrated.
That being said, we're now in a awkward position where the counter gain play is live again.
It's true.
We didn't see a Guzma.
Right.
I think it's only got the one Guzma left.
Weakness policy.
All right, let's see if there is not a field blower.
All right, so the weakness policy there could make a difference.
It probably matters less because you're able to, if you're evolving into Lycanroc,
Can we please use white dice? The white dice for damage. White dice for damage, guys, please.
Oh, because the one of those dice was definitely blending into the Zoroark.
Thank you.
But if you're evolving into the Lycanroc, you're getting a Gust effect potentially on one of the other Zoroarks. And again, this is asking a lot to cobble together. It's really just, can you find the counter gain and a blend unit, whatever. Hey, at least it's not double turbo energies again.
With the enhanced hammer Sanjay just played, though, doesn't Jonathan have 3 double colorless in the discard pile, or like 2? I feel like that enhanced hammer.
The double colorless don't really matter because Zoroarks are horrible attackers for him here.
They are. That's true.
You want to be attacking with Weavile and Lycanroc.
That's true. That is true. So we'll have to see if Jonathan's able to find. I mean,
because the other thing is he's also got to get that Zoroark out of there.
Yeah, benching 2 Sneasel is what Jonathan needs to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't know how easy it is for Sanjay to find the second enhanced hammer. I don't know if it's in his hand. But otherwise, even just having the energy attachment on the Lycanroc means that if you gust up 1 Sneasel, then the Lycanroc's still there. And then you can attach again and like you play your other double colorless or whatever and have a Guzma for another KO on the other whatever. Oh, did he Acerola? Okay, but that's not good. That he had to bring up a Zoroark to do that.
Right.
So none of the things that Jonathan needed.
Like Acerola into a pass. Yeah. Now, nothing is coming together here for Jonathan. And Sanjay, I mean, just look at the confidence he's playing with. You could tell he seems like he's in his element piloting this deck.
Well,
and the darkness drop on the Zoroark, that's key. That's good.
Yeah, honestly, after the last turn, I'm pretty sure this game is just over. Like, that was Jonathan's window to reestablish something.
Yeah, the dark drop on the Zoroark GX is going to allow Sanjay to threaten the Trickster GX, something that we thought maybe we could see come from Jonathan if he puts a unit energy on a Zoroark or something like that, could threaten to copy Weavile. Now, Jonathan does only have 2 abilities in play right now.
Yeah, so the Weavile's not a threat.
But with the darkness energy on the benched Zoroark, you do threaten to copy a... Now, you can't actually... Wait. Like, what are you threatening to copy? Because you can't...
No, there's nothing.
You can't Trickster GX to copy Dangerous Rogue GX. Because that'd be 2 GX attacks.
Right.
You can't do that. But you could threaten to copy a Weavile should it ever come into play.
No, we got another Zoroark down. I mean, I guess this is still a game. A lopsided game.
Yes.
But it is not checkmate.
No.
I know Jonathan runs a second Acerola.
Still more trades to be had, folks.
I don't know, like, again, if it's Acerola, counter gain Lycanroc, then this is a game.
Oh, for sure, right? And then all of a sudden,
It would be really nice if a Sneasel accompanied that.
Yeah.
Ideally, 2 of them.
There is counter gain in hand.
And I saw the blend.
And there's a blend in hand. So we're halfway there. And these hands are large. Do either of them play any cards?
Okay, here's the Lele for the Acerola.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if he has did he have the Lycanroc? Oh, he's Guzma?
Guzma.
Okay, that also works.
Yeah.
I mean, it burns a Guzma, which is unfortunate.
Now, so Jonathan's got 2 Judge in his deck?
Yeah, I was going to say that even if you can pair I would have loved to be able to pair a Judge with any of this game, with any of this action. Okay, he does have the Lycanroc.
I'm getting word in the Twitch chat that apparently Trickster can copy GX attacks.
Oh.
I had not ever... I don't remember that interaction. Oh, and here we go with the play that you were talking about. The counter gain, the unit, the Lycanroc, the Guzma. Apparently that ruling is on the compendium. Yes, Trickster GX can copy GX attacks. I did not experience a lot of Trickster GXs myself in my time playing this format.
Well,
so.
we now have a major problem.
What's that?
Look at how many abilities Jonathan has in play.
Well, that's quite a few.
Plenty for this Weavile to probably end the game.
Well, not end. So I've just got 3 prizes left.
Effectively end the game. There needed to be a Sneasel.
Yeah, Sneasel, because then Jonathan could have threatened to win.
Yes.
Yes. But the Lycanroc GX was able to come in with a huge, dangerous Rogue GX assisted by Counter Gain, a card that was actually just recently reprinted into standard format.
How mad would you be if Jonathan was using a new Counter Gain?
I'm very mad. Yes. I hate when my immersion is ruined.
And Jonathan, I know for a fact, is willing to pick up the cards that are era appropriate.
Oh, yeah. Gotta play the era appropriate cards. Down to the energy. All right, so Jonathan now in the lead. Only 2 prizes remaining.
Yeah, in the lead in parentheses.
Yes. Sanjay with 3 prizes left is going to take a 1-hit KO on this Lycanroc GX.
Oh, Chad is calling out Jonathan for having a new pal pad. All right, I'm going to make sure to hold him accountable.
Excellent.
You can't get away with that.
No, you shouldn't.
No.
Okay, so Weavile's Evil Admonition. Going to do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 250 damage. 250 damage. Would take Sanjay down to 1 prize remaining. Keep in mind, there is no N. There is no Iono. There is no reset stamp. No sort of card that can put you to a 1-card hand in the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder formats.
So it is still interesting, though. This game is not over because we have Jonathan's going to be able to judge here, I assume.
Yes.
And if he gets a double colorless energy and knocks out the Weavile, then it's 1 prize, 1 prize. And I think Sanjay only has 1 Guzma left. So then it gets murky.
Right.
And he can't one-shot a Zoroark.
All right, discarding the counter catcher because you won't need that as you're going to 1 prize remaining. That Zorua just came down this turn. Yep, it's correct. It's correct. Yep. so we did
Plan B.
Can't evolve it, so we traded away. Fine. And then Weavile will take Sanjay down to just 1 prize remaining. Evil Admonition, 250 damage. All right. What does Jonathan have to do to win this game? He's got 2 prizes left to Sanjay's 1.
There's the Sneasel that we've been waiting for all game. Now, I, again, also do not know what the double colorless count here is. Left. I think it's only one.
Double tails on
I
timer
don't think
ball.
it matters too much here.
That's an inconsequential timer ball. Here comes another.
He should have let me train him in the art of the timer ball.
Yes.
It would have just been an item Jacques.
It's one of the cards I want reprinted is dual ball, man.
The only coin flips I'm ever taking are timer balls. I had to play enough super scoop ups in my day. I think I had an entire season where I think I had like a 31 heads rate with a super scoop up. I started tracking it.
Really?
Oh yeah, and it was like I was playing 4 of them in Kingdra.
Goodness.
It just hated me. But you only needed like 1 a game to win, so.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting part here is that even if nothing had, like, technically this Weavile does not knock out the Zoroark. So it's still asking something of Sanjay to be able to win this game. And theoretically the Sneasel with a Guzma would be able to win if nothing happens here.
Right.
It's unlikely. Because I'm assuming Sanjay's done a very good job of curating his deck at this point.
Yes.
With his discards. Like, Sanjay's an excellent player. Like, those are the type of things that I guarantee he's been doing.
Kukui, not even the
Not
judge
enough.
for turn. Yeah, that's tough. Kukui, ride a speeding knockout. You have to feel like Sanjay has got this. Just needs to find a way.
The Guzma.
A Guzma.
Which
right.
is not... He's got 1.
Yeah.
And he's checking the deck, so that means he doesn't have it in hand yet.
No, right.
And he's got both Lele's in play.
Yep. So he has to find it.
I mean, we don't know if it's prized.
It could be.
He's got 2, potentially 3 trades.
And things get ugly. Like you said, I mean, Jonathan has very real chance to win this game.
Oh, he doesn't have a Guzma.
It's not in the deck.
It is not in the deck.
Oh my gosh. Are you serious? It's the last prize?
Unless those one, we might have also lost track.
So now he's checking for energy
Yes.
because he's going that route.
But a Weavile Guzma from Jonathan.
One-to-one prizes. I mean, yeah.
All right, this game heated up.
Yeah, this game got real interesting. Uh-huh. And Sanjay just has to swing. Okay.
I mean, the swing's not bad.
No, it's not. I mean, it forces Jonathan to do something.
Now the Sneasels come in abundance.
Yes. Timer ball.
I can't tell.
I think that's a hit. No, they're double tails.
What awful dice to be rolling with.
I'll curate it better for next time.
Yeah. That yellow one is not visible.
The yellow one, it's a ETB dice. Yeah.
Man, they're both like at risk of decking.
Yep. That's 4 cards left in Jonathan's deck.
Oh, there's another double turbo, it looks like.
Trade. All right. But Judge. Oh. Wrong guy.
Well, so, I mean, it looks like Sanjay doesn't seem to be objecting.
No, I'm not going to object to that. No. Especially with the hastiness that he corrected it. Like, he just, yeah. And the Guzma. And the last Guzma was prized. Oh, no.
That is really unfortunate because, again, I don't think this matchup's great.
Yeah.
You can win as a result of the enhanced hammers.
For sure.
And that is exactly the type of game where you can win with them.
I know. I mean, Sanjay did everything he needed to do to win that game, and then just the last
Sanjay played
Guzma was
really,
prized.
really well.
He did. He did everything he needed to do to win that game, and then the perfect last prize.
And it's tough because Sanjay got to go first.
Yep.
Jonathan missed his turn 1 energy attachment.
Oh, everything went right.
And had pretty bad draws off of his trades.
Uh-huh.
And
we thought
I thought
Jonathan was done.
Yeah, I think that you had especially after Jonathan had that turn where he just had to pass.
Yeah.
I felt like that was like at least 85% for Sanjay.
There were like, I think, multiple turns that Jonathan had to pass.
Yeah.
And he still won.
Well, he's better equipped at one-shotting.
For sure. For sure. Yeah. But that's crazy, though. You could have a format where you're like, multiple turns of passing, but you're still not totally out of it. One unfortunate prize on Sanjay's part. Didn't have the one resource he needed to bring himself to take that final prize card. And Jonathan was able to get the win. Yeah. So credit to Jonathan for kind of sticking with it and not folding it up, and for finding his route, because that got sketchy in the middle there for sure.
Yeah. We've got someone in chat asking how heavy should Sanjay be looping hammers with the Oranguru here. I'm going to say probably not, because you're running into issues with the Weavile, which can attack for 1. So I don't think that's really a viable plan. There's going to be game states where it happens, and it's going to be lucrative, but I don't think you go into the game planning to do that.
All right, we've got Jonathan has won game 1.
And I guess we're getting notified that John Patterson's Zoroark Decidueye got game 1 over Vikaray.
Oh, wow.
Which, again, I think is an upset.
That is an upset. I actually thought that this matchup was going to be closer than that one, which is why I chose this one for stream.
Nice.
Because, I mean, we saw what Thad's Vikaray was doing.
That wasn't a terribly indicative game of the matchup.
No.
But I do think it's somewhat favorable for Vikaray anyways.
I think so.
But there's very few matchups in this format that feel super lopsided. I guess Jonathan was saying that he doesn't believe he can ever beat Buzzrock in our limited amount of testing.
Sure.
I agree with him. And then Buzzrock is pretty bad into Malamar.
Blacephalon GX is not beating single prize decks. I've for the most part.
You can weave in the Naganadels fairly reasonably.
They do like 80, except for the
they
one
get
turn.
the 160.
On one turn. On one turn.
I was testing Blacephalon into Cook's Quagsire deck. How do you think I felt for that? It wasn't good. I didn't win.
We didn't have a single Blacephalon player here today.
Probably because they saw my results against Quagsire.
Yeah. I thought for sure.
Oh man, this is not. This is Sanjay already went first.
I know,
and only has a Slugma and opened Lele.
Yep,
and then Jonathan's got everything kind of.
Yes, this is brutal. All right. I mean, this is brutal. So Sanjay was able to find the Elm off of the Cynthia.
That's big.
It is.
Lets him play the game.
Yes, for sure. But we kind of talked about all of the pieces coming together for Sanjay in the last game, where Jonathan didn't get all of his Pokemon out early, didn't get the energy down. Well, didn't get the energy down. That was the big piece that Sanjay kind of had going for him.
Which is again not even terribly unlikely. There's only 8 in the deck,
right?
And there's only 7 in Sanjay's, so it's missing attachments before you get trade going is completely reasonable,
for sure. But
they both have the Lele in place, so the Weaviles are going to go extra aggressive. Magcargo is a bit of a liability against the thick Weavile line as well.
Mm-hmm. Is that double tails?
I trained him very poorly.
Oh, the Timer Ball double tails right here.
Does he have any supporter in hand?
That could be you just needed one heads to get a Zoroark kind of situation.
Yeah, I think that's where he's at.
Oh, he's got the Cynthia. Oh, he's
had
chilling.
It all along.
He's chilling. Totally fine. Yeah, this unit energy already being down on the Rockruff is super scary for Sanjay, especially if Jonathan could get another energy established this turn. It's just going to be a lot to overcome.
The enhanced hammers make such a difference where it's not too hard to come back.
Right.
At least early on, if you can draw into them. And then Mallow allows you to grab both of them if you wanted to.
It's true.
But one Lele is already in play, and you really, really don't want to be putting 2 of them into play. But I guess the Magcargo helps with that as well.
All right. Jonathan was able to find a Sneasel there, so that's big. Now
Sanjay is much better timer baller.
Clearly, the Sneasel being established is a big deal because now Jonathan has both Ditto Prism Star and Sneasel that can evolve into Weavile.
Yeah, another really lopsided part of this matchup is because of the Lycanroc and the gusting ability, you can Kukui plus Gust on a Lele.
That's true.
So that Lele being in play is a huge liability. Not only was it just like an awful starter, and then the same cannot be said for Jonathan.
Right.
Like his Lele outside of it can get Weaviled. But if you're going to get a good KO out of a Weavile more than likely anyways.
And we see Sanjay really kind of weighing his decision this turn. Looks like he's choosing a Magcargo off of Ultra Ball. Magcargo, wonderful consistency card in this format. Has got the smooth over ability. Once during your turn, you may search your deck for a card and put that card on top of your deck. Combos perfectly with Zoroark, obviously, because you can stack your deck with Smooth Over and then trade into the exact card that you want.
Plus a mystery.
And that's just a really excellent engine. This Magcargo, what's that what this is originally printed in, Chris?
Deoxys.
Deoxys, yes.
Played in Ludicargo.
Yes, it was.
There's a small chance it wasn't Deoxys itself, but it was that era.
I think it was Deoxys.
I think it was Deoxys as well.
I do think so.
Because I think it was in there with the Jirachi as well.
Yeah.
That was 20 years ago. So
I can feel myself disintegrating.
Yeah.
Smooth Over. Here we go. And now,
So probably, are we just hammering? No, it looks like we're just knocking out a Zora, which is so weird because I guess the one prizers don't hurt as bad when you're also going to eventually have to deal with a Weavile.
Right.
I would be very afraid of this Rockruff. But I guess with the counter game in the deck, you really can't get around it.
Yeah, the weird thing about this matchup for Sanjay is that it's like what are you doing? Zoroark's your main attacker. It's just there is no other better option.
And now the bench is also so full that's like you can't even put down like the Ditto and Sneasel.
Yep.
Because I think he runs the one rescue stretcher.
Right.
So you can get two Weaviles off, but it's going to be difficult here.
Yes, you would like to threaten back-to-back Weaviles with both Ditto and Sneasel being on the bench. I think that would be ideal. But with my cargo set up, I mean...
It is weird that with so many trades in this deck, it's still not that reliable at getting everything it needs.
For sure.
You'd think it would be a lot more consistent than it is.
Oh, for sure. But that is like the design of the format. It's just the way the things are.
It's good.
It's good.
And that's why you play them at Gargo.
Yeah.
And you have to have the one Mallow.
The whiffs, they still happen. And honestly, the game's more interesting when things aren't guaranteed, if you ask me.
And it's also that's one of the reasons why I think that the judges in Jonathan's deck are going to give him an edge here.
Oh, 100%.
I would really like to see Sanjay play one judge in his deck at least.
Yeah. So there we go. Riotous Beating. Going to take first knockout of the game for Sanjay, but Jonathan promoting the Rockruff with the unit energy on it. He did fail Timer Ball last turn, but here is Lycanroc.
Oh, and he gets naturals
doesn't even need to search it out. And that's just all he has. There's no Zoroark, nothing. Just stone cold gripping it. I've got the Lycanroc counter gain right here, buddy.
Would you... I feel like you'd attach the DCE to the Zora, right? So you can leave the flexibility. Like you don't want to... If he's going to knock out the one of them, you'd rather lose the Zora than the Ditto, right?
Well, is it that he's attaching the DCE to the bench Ditto so that it become a Lycanroc and Claw Slash?
He's got the multi-switch as well.
Yeah.
You almost have to assume that. Yeah, I guess that's fair, actually.
I think, because I don't think that Jonathan has any interest in attacking.
I don't think
with the
Jonathan's
Zoroark.
hand is reasonable.
No,
He got 2 new cards.
He did.
Do you think he's just going to play? Let's see him play without any Zoroarks.
I've
might
seen it
happen.
done. I have seen it done. There's not a lot of hand disruption in this format, so like technically, if you just kind of keep chugging along with Cynthia, you can make some stuff happen.
He only runs 2 Cynthias.
Oh boy, yeah.
So no, he's not going to chug along with Cynthias.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I forgot how much this deck does just rely on trade, huh?
Yeah, he's just going to keep drawing some cards with Kukuis.
That's true. Okay, so what's Sanjay's route from here? Looking at a pretty scary situation.
It's just the hammers. He's got to hit a bunch of hammers.
Got a hammer, right?
He's going to get at least a hammer off the My Cargo if he wants it.
And then are we going for a 2-hit KO on Lycanroc? Guzma, knockout Ditto, hammer Lycanroc.
Is
Pretty
the
good
ideal-
line. That's like probably exactly what you want, right?
Oh, so
Okay, Rescue Stretcher, the Zoroark GX from the discard pile to hand, and Magcargo is going to smooth over, stack the deck.
I like how the reprint. They added 10 hit points, I believe, to this Mad Cargo on reprint.
Yes, they did. Yeah, he's a little beefier. All right, and here we go with trade. The card to the side of the deck is stacked with smooth over, and Sanjay can draw into that, as well as a random card off the top. And there is the hammer. So we do have Guzma, we do have hammer. And Sudowoodo coming out to play. The roadblock Sudowoodo makes it so your opponent can only have 4 bench Pokemon. And this was the route. Enhanced Hammer, the bench Lycanroc.
Okay, so you called it on that one.
Yep, Guzma, the Ditto, knock it out. That's, I think, the best situation that Sanjay can put himself in.
Now does Weavile come into play?
I mean, does Jonathan
I think I see an Ultra Ball and a blend unit in hand.
Yep. And so again, I think we're going to see, again, Jonathan potentially take this knockout, but then not have a backup play.
Right.
And so, like, he kind of just like...
But the other problem is, though, that it takes Sanjay so long to win the game. Because it's a lot of 2-hitting.
It does.
Oh, and he had the judge, so he gets to draw. This is important.
Yeah, if he finds a Zoroark, I would say that Jonathan is in a very good spot.
Or even another Sneasel.
Yeah, or even another Sneasel, really. Sure. So we'll have to see.
I will say that this much, though. This is a much more interesting matchup than I initially pegged it for being.
This has been an interesting match to watch. I'm enjoying it quite a bit.
Oh, it looks like John Patterson 2-0s.
Woo! John Patterson punching his ticket to the finals, slaying the beast Rayquaza, and Jonathan overcoming his Timer Ball demons.
Yeah, they have not been. He's gonna get a Zoroark, and I don't know what else is in his hand, but.
The Zoroark is the key here, though. Just establishing that Zoroark. The first Zoroark of the game. I mean, honestly, going down to 2 prizes remaining and just getting his first Zoroark. So that's a big deal. John Patterson is playing Zoroark Decidueye. We didn't get to see a great showing from John's Zoroark Decidueye deck in Swiss.
Was that round 2?
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to seeing that deck have more opportunities to set up and have John pilot it because John's a regular here at League and he is usually good for some very heads up play, and I like watching him play quite a bit. So should be a very interesting finals match that we got, featuring Zoroark Decidueye and the winner of this set. And it looks like Jonathan is just one step closer now to that win, taking a big 2-prize knockout with Weavile's Evil Admonition attack does 50 damage times the amount of abilities that Sanjay has in play. And right now
that's a lot.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 300 damage. Every single Pokemon had an ability.
Should have played a choice band. And Devoured Field. I like how nobody wants to be putting down the Devoured Field.
Right.
I guess you will if you need it for a KO, but...
All right, Sanjay is back up against the wall. Does have to deal with the Weavile. So we just need to get the double colorless energy to bop this Weavile for 100 damage, take it out. Jonathan doesn't have any other energy in play. Sanjay is down 1 enhanced hammer, still has 1 left in the deck. So the end of this game is going to get a little grindy. Yeah, if Jonathan tries to get an energy to stick on the Lycanroc, I mean, Sanjay could just E-hammer that off. If Jonathan wants to bench a Sneasel, Sanjay could Guzma it up and knock it out. I mean, you got to keep in mind with my cargo there, Sanjay can get pretty much what he wants out of his deck.
Yeah, no, it's very much still a game.
It is. I mean, because things are going to get really grindy coming down the line. And that's part of what makes these games of Pokemon so interesting to watch is when they get grindy and resources are crunched and you got to find the right Pokemon to attack with, and those finds are not necessarily guaranteed. It feels... Simultaneously, this format feels fast and also not that fast. It's like faster than the old EX era, but much slower than our modern standards.
It's honestly kind of the pacing, the overall pacing of it I enjoy.
I do. And that's why I think a lot of players look back at this time nostalgically, because it is like a kind of very, very nice balance for the Pokemon TCG.
And I think it's why I hate tag teams so much, because they took this from us.
They took this from us. They did.
It went from like... I mean, honestly, when Team Up came out, it was still manageable.
It was manageable.
But the problem is it took it from like a 9 out of 10 format down to like a 6 out of 10 format.
It was still manageable. It was,
and then it just off the deep end.
Yeah. Reshizard, Mewtwo, and Mew, those were like...
I was out by the time Mewtwo came out.
Those were the off the deep end cards for sure. Okay, so we've got... This is a big play from Sanjay. Enhanced Hammer... away the blend, or the unit, excuse me. Enhanced Hammer away the unit on the Weavile, but leaving the Weavile, and now is using Counter Catcher to bring up Lycanroc.
I don't know if this leads to a win.
Leaving the Weavile feels sketchy.
And I understand, like, you kind of have, like, the... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a believer in that line, I don't think. I could be overlooking something, like... I will say right now, like...
Not to mention, Sanjay doesn't find an energy. So it just has to pass.
Yeah, now if it's a Guzma
and I'll give Sanjay the credit. There's just not a lot of great lines for him right now.
And it's another one that was like... I don't know what his train of thought is for that, but also it's like at the moment,
it's over, and Jonathan going for the fist bump, denied the fist bump from Sanjay.
Okay,
no. All right, redeemed with the fist bump.
Yeah.
Redeemed with the fist bump, and that is going to be GG's. Jonathan going to advance to the finals of our Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder events. Come on, camera. There we go. GG's, congratulations, both players, Sanjay, on an excellent top 4 appearance. But you've got Jonathan here advancing to the finals, going to be playing against John Patterson, the John Mirror.
Oh, John off.
We got ourselves a John off in the finals, folks.
The battle for John supremacy.
Who is going to take it? Is it going to be Jonathan or John? Is it going to be Zoroark, Lycanroc, Weavile, or is it going to be Zoroark, Decidueye?
I don't know how this matchup plays.
Yeah?
I guess the Weavile's going to be real good, right?
Weavile's got to be good.
Because Lycanroc's weak to grass, isn't it?
Lycanroc is weak to grass.
You can attack with the Decidueyes.
Mm-hmm. But...
Are you ready for our finalists?
Heck yeah, dude. Let's get this thing going.
John's getting a Gatorade, one of the Johns, and then we'll be ready.
Oh, my hair's being Weirder than usual.
We're having a John off.
Like, who is the superior John this time?
Yes. Dude. Yeah. So I think that, Weavile could be big, but if you're up against like...
Well, all the Decidueyes and Zoroarks have so many powers in play.
They do, but Decidueye is 250. If you can limit your board to 240. If you can limit your board to 4...
Well, keep in mind, you're also getting Choice Band and Devoured Field.
The Weaviles are big.
And Kukuis. So it's like, it's not hard for them to...
Sneasel's got 60 hit points, though. What if John sets up 3 Decidueye? Does he even play 3?
He's a 4-1-4.
4-1-4? Yeah, what if he gets 3 Decidueye in line?
I mean, yeah. It's not. It is certainly winnable. I'm not even saying that I think that John might be favored. One of them.
I got my money on John.
I got John as well. The different John, though.
Yes. Yeah, I think that we're certainly going to see John take it all home today.
I think that like if they both start off even prizes like 6-6 and they're both set up, then I have to imagine the Decidueye version.
I think so.
Wins, but I don't expect it to be that way.
I
think that
the
Zoroark the Lycanroc version's got to be more aggressive.
Yeah. It does seem like Zoroark Decidueye is a little bit more of a setup deck, but was just able to beat Thad in top 4 2-0.
But we have no idea how much of that is inconsistency issues.
We don't, but the Vicare deck is more of an aggressive deck. So like John's deck must have had
the difference between 180 hit points and 210 plus though is significant because you're able to do Zoroark plus a couple of Decidueye powers to take out a Rayquaza. You can't really do a 1-turn cycle KO on Zoroark.
I think John Patterson's got this one.
I'm not saying this with any confidence, one way or the other.
I think
it's probably going to depend a lot on setups.
I think it's going to be a Zoro Decidueye.
I think Zoroark's going to win.
I think John's going
to win. With Zoroark.
John with Zoroark is going to win this thing. Yes.
With 100%, John with Zoroark is winning this event.
100%.
Any takers on a bet with that?
Yeah. All right, these players are getting set up. Chris, let's get down to the table. Let's do this thing.
We'll find out.
We will.
And this could go either way. I certainly did not test this matchup.
All right, let's see. So John Patterson snuck in at 3-1-1, and now is 4-1-1.
What was Dylan on again? The one he got 5th.
3-1-1 as well.
Yeah, but what was his deck? I forget.
Wasn't he? Was he Passimian?
I think he was Passimian.
Yeah, I do think he was Passimian. Yep. And then we've got Jonathan at 5-1. Got some cool prizes today for our top finishers. First place today, going to be walking away with $70. Second place, $50. And rounding out the rest of top 4, $35. Pretty cool for a 19-player tournament. And first through fourth place are also getting Professor Elm's promos with the first through fourth place, marking on it.
That's actually pretty appropriate considering I think all of... Oh, no, the Decidueye is not playing them. They're just doing a whole lot of balls.
Okay, and our finals match is underway here at Full Grip Games. We have got Jonathan Valenzuela on the right versus John Patterson on the left. John Patterson snuck into top 4 with a record of 3-1-1, was able to overcome Thad Wayans' Vikavolt Rayquaza deck in top 4 with a 2-0 victory. Jonathan Valenzuela was able to defeat Sanjay in top 4 with his Zoroark Weavile Magcargo deck. Jonathan Valenzuela is playing Zoroark Lycanroc. However, we see Jonathan on the right has a pretty weak start.
He opened a Tapu Lele, but he got the Lycanroc down first.
He does have the Rockruff down.
Rockruff. And an energy.
Ideally, you'd like to see a Zorua there, though. One.
Yes.
It's nice to I would just evolve into Zoroark, start using trade. And we said that Jonathan's, man, they're both John. I'm calling Jonathan, I'm calling John. That's what we're going to go with here. But Jonathan, we said that his deck needed to be a little bit more aggressive, I think.
This isn't quite the start for it.
No, and this is not the aggressive start that you want. Meanwhile, John Patterson, I mean, look at this. We've got multiple Rowlets.
Lots of owls, lots of foxes.
Multiple Zorua. This is pretty much exactly what you want. So long as there is a supporter for next turn or Zoroark or something for John.
Oh, his hand doesn't do anything, does it?
No, that's my concern. I think John was still had not passed yet. Yes. So that was the confusion there. But Jonathan thought that John had passed. Okay, and play ball. Jonathan's got...
I like how this timer ball, he just doesn't trust it.
After last round?
He's like, no, this is... I don't know what the last card in his hand is. It's probably got to be a supporter then, right? Oh, no, it isn't.
Lele for the Elm. And then just got to use the
double Lele's got to be... like, if this ends up being a game, then those double Leles are such liabilities. Like, it's not hard to Decidueye KO Leles. I mean, Zoroark plus Decidueye pin kill Leles.
For sure.
Like, you just don't want to have those in play.
We got to set up, though.
Yeah.
What's the alternative? Yeah, we got to set up.
I want to know what Jonathan's cards are in hand, because he got rid of that timer ball.
I would also love to know that. Right, got rid of the timer ball.
It feels like they've got to be great then, right? How many? He has a lot of cards. Was one of those a pal pad? Because that seems like something I'd have discarded immediately. Over a timer ball, at least.
Then we see John Patterson now playing nest ball and just failing it. And he's got a Lily in hand. Okay. So
yeah, because I don't know.
This is big. Lily, John Patterson will be able to fill his hand to 6.
Did he draw Lily for the turn?
Yes, I think so. Does find one Zoroark. He's got a double. He's got 2 rare candy.
It's a little awkward. I think you just have to trade away the nest ball.
Oh, 100%.
And then just see where it goes from there.
Yep.
I mean, if he gets to retreat the...
But which
he
one
doesn't have a lot of energies.
Which one do you evolve?
He's only running 6 energies.
Yeah. Just evolve the bench one with the DCE on it, protect it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's really not much protecting it. Or you could, I guess, because like the Lycanroc is, he's just
pass. Yeah.
I don't hate that. Put him on an odd prize track.
Yeah, just force him to take a single prize. Yeah. And saying, this is my only Zoroark. I don't want you to I don't know.
And the odds of him getting anything relevant enough off of the trade was low. That a risky play, but I like it.
Yeah. The double heads off timer ball. We're so back.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Double Zoroark has been grabbed, and now we're going to start to see some trading. Right, because if Jonathan pops off, finds Guzma, it could have gotten hectic. It's true.
And if he doesn't find a Guzma, who cares?
Right. I think John already has a... the one thing I would have it's like you got the double rare candy in hand. It's like... Yeah. You really want to kind of grow that hand, start growing that hand so that you could just pop off with the Decidueyes. Waiting one more turn's probably fine. Jonathan does play double judge, so there's always that concern.
Oh, a judge would be brutal here.
Yes, it would be brutal, right? You found your Zoroark and you didn't put it into play, and then you get judged. That feels bad.
That feels genuine. I would love to see a judge here if I was Jonathan.
Oh, for sure. Especially being able to judge your opponent. Being able to judge your opponent while they don't have a Zoroark in play is crazy. But actually, John Patterson ends up making the 5,000 IQ play. And the Guzma knockout with Lycanroc is exactly what's going on. Not a Dangerous Rogue. No way. Dangerous Rogue, a single prize.
See, this is going to get interesting because now Jonathan has no bench space for Sneasels.
I know.
At some point, he's going to get Sneasel locked because the Decidueyes are going to kill him as it come down.
I'm telling you, the triple Feather Arrow. John Patterson had the 5,000 IQ play to not evolve that Zoroark. He smelled it, dude. He smelled this play coming.
If I was Jonathan, I almost wait a turn.
Yeah, I don't like that play.
I don't like
Jonathan.
Especially when you don't have access to Weavile at any point in this game, basically.
No, the GX attack. I feel like the GX attack on a single prizer when you are going to have to contend with 240 hit point Decidueye, that just feels bad. I think I might have liked to see the other unit energy go onto the bench Rockruff and then kind of just like a pass turn.
Yeah.
Just establish both Rockruff so that they could both kind of threaten Dangerous Rogue.
Obviously, that's a whole different game if the Lycanroc was able to use a double colorless.
Yeah. All right, so let's see where we go. There is an Ultra Ball Rare Candy in the hand. There is a Zoroark as well. And
that's an awkward discard.
It is a really awkward discard.
Well, he hasn't traded yet.
No.
So I guess trade
the Guzma. Yeah. But then like what?
And then hopefully whatever you draw, you just
Ultra Ball away both those. Yeah.
Yeah. He's getting rid of a candy.
I don't hate
ambitious.
that. I think that's fine.
Was that a Devoured Field that you drew there?
Yeah. And then you Ultra Ball away Guzma.
Yeah, that's
Devoured
gone.
Field. Yeah, you kind of have to Ultra Ball away Guzma Devoured Field, I think. Ooh, I think I really don't like the skipping Decidueye off of a double rare candy hand.
Okay, this is discipline, though. I don't know if it's right, but you don't make this line without feeling confident in it. and again, he's the Decidueye player.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not even, like, that wasn't me being facetious either.
No.
That's definitely not, like, my first reaction. I would have had a Decidueye out probably the first chance I got.
Yeah, 100%. It's a bold move. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. Move like that takes some stones. Timer balls. Okay, but no rare candies here. He did discard one.
I think he's playing, one?
2 timer balls.
Dartrix?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing 3 timer balls total. He's got 15 balls in this deck. I think I said 19 earlier and I just lied.
Wow.
I can see what one of those is, so I guess by process of elimination, I can figure out the other.
There's Dartrix. And does have another timer ball in hand if he wants to play it. The thing about the Decidueye deck is every damage counter placed into play does end up mattering. I mean, it all matters.
So the awkward part about the Decidueyes in this matchup, despite being like necessary to win, is you do start activating Acerolas and Jonathan's bench is compromised.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that he's, I mean, I guess I'd probably rather have a Sneasel than the second Rockruff there.
Yeah, for sure. No, the Lycanrocs are not fantastic here because they are weak to grass.
The awkward part here is this Lycanroc is going to probably get a knockout on the Zoroark.
Yeah. But are you attaching to a damaged Lycanroc? Like, I guess.
Yeah. Like, to kill that? Absolutely.
For sure.
Like, you're not happy about it. But
no, you're not like
it's 100% locked
it, but you are going to do it, but you don't feel great about it. Yeah.
And then you just have to be able to pick off one more of the Rowlets or Ditto there, and then you just have to get 1 KO on a 2-prizer.
See, this is I feel like I would have liked to see John really kind of power one of those Decidueyes into play. I feel like getting that extra Feather Arrow.
I know I said it was a very disciplined play the last time. I don't know what he's playing 3 Guzmas. I don't know if he knows one's prized, in which case getting rid of a Guzma becomes significantly more difficult. I would like his line a lot more if that's the truth, if that's like what's going on, because you're probably going to have to. I think one of his main lines of victory is killing those Tapu Leles.
Yeah, that's true, and Guzma does get that.
Yeah, so the Guzmas are important here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you really don't have good attacks into the other. Also, you just don't have good attacks into the Zoroarks.
And they're just good switch cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think they're very important. So I can understand not wanting to get rid of one of those. But I also think, like, if you're not willing to make the Ultra Ball rare candy play, don't use Cynthia before you use trade.
Mm-hmm. And then just hope to draw back into all of it.
Yeah.
Right.
I think maybe there's something you could have drawn into, like a natural.
Right, because you have the double rare candy Ultra Ball. You could just play the Cynthia and send it all away if you're not happy, right?
I think if you're not willing to discard to the Ultra Ball there, regardless of what you draw, I think you probably Cynthia first.
Yeah, the rare candy hit just feels really bad.
And now he's down to rare candy too.
Because that's the card you're looking for. Right, you're like looking for a rare candy. So that sequence just all in all kind of felt bad for me.
Okay, good. He's got the double.
And can Claw Slash. Okay, so Jonathan gonna take 2 more prizes there halfway through game 1.
It's still really normally this would be the type of position where like Jonathan should feel super ahead, except for the fact that his bench is so scuffed for this matchup at least. And John is running a max potion. I kind of would like to see 2 max potions in that deck.
Yeah, I mean, you do have just these really big Decidueye. With the Decidueye deck, you love to just have a Decidueye up in the active,
and almost
Feather Arrow, soak a hit.
Almost none of the lists I saw played 2 max potions, but especially like being able to get them back with the Decidueye's GX attack.
Yeah,
like, you can really play a nice controlling role with a second max potion. You can play a really good controlling role without it, and I guess like the deck space is pretty tight.
Yeah, because time is the name of the game with Decidueye. The more time you give yourself, the more turns you have to build up damage with Feather Arrow.
Yes.
So those max potions are really big. You can just send up a Decidueye that you know your opponent cannot. Did Great Ball just get shuffled? John Patterson, did you shuffle the Great Ball back into the deck, bro? The Great Ball. The Great Ball cannot go back into the deck. How does this keep happening?
He wasn't the one who did it the first time, though, right?
Was he?
I don't think so.
Okay. He might not have been.
I don't remember who exactly it was.
Somebody did it earlier today. Yeah. It's the second time we've seen that today.
It's just Great Ball, which is the weirdest.
It's just Great Ball. I know. Yeah.
Okay, 1.
Yep, got it. It's cool. We caught it fast, so no error there. It's nice.
The problem also here is the more Zoroarks that have to get to put into play in this game state, that's just a lot of liabilities for eventually the Rockruff. Although the Rockruff, it's going to be really hard to power up that Rockruff because the counter gain is gone. Although he's so far ahead in prizes, like the counter gain is not going to matter.
No.
Now the multi-switch could come into play here for sure. Like you double colorless the Zoroark. Like if you can double colorless on a Zoroark, kill one of the, like I would love to see Lycanroc.
All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, we've got Decidueye, Rare Candy Decidueye. All right, the birds are online.
He doesn't have a double color, so does he?
I think he does.
Okay, that would be. Oh, is it on it already?
Double Feather Arrow to the active. I think he's just seeing all of his cards first before he attaches. Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Double Feather Arrow to the active is going to allow John to take that knockout there. And all of a sudden, this game is all tied up, Chris. After this riotous beating.
Yes. The interesting part now is now the Sneasels get to come down.
For sure.
I was going to say that if you could get a Lycanroc Gust on... I don't actually like bringing up this Rockruff. I don't think.
Because Jonathan plays Acerola, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you could soak a hit with a Zoroark and potentially Acerola it.
I don't know what his hand is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's... there's justifications for it.
The issue with giving up the odd prize is then if you try to establish a Sneasel later, it's just bird food, right? You just.
Yeah. Although now you get this position where you can put down 2 Sneasels.
It's true.
Really knocking out this next. Jonathan really needs to knock out this Rowlet, which is why I don't like giving up the Rockruff.
Mm-hmm.
Going down to 2 prizes with a Rockruff on the bench that's not going to get knocked out. And now he's got to have a Guzma.
Right.
And the ability to fill the bench.
Actually, John, I think, is using Guzma this turn. I mean, just grabbed Guzma with Tapu Lele. That or is putting the Lele down just to... No, because you don't need to boost the Zoroark's
Not for a
damage.
Rockruff.
Yeah. So it looks like Guzma grabbed off Lele. And, yep. I think just going to hit a Lele or a Zoroark. You hit a Lele for 120.
130, he's got the Devoured Field.
130. Yep.
I mean, the problem is that an Ace Rolla here is just a disaster.
Yeah, it would be quite bad, yeah. But I also understand leaving the Rockruff too. You got 4 prizes remaining. You're trying to prize map.
There's a double colorless. That's a good draw.
And then Jonathan, the Ace Rolla is the key play here. I mean, if you Ace Rolla this thing up,
I would. I'd really. Is Acerola better? Does he have? If he can Acerola plus Lycanroc on the Rowlet with the Zoroark KO, then that's like the ideal line.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is Guzma better than an Acerola here? Like, I think you just really want to knock out that Rowlet.
Yeah.
Because it also, by doing that, you're also taking away
the triple snipe.
Not just the triple snipe, but the super boost.
Oh, wow.
Which can one-shot a Lycanroc.
Phew. Okay, double trade. Sneasel on board now.
Like that third Decidueye is a huge turning point for the deck.
It is. It is. Once you get the 3 Feather Arrows established, it's like usually lights out. You're just spreading so much damage. You have control over which Pokemon your opponent can put in play. They put a 60 hit point Pokemon down, you eat it.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
And a Cynthia.
That's a disaster.
This Tapu Lele is about to energy drive. For 80 damage. And, 80 damage.
I guess there's no way to retreat without using supporter, there's no way to retreat the...
Have to be Guzma or Acerola, so if you don't have it, then you gotta look elsewhere, right? All right, 6 cards off the Cynthia.
John only has 1 card in hand.
It's a Cynthia, I think.
Okay,
it is a supporter.
I guess there's really no point in retreating because it's going to get Decidueyed.
Right, like you just swing. Energy drive for 80. We got a Great Ball.
What does Decidueye's retreat cost? Is it 2? It seems like it's a 2.
It's 2. Yeah, that's a fat bird for sure.
Yeah, because honestly, like even hitting a Lycanroc to gust that up to stall a little bit wouldn't be bad here.
Okay, Great Ball. We do find a Decidueye. Don't have the rare candy though, so you're kind of just like, okay, take it. Then I'm getting ready to into the discard pile. Great. Love to see that. That's where the Great Balls go.
Yes. It's their home.
It's their home, yeah. And then Cynthia to shuffle draw 6. It's almost like you could kind of like burning the Great Ball. I'm not sure that it actually increases your odds. I don't like that. Yeah,
I like having being able to draw it off the Cynthia to be another potential quasi out for a Decidueye.
I agree. So I think you actually pinch the Great Ball there. And just play the Cynthia, let the Great Ball maybe come back in combination with Rare Candy, give yourself higher odds of finding that Rare Candy Decidueye combo. Yeah, but when you're goated, you're goated. So
now
the game is like dang near over. You go triple Feather Arrow to Sneasel.
Right, you just knock out it's not worth being cute and
Yeah, I don't think it's worth being cute. Just knock out that Lele, triple feather arrow, the Sneasel. There's no N in format.
No.
Just
There's Judge, but that's not.
Nah, it's not N. It's not N to 1. So you don't have to worry about going to 1, right? There's no real punishment for going to 1.
I think he...
Did he forget his triggers?
No, I think he used them on
used them on the... Okay, he used his feather arrows on... Yes, used his feather arrows on the... Well, I understand... Yeah. Yeah,
it might not matter.
It might not matter.
Yeah, and there's a super boost, which is a problem.
Oh, the super boost on the Decidueye is crazy. God, that's awesome.
And this is 160, so the Zoroark's gonna have to get,
because they only had to use 2 feather arrows on the Lele to knock it out. Now John Patterson, swinging in for 150, 160 with the Devoured Field.
I have the hardest time telling what Jonathan's supporters are. I don't know why.
He's not being very forthcoming with the hand.
Neither of them are.
No.
Nobody has been.
Nobody
We've never
has
gotten
been.
the friendly flash, you know?
No, the friendly flash, right? No. They're keeping it very close to their chest.
Yeah.
Trade. All right.
That's an Elm. I'm learning.
Yep.
Because he plays all the league promo ones.
Oh, yeah.
I know he's a sucker for those things, and I'm like, I don't recognize the art well enough. Because they're all shiny.
All right, trade number 2.
I mean, what's the line? What is the potential line here? You can Lycanroc up the Decidueye with the boost on it, and Weavile it, and Acerola would be.
Yeah, I'm like trying to, but man, I mean, you got 3 prizes left, and there's not a single prizer on the board, so you're just like, you have to knock out two. You have to take 4 prizes. Kind of annoying, right?
Well, that was a Kukui.
Yep.
Okay, that's over.
It's over. And the scoop. And John Patterson is now just 1 win away from taking it all home.
First getting past some Vikavolt, and now 1 game closer to getting the match against Zoroark.
Yep, the Zoroark Decidueye deck. Impressive showing there from John Patterson. I mean, getting those 3 Decidueye set up and into play was just absolutely crazy. When you got 3 Feather Arrow that you are slinging every turn, it gives you so much control over the damage being placed on board. That's 60 spread damage every single turn. Riotous Beating, being able to swing for 120, 150 damage with a Choice Band. And we could see how once you get those Decidueye all online, you can really take control of the match. Jonathan, with the Zoroark Lycanroc deck, we didn't see a Weavile come out that game. We didn't really get to see even much Riotous Beating from Jonathan either. It was mostly
it was. Again, that was the Rockruff Lele Open. So like, it wasn't a great showing from Jonathan's deck, and he's been having pretty poor draws off of his trades. The last couple of times we've seen him on stream. So
for sure, we'll see if his fortunes turn around here in game number 2. If not, John Patterson is primed and ready to take this home. But we'll see if Jonathan Valenzuela's got anything to say about that. If he can maybe take this series to a game 3.
I think that I have faith in Jonathan's ability to win this game going first. I think he has to be considered an underdog in game 3 going second, if there is one.
Mm-hmm.
I think the matchup is close enough that just being on the play, and again, if one player has a lopsided start compared to the other, then that skews it. But going first is very important in this format.
For sure. Especially since you can play a supporter turn 1 going first.
Yep, and there's the Elms.
Yep, going first, turn 1 Elm, everything you want. I mean, Jonathan has had a couple lackluster opens, as you've said, and this is just the perfect one, right?
Yeah, and this is an interesting one where like the Zoroarks are a totally reasonable like primary attacker.
Yes.
Whereas before it's like you want to be moving in with the Lycanrocs or the Weaviles. But what is Weavile's other attack? I assume it has one.
Yes, it does. It's Icy Wind, does 10 damage and sleeps.
Underwhelming.
Yes, it is. I know this stuff from Gym Leader Challenge.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was like, I don't remember that. That never gets used.
Sometimes
it
does.
probably does in GLC.
Sometimes it does in GLC. Yeah. Sometimes you're just trying to buy a turn.
But it certainly doesn't see. I guess it could theoretically come up.
It could. I think it was really funny that Nest Ball is in this format. But you had said before we started streaming, Nest Ball doesn't see like a ton of play in decks. It's not like Nest Ball is like a 4 of in decks.
No. Like there's such an emphasis on being able to grab Tapu Lele.
Yeah.
Because it has to be played from your hand or Marshadow. So, like, a lot of the decks that are playing Psychic types are also going to play Mysterious Treasure.
Right.
Which we didn't get to see using.
Sorry, guys. Press the wrong button. Carry on.
Oh, who'd you put up?
I put up the starting soon screen.
Oh, well, it's very soon we're starting. Oh, so soon it was a while ago. But, no, and then other decks are going to play Elm. So you just don't have, like, you have some decks that will play like a couple of Nest Balls to augment the draw engine. John Patterson is running the full 4 because he's choosing not to run the Elms. He's doing a heavy ball package.
Great ball. We've got a Decidueye GX. Rare Candy in hand, so if it doesn't get disrupted, we've got a turn 2 Rare Candy Decidueye. I think John Patterson also has a Lily in hand too, so could Ultra Ball the hand down, go Rare Candy Decidueye, Ultra Ball the hand down, Lily for 6, trade. I mean, so
he could pop off.
Yeah, he's got a nice little hand going for next turn. This energy on the Sneasel's not really doing anything right now because John doesn't have any abilities in play. So, but then is Jonathan going to retreat the Sneasel to go into Zoroark? Maybe.
I'd be willing to.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of have to, right?
Like, this is the kind of pressure you need to be applying. If you
for sure
stalemate yourself into like a middle game, then you're probably not winning that, or you're at least disadvantaged.
Yes.
I guess if you like, it could be 6 prizes. If you've got a nice built-up field, then you could still probably potentially win. But you really want to be the first person to take prizes.
It looks like
you can see he's being aggressive about trying to do something here because Tapu Lele is like such a liability here that if you're not, you have to have a real reason to be doing it.
Oh, for sure. All right, so stacking the deck with Mallow. Mallow is like Cypher Maniac's code breaking, and that allows you to
You mean
search.
Oracle?
Or it's like Oracle.
Did you know that Full Grip Games possibly is the coolest Oracle you could ever buy?
Yeah, it's your second time mentioning it this stream, Chris.
Yeah, there might be new viewers.
It's true.
Back to the well.
It's true.
Now we got a Zorua taken off the field. And here's the Decidueye, which is that Ditto feels very unsafe at the moment.
Ooh, yes, but can't get knocked out this turn.
No, it's tough because now it's just like Jonathan should be able to bully a couple more prizes out of this before John's able to set up.
Oh yeah, you don't even play the Ultra Ball. You just go Choice Band, Lily. Probably. Or you could Ultra Ball, or you could sack them. I mean, either way. But that's 30 damage. You might as well put them both into play.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Yeah, I like Choice Band.
Because you want to like saving the Ultra Ball for after you draw a bunch. It's kind of nice.
It is
because it guarantees you a Zoroark at least.
Right. I got a Nest Ball. Kind of an ugly Lily hand there. It would have been nice to just see the Zoroark naturally off of it.
Yeah, again, I'm noting how it really isn't that free for these decks to be getting like resources.
No. Oh, here's Ditto, Prism Star. No, nothing's guaranteed. Ultra Ball can discard. There's like a Field Blower in the hand.
Yeah, I don't think the Field Blower is very important.
I don't think so. Yeah, and the Field Blower is looking like it's going to get tossed.
And what else? What are the other? Is there a second card in his hand?
Ultimately, you're only
is.
keeping like one card in this hand. So ultimately, you got to be kind of okay with letting a lot of this go.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to start trading, and
then
so,
things kind of.
Yeah. So like, really, you're choosing less of which card to discard. You're choosing which card to keep.
I'm assuming he's keeping. Does he keep the Dartrix?
I think you keep the Dartrix.
Because you can't rare candy onto a Ditto Prism, right?
No, you
it's
cannot.
Just the stage 1.
Yep. So then we got the Zork. Yeah, and it's Max Potion. No, discard. Yeah, keep the Max Potion.
Oh yeah, the Max Potion's excellent.
Yeah. I couldn't tell what it was. It's a promo Max Potion.
See, these promos you should allow Japanese cards, but not promos.
Not the promos, because I'm like, what card is that?
If it's too shiny, it's got to go.
Mm-hmm.
I have old man eyes. Like, I can't make sense of all that stuff.
I know. I'm not gonna lie, Chris. Feels good to have someone here who's older than me.
It doesn't happen. Like,
it doesn't happen every day.
No,
it really doesn't, man. Feather Arrow. That's a pass. Didn't find the double colorless for the Riotous Beating, but that is why John decided to keep the Max Potion, right? Because he's like, okay, I can just use this to gain a turn back.
I think the Max Potion is one of the best cards in this matchup. And again, why? Like, it just feels like it's a card I want two of. Especially considering this is a deck that doesn't have particularly good search to it. Like, it draws quantity of cards, but it doesn't play Mallow, it doesn't play Mag Cargo. So like, finding the Max Potion is not easy. So not only are there a lot of games where I'd like to play two of them, but also you just want to find them.
Right.
And then obviously the GX attack value.
Yeah, I do like 2 Max Potion. Like I said, just the more turns you can buy yourself as the Decidueye player, the better off you are. Max Potion in a lot of scenarios just reads as like, rewind your opponent's last turn, you gain a turn. I mean, that's just everything Decidueye wants. Does find 1 heads flip off of the Timer Ball, and here comes Weavile. There are 3 abilities in play on John's side of the board right now. So Weavile's Evil Admonition attack would be doing 150 damage. Nice to get that Sneasel evolved up, though, so it doesn't...
Yes, get both of those things
2
safe.
Weavile evolved up. Whew. Yeah.
That's ambitious.
Yeah. This is...
Oh, man. Do we go after the Ditto?
Ditto, of course. Of course.
That's kind of nasty.
Energy to Lycanroc. Yeah, I'm liking Jonathan's board here.
Yeah, this is going to be rough because that Lycanroc's going to take out another Zoroark.
Yep.
And if John Patterson gets set up at all those Weaviles, it's going to be huge problems.
Yeah, and John, saved the Max Potion, hoping that
The
he
Max
would
Potion
get to use
could come into play later.
It can,
anyways.
absolutely.
So, like, that's just a card I wouldn't be willing to discard.
No, absolutely not.
Especially when you're already kind of on the back foot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to break surf somehow.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Nest Ball, going to search out a Rowlet. And we do see that John's able to find a Cynthia this turn. So it's going to go for that. Shuffle draw 6. And off of this is just going to want to see another Rowlet and another Zorua.
And I guess a double call.
Would like to swing. Yeah. I think we'd like to put a little more than 2 damage counters on the board, would be my guess. So let's see. Off of 6, John has already used trade.
That's not an energy.
Not a DCE for sure.
Well, the only other options are Super Boost and Grass.
Yeah. So no energy period.
Like, admittedly, I wouldn't like a Grass on the Decidueye is still good. But.
It is. Okay. Yeah. Not stellar. Going for the Rowlet. Not even going for another Zork. Feather Arrow. The active again.
Well, yeah, you can't. The Zoroarks are going to be. I mean, and this feels just like rough.
It does.
Now, I guess here's another question. They got 40 minutes left.
Uh-huh. You scooperini? I told you I'm scoop happy, Chris.
I
told you.
You're the slower deck.
Uh-huh.
You want time for game 3. I think 40's enough.
Yeah.
Especially with turns.
Listen, I'm a momentum guy, all right? We had momentum in game 1. Here, my momentum's feeling flat. I don't want my opponent to get to, kind of bathe in their glory winning on stream for any longer than they need to. No, let's shut this down. Let's go to game 3.
I don't want them to. I don't want to highlight them any.
Yeah. I don't want to highlight them anymore.
Take their moment away.
Yeah, take their moment away. We're going to game 3.
Turn it off.
I'm going first. Turn it off. All right. Yes. See, my brain operates that way.
And especially with how the best, insufficient the time limit is for regionals and stuff. I'm just the most aggressive scooper.
I know. That's the thing that Jason Klaczynski said ruined the game for him.
It's kind of ruined the game for me.
Is the 50-minute best of 3.
I haven't gone to any regionals this year.
Yeah,
even though I enjoy the format a lot.
Yeah, 50-minute best of 3 is kind of rough. Well, because it makes playing at a regional level about the clock,
and it's super stressful too.
Yeah, it just makes it very grindy. It's about time management. It's
always something you have to be thinking about.
Always. Your management of the clock is just as important as your management of the in-game play. It's
really the only complaint I really have about Pokemon at the moment.
Yeah,
because I think they've been doing such a good job overall.
Oh yeah.
Well, that, and I guess for people who collect, the scalping is a problem
for sure.
But I don't collect, so
yeah.
Oh, I collect retro cards, but that is what it is.
It's tough because the game is so fast right now that players don't feel like a single game is inadequate. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about, John. Scoop it up, baby.
Right. I'll put it this way. That scoop, I'm now rooting for John Patterson. I'm sorry, Jonathan. You're one of my best friends, but I've switched sides because I respect that scoop.
I respect that scoop for sure. Yeah. Come on, let's get out of this. I'm going first, baby. Let's go. This game sucked.
I'm a man after my own heart.
Yeah. But yeah, it's we're in a position now where players don't feel like a single game of current standard is sufficient to decide the outcome.
Which is weird
of a
because
match.
I actually think it is. I don't think that I would be doing best of ones.
I mean, we're both on we're both best of 1 biased. I know we've talked about this before.
You want to know my I'm going to do the hottest take though.
Okay, well
I think I told you this before.
Let's hear your Scavillion level take.
Okay. No, Mega Scavillion.
Mega. Dude, wait, did you just leak, bro? Is there Mega Scavillion on the way?
Nintendo's coming after me.
Yes.
I'm so screwed. But no, this is something that they messed around with Lorcana. It is best of 2.
Oh, yeah.
But hear me out. You're basically don't look at it as a match. Just look at you're playing the same person 2 rounds of Swiss and best of 1.
Yeah.
It goes quicker because you don't have to repair. You just sit there and you go back-to-back games. You guarantee that one player goes that takes the coin flip away, which is, no matter how hard they've tried, they've never been able to balance the coin.
They can't balance it perfectly, no.
No.
I don't hate best of 2.
No, it's
or not best
something
of 2 or just 2 game match. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not. You play the same person twice, and if you split it, you split it. You're going to have players who are going to be going into
1 point per win. Yeah.
And you're going into you're going to have players going into day 2 that are missing 6 points.
Yeah.
You just don't look at it as match play.
Yeah.
Look at it as a streamlined way to balance out the coin flip and also make the pairings of best of 1s faster. Yeah. You're basically playing 18 best of 1s in day 1.
Yeah.
Without the repair downtime.
Yeah.
And removing the variance of the coin flip.
Yeah. No, I don't hate that. And it gives you an incentive to complete every match because you just get a point for winning. Yeah. So
also, if
you're not incentivized to deny your opponent a win.
Yeah, and also if you look at chess tournaments, players play each other once as white and once as black.
Yeah,
it's the same idea as losing the coin flip and winning the coin flip in each of the games. It's balancing out a disadvantage from losing the opening coin flip.
All right, we've got Game 3 of our finals happening right.
And we're already John the hero is already off to a much better start. Not only just because he gets to go first, but it's one of each Pokemon to play already and a Cynthia.
Yes.
Now Jonathan also does open with a Zorua. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about retreating.
It's true.
Which He hasn't opened Zorro very often.
No.
Now,
There's a
also,
lot
this
of
means
other
that
dudes.
Zorro might just get knocked out turn 2.
Right. There are a lot of other dudes in the deck because John also opened a Zorua. So it could just be a turn 2 Riotous Beating coming down.
Yeah, but then if you put an energy on a Rockruff on the bench, then you can retaliate. So, like, Jonathan's ideal follow-up here is, like, unit energy on a Rockruff with a couple Pokemon in play.
Now, John Patterson's got a solid looking hand off that Cynthia.
Yeah, and this is going to be completely different than the first 2 games, I imagine.
Yeah. It's got a Nest Ball, so can use that to go search out another Pokemon. And then it's got Ultra Ball, Zoroark, double colorless in hand. I mean, that's pretty much what you want.
Yeah.
You're saying, all right, turn 2, unless you judge turn 1, which if you judge turn 1, then you've got other problems going on, buddy, because like you probably aren't drawn into all the basics you want.
I respect the turn 1 judge.
I do respect the turn 1 judge. If you go basic judge, then fine. But if you don't do that, if you're going judge hoping to find basic supporter, then that's sketchy.
Well, Jonathan again with the early aggressive Tapu Lele.
Yep. We'll see. But honestly, I don't think you don't seek out the turn 1 judge. You're going
No, obviously not here.
You're going to Elm. Yeah.
I can't imagine playing a Lele down and not getting an Elm here.
Yeah, it's got to be an Elm.
Unless his hand's just chock full of basics and he's getting a Lele.
Yeah. Or a Lily. Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's the
Lele
Elm.
for Lily. Those should not be in the same format. A Tapu Lily.
Here we go. Tapu Lele GX Wonder Tag. Going to allow Jonathan to search out a supporter card. It's the Professor Elm. Elm can get 3 Pokemon with 60 hit points or less. And I think that's just a quick pass over to John Patterson saying, let's get this ball rolling. I love the pace of play. I love it when players play confidently. And
I love it when they scoop prematurely.
I love it when they play quick.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm trying to see some Pokemon.
No,
you
I mean,
know?
these players have both had so much experience with these decks
Already through today. Yeah. They're feeling confident. They know what their decks are doing. That's exciting to watch for sure.
I would like to see more of this format even.
It's fun. It is fun.
Right.
Thankfully, we didn't have to suffer through like a million control matches today, so that's nice.
Nice. Yeah, there were 2 of them, but we just...
It didn't see them.
I'm assuming they just drew themselves into oblivion.
Probably.
Do you still have the standings? We can find out how they did.
We could. Let's see. So now, this is weird. I don't think John's traded yet, right? So he's trying to decide, like... Because he needs another Pokemon to take the knockout, right? Or is it Zorua 60? Zorua 60.
Yeah, you can get the knockout.
Oh, so he's got the knockout. Yeah.
And he's a decision.
But, okay, so now he's deciding, do I just go for the timer ball? He's got one.
That's the first time I've seen the face of that yellow dice the entire day.
He's got one. Well, I'm going to take the yellow die and I'm going to yeet it as soon as.
No, that's what we're doing immediately after this. That yellow die will never be seen again.
Never be seen again.
Not like it's being seen now. Went in his entire existence without ever being seen.
Not great on the white side of the table.
It's better on the white than the other side.
On the red side?
Yeah, it's just
All right.
Which ETB was that from? So I can be extra sure not to buy him.
Okay, trade Zoroark GX off the timer ball. Ultra Ball. Ooh, just Zorua Rowlet. Okay.
Okay, I cannot imagine Jonathan coming back from this.
This is a strong start for John Patterson. Very strong. This is exactly what you want. Turn 2, Decidueye, double Zoroark going first.
And Jonathan missing an attachment. I guess you could counter gain here. You could do the counter gain gimmick again.
It's true.
All right. Is he channeling me? No. I think that went off.
It did go off the out of bounds.
Oh, he's forcing him to use the yellow. No idea.
No idea what that is. I'm guessing it's Tails.
I like how Jonathan also knew not to use the yellow one. He just tried to use the red one a second time. I'm assuming that the red one went somewhere off in the distance. Otherwise, he'd have grabbed it.
Oh, gosh. I think John's got a feather arrow on that Ditto, too. Oh, man. And the double tails on timer ball. Oh, brother.
A Alolan Muck is not where you want to be.
No, I think and the judge just doing it to deny a KO, I think.
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah.
Is it though? Maybe like you're so far behind here. Do you just hope you have to hit something off this judge? I think I'd almost like because If this judge is bad, you lose.
Oh yeah.
So the Alolan Muck might not even be correct here. I think you have to get lucky.
I think you're saying that I'm going to find a Zoroark off this judge, and I'm going to evolve my active into Zoroark, and then I'm going to find DCE. I agree.
Like that's what you need to do. I think you're playing to stay in the game opposed to playing to win. And
that's what I'm saying. I don't. Yeah. You just gotta. Sometimes you gotta say like, oh yeah, my odds of winning if I evolve into Muck are like basically zero.
You have to chase your wins, not your prolonged games.
Yeah, for sure. You give yourself the opportunity to draw hot.
Yeah,
like
because if you're not drawing hot, you're drawing dead.
Yeah, you're losing anyway, right? And now you've got this weird situation where there's Muck in the active. I mean, and John Patterson's playing a spread deck. And you got like a 4 retreat, like a literal 4 retreat.
Yeah. Oh,
guy.
is it actually 4?
I think it's
no,
4.
It's got to be 3.
I think it's 4, dude. All right, I'm telling you, he's one of the. If
freaks. It has more retreat costs than it does letters in its name, I'm gonna be.
I'm telling you, this Muck is one of the freaks. I told you, it's 4.
Wow. Yeah, okay,
he's a freak.
He is. I mean, he does look pretty low to the ground. He's a bit of a pyramid.
Yes, the Muck from Sun and Moon base set with the power of alchemy ability turns off all basic
Steel
abilities.
have a 5 retreat cost?
I can't
pull them up.
But I do think it does. 2 weaknesses, right?
Yeah, 2
and 2 resistances.
Yeah, Grass and Lightning and then Fire and Fighting. That much I know. But I've never retreated one in my life, so.
Not many have.
No.
Yep.
Is he the only 5?
Could be.
Steelix is such a cool Pokemon.
Grass onto Decidueye. This is the first time we've seen that.
I mean, it checks the Lycanroc later.
Rare Candy into another Decidueye. Oh, baby. Things are clicking here. And we've got another Zoroark off of the Great Ball. Now, exactly as you said, I'm confident in Jonathan's ability to win game 2 going first, but I'm not confident in his ability to win game 3 going second.
Well, I'm not with this draw either.
Oh, yeah. And it just so happens that, like, you know, John Patterson is getting the strongest setup out of any game we've seen the Decidueye, you know, play yet.
Yeah, this is a bloodbath.
Oh, well, yeah. It's when you're setting up this many guys and your opponent is kind of.
How many hit points does the Muck have?
The Muck, I want to say 120.
Now 0.
I want to say he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 120. All right, John Patterson taking another prize card. 4 prizes remaining as he marches towards victory.
I don't think Jonathan's a aggressive scooper, though.
Lele for Cynthia. All right, you miss all your Zoroarks here. You have to scoop. Come on. if you miss all the Zoroarks, you find a Zoroark, you keep playing.
I was done last turn.
Yeah, I was done last turn. Right, personally, yeah.
This has been a long day. You know he's hungry.
Yeah.
Play.
All right, timer ball. There's no way it comes down to the timer ball, dude. There's a heads.
All right, the yellow has to land on exactly a black spot.
Yes, it does.
Anything else, invisible.
Zoroark GX.
Someone in chat is mentioning that Mamoswine from Stormfront also has a 5 retreat cost.
The more you know.
That's awesome. Mamoswine's another cool Pokemon. I think I just like all the fat Pokemon.
Oh yeah, Mamoswine's cool.
Like my favorite Pokemon's Snorlax.
All right, 2 Zoroark. We're back in it.
What do we do from here, though? I mean, I'm doing my best not to check out here, but there's a full setup. Probably going to be a 3rd Decidueye coming into play soon.
Heck yeah, dude, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see all these feather arrows. I'm trying to see John Patterson absolutely demolish this board.
Oh, it's
Yes. Some schnastiness is coming up. Apparently,
a choice.
there are only 4 Pokemon in the history of the game.
Yeah, there's Golem EX from Dragons and
with 5 retreat.
the Whaler EX from Sandstorm.
There you go. The more you know, a little Pokemon trivia for you there. There are 4 Pokemon in the history of the Pokemon TCG that have a retreat cost of 5. All right, John Patterson got the max potion there to completely heal off his
Does
active...
Heavy Ball say
3 or more.
it's 3 or more?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there one that only searched for 4? There's something that only searched for 4.
There's the Heavy Baton, which only passes... Rare Candy Decidueye. Let's go. And that
Does he have double colorless?
Yes. Look at this board.
This is about...
It's immaculate, Chris. It's beautiful.
It is a gorgeous setup.
It's so pretty.
And the choice band.
It's so pretty, Chris. He's got everything. He's got 3 Decidueye. He's got 3 Zoroark GX. It's perfect. And that's a riotous beating.
I thought you were going to say that's a wrap.
No. Riotous beating. I do appreciate John's like
it's content.
His content. I'm liking John's little like hand emotes as well when he's feather arrowing. He's like really giving you like the swoosh. They're going right there. Whoosh.
Would it be like bad sportsmanship to like draw back an arrow, like a bow and arrow with your hands and then shoot it?
No, there should be more emoting in the TCG for sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think you should also have to announce the attack in the voice of the Pokemon.
I think I went to a games workshop once, and when I was into Warhammer in middle school, and we played a battle there, and the employees at the games workshop told me that I had to roar like an orc with like an orc, when I attacked, that I remembered forever. I was willing to do it.
Did anyone else?
But my friend who I was there with was not willing to give a good war.
Oh, you gotta
give a war. Gotta give a warg when you're playing.
And don't get me wrong, like I'm not a Warhammer fan.
Yeah, a battle cry. Gotta give a battle cry.
I'd battle cry for Pokemon.
Oh, for sure.
Did you know that someone in a Magic tournament once won a large tournament with the card Mortal Kombat?
No.
And then stood up on the chair and screamed Mortal Kombat like from the video game, then got DQ'd. Like, I wish I was making that up.
Oh, that's hilarious. All right, Jonathan has got Guzma, swing with Zoroark. Can John Patterson finish this game off? And that's it. John Patterson with the win. And Zoroark Decidueye is going to take it all home.
That went about Patterson, 3 turns longer than I would have.
John Patterson is your Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder champion here at Full Grip Games.
Congratulations to John and Jonathan.
Yes, this was a fantastic battle of the Johns. A wonderful John off that we got to lay witness to. And thank you so much, Chris, for joining me here in the casting booth to watch some good old-fashioned 2018.
I love it. You picked formats I like. You picked formats that I at least am knowledgeable on for all of these retro events. If you give me 2011 Worlds, I quit. Like that's my least favorite format of all time. Even worse than like the old Trapper formats and just rancid.
But that was fun.
That was very fun.
That was fun. There was some awesome games, some awesome decks.
Not enough Malamar.
And
not enough Buzzrock or Volcephalon.
Not enough Volcephalon either. So
if you'd have asked me the metagame going into this event, I would have been off. You had a lot of one-prizers, and I don't know if that's about deck availability.
Some of it is. Yeah, because they're like, I mean, we lent out, I think, like 8 decks from our own collection for this.
If I would have known people were looking for stuff, I could have provided some decks as well.
But that's the thing with retro events is like you kind of have to build the communities, right? You have to get people interested in the formats. You got to get them to learn the formats too. So really, these retro tournaments that we're hosting here at Full Grip Games, they're very competitive. I mean, you got players that play at League every week are going to be showing up to play. But they're also good introductions to the format. They're good exhibitions of the format. They're good opportunities to learn formats that you may not have had an opportunity to play before. So I do really encourage players to give these a try if you're in the area, in the region, want to travel out to one of our retro events that we are going to be hosting. We've got the schedule right. Nope, not right there.
Nope, not right there. Right there.
Right there. We've got the schedule right here on fullgripgames.com. On the front page of fullgripgames.com, you can click on the Full Grip Games Retro Series. Our next event is going to be the Base Neo event happening on July 26th. And Chris, you'll be joining me here, correct?
I will, definitely.
Excellent. So we'd love to have you back in the casting booth.
And then most excitedly for me, the RSPK.
Yes, RSPK happening in October. Should be a blast as well. And then December 2010 Worlds formats. So,
someone's asking for 08, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot of people don't like 08.
Yeah.
I love it.
Really?
I'm a big fan. The deck diversity is very low, but the games are very enjoyable. Lots of skill.
That's fun.
Yeah, so 08 I'm a big fan of. It's not going to be for everybody, but it's also super cheap.
Availability is a big part of the retro
because there's really not you play one level X of certain ones, and the level X's aren't that expensive
yet, and
a lot of the EX and stuff are gone. 08 was good.
Excellent. Well, that's going to do it for today's stream. Chris and I are getting out of here. Thank you guys so much for watching today. Thank you to all the subs as well throughout the day, throughout the stream. I really appreciate it.
We got Tony in chat giving me a hippity hop inside joke, but hippity hop back.
Hippity hop, all you hippity hoppers out there. All right. We're getting out of here. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. I will be back next week with more Pokemon TCG action here on Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for watching, and huge thanks again to my co-host, Chris Fulop.
Glad to be here.